Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1251 Yin-Yang Mountain. As for the other two 4th level low-grade offensive and defensive formations, their uses are somewhat special. Qingshi Mountain now maintains two 4th level formations, and it is difficult to arrange a 4th level formation. As for the original Lingxiao Mountain, because the spiritual veins in the mountain are at the level of false infants, the foundation is relatively weak. It is already a bit difficult to maintain the original 4th level mountain protection formation and the cultivation of the monks in the mountain, and it is difficult to arrange a large formation in it. Therefore, the only spiritual energy left in the clan is the 4th level spiritual land of the clan's Bingsu Valley. Moreover, this places the foundation of the Ling family, so Ling Pengyun arranged one of the 4th level formations in it. As for the other 4th level formation, Ling Pengyun arranged it in the 3rd level upper grade spiritual land several miles away from the border mountain Qingshi Mountain. In this way, according to the range that the 4th level formation can refract, as long as the formation is opened, the defense-like curtain it creates can not only cover the Qingshi Mountain, but also its attack means can extend to the Qingshi Mountain. More importantly, although the spiritual land is currently struggling to maintain the formation, and even needs the power of spiritual stones, it has good potential. As long as it can enter the quasi-4th level, it will be enough to maintain the formation alone. By then, it and Qingshi Mountain will help each other and will surely turn the family's border area close to the demon clan into a copper wall. And the family can be relatively safer. For this reason, Ling Pengyun immediately summoned Ling Pengyun, the strongest formation master in the clan. After many years, Ling Pengyun, the old formation master, has a few more white hairs in his black hair, revealing the vicissitudes of time. But perhaps Ling Pengyun is the kind of woman who becomes more charming as she gets older, so although the years have left traces on her, they have also increased her temperament and made her more beautiful. This also made Ling Pengyun joke. You are really becoming more and more beautiful, but it's a pity that you have the temperament of an old nun. Although Ling Pengyun is 300 or 400 years old, she has never married, which is rare in the Ling family, a great family of immortal cultivators. At first, Ling Pengyun urged her to find someone to marry as soon as possible, and it would be best if she could trick a genius to come to the family as a son-in-law. But seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he stopped caring about it. Anyway, for a giant cultivator like Ling Pengyun, it doesn't matter whether she gets married or not, as long as she is happy. Ling Pengyun also thinks so about his daughter Ling Chengxin. But he doesn't have this requirement for his eldest son Ling Changsha and his youngest son Ling Changmi. He also plans to pass on his bloodline, otherwise if he fails in his journey to immortality, this family fortune will have to be given to the rest of the family. Distractions are recovered. After hearing what Ling Pengyun said, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but laugh. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but laugh. Brother Pengyun, I am devoted to the Tao, not an old nun. By the way, Brother Pengyun, why did you call me here this time? It's been a while since you last came to me for tea and chat. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun are from the same Peng generation. They have known each other since childhood. In his early years in the key training stage, he had also stationed with Ling Pengyun at the family's low-level spiritual mountain. Therefore, the two have always had a very good relationship, and even regarded each other as the most direct person, so the two sides often get together. Ling Pengyun did not waste time, and immediately told him about the cultivation of the 3rd level upper grade spiritual land near the Golden Wing Mountain to the quasi-4th level state, and asked, Pengyun, are you willing to take this job? Ling Pengyun was a little reluctant at first. After all, such things are extremely time-consuming. However, when she heard that the spiritual vein was upgraded in order to arrange a 4th level formation in it, she immediately agreed. At the same time, she couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, Brother Pengyun, where did you get another 4th order formation? As the strongest formation master in the family, she was in charge of the family's formations, so she naturally knew the exact number of family formations. Now Ling Pengyun took out another 4th order formation, which was extremely rare. After all, this kind of formation was extremely rare, and all the major Yuanying forces regarded it as a treasure. Ling Pengyun smiled and briefly described it. He used the abridged version of the Lingxiao longevity magical power that could increase lifespan as the source, and exchanged 3 formations from the Xiangxing Pavilion next door, which relied on formations as its foundation. Ling Pengyun was a member of the older generation of the family and had a close relationship with Ling Pengyun, so she not only knew about the Lingxiao longevity magical power, but also comprehended this magical power. Therefore, she was not surprised by the magical power, but the Xiangxing Pavilion's generosity did surprise her a little, and she sighed. I didn't expect that this stingy Xiangxing Pavilion would be so willing to give up such magical power. Ling Pengyun smiled. People who practice Taoism originally want to prolong their life, so it's normal for Xiangxing Pavilion to take a fancy to that magical power. It's a pity that there are relatively few Yin-Yang forces in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, and the 3 major immortal sects have a strong foundation and are backed by the power of transformation. They probably don't lack such means. Only the Xiangxing Pavilion, which relies on formations, the Xianbao Academy, which relies on refining, and the Fengali family, a family of beast control, have weak foundations. They may be more eager for such magical powers. But our clan is not short of 4th-level spiritual treasures, and the Fengali family, a family of beast control, can hardly give our clan a Yin-Yang level spiritual beast. As for the other Yin-Yang forces in the Xiuxin world, our clan is not familiar with them. In this case, even if we want to sell that longevity-increasing magical power, we have nowhere to sell it. What a pity, we missed an opportunity to make a fortune. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but joke when he heard it. After listening to what Brother Pengyun said, I really feel more and more that you are a profiteer. By the way, Brother Pengyun, where's the 4th-level low-grade formation and the 4th-level middle-grade formation that Xiangxing Pavilion gave me? Can you show them to me? I have just encountered some bottlenecks in the formation recently. If I can have a high-level formation as a reference, it will probably help. Seeing his look, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but feel a little headache. But if I am a profiteer, you are a formation nerd. After saying that, he took out 2 formation plates from the storage bag, threw them to Ling Pengyun, and said, "Of course you can. I have set up the other 2 formations in the Golden Wing Mountain and the Ice and Snow Valley of the clan. This is the formation plate of the 2 formations. With the help of this formation plate, you can easily see the origin of those formations. However, some core contents are probably restricted by the Xiangxing Pavilion. You should be careful at that time to avoid touching the restrictions and causing damage to the formations." Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not take Ling Pengyun's scolding seriously at all, but smiled and said, "I knew that you, Brother Pengyun, are the best. When my formation enters the quasi-4th level, I will repay you and set up countless quasi-4th level formations for you." Ling Pengyun couldn't help but say with a smile, "Why do I need so many quasi-4th level formations? What a silly girl." Afterwards, the 2 chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun went to the storehouse in the mountain and took some resources for upgrading the spirit vein. After this matter was settled, she rushed to Jinyang Mountain, a 3rd-grade upper-grade spiritual mountain next to Qingshi Mountain, which was equipped with a 4th-grade attack and defense formation, and began to think about upgrading the spiritual vein here. Only after this matter was settled could she have time to comprehend the newly acquired 4th-grade formations of the family. The spiritual vein in Jinyang Mountain was quite special. It was a single attribute golden spiritual vein, so 99% of the spiritual energy here was golden attributed, and it was a holy place for cultivators who mainly practiced golden attributed techniques. At the same time, there was also a strong Zhengjin aura here, which could be used to refine magic tools. In addition, the spiritual vein in the mountain was accompanied by a Jinyang treasure refining spirit pond that could refine magic tools. After a long period of accumulation, its grade had also entered the realm of 3rd-grade upper grade. For this reason, many clansmen with golden attributed magic tools, and even those in the Jindan realm, often brought some with the help of their family contributions to this mountain to use the treasure pond to refine their tools. Indirectly, there were a lot of people in the mountain. However, with the arrival of Ling Pengyun, all the tribesmen in the mountain were driven away, so that a relatively quiet environment could be created. But those tribesmen who were driven away were all confused. In the past 100 or 200 years, Ancestor Pengyun has been practicing Taoism in the border treasure mountain Qingshi Mountain. He rarely goes out, and even if he goes out, it is mostly to set up formations. But doesn't this Jinyang Mountain already have a mountain protection formation? In this case, why did this ancestor come here? After a detailed discussion, everyone finally guessed that Ling Pengyun came to upgrade the mountain's spiritual veins. Although this matter is still uncertain, it does not prevent this group of tribesmen from looking forward to it. After all, as long as this matter can be accomplished, not only will there be more spiritual energy in the mountain, but the Zhengjin energy in the mountain will also be more concentrated. Even the Jinyang treasure tempering spirit pond has the opportunity to enter a higher realm, which is of great benefit to these tribesmen. Ling Pengyun, who is alone on the top of Qingshi Mountain, looked at the third-grade upper-grade spiritual vein in the mountain and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Although the potential of this spiritual vein is indeed good, its accumulation is really ordinary. It is a bit difficult to upgrade this vein. And this vein is really special. It is a single-attribute gold spiritual vein. It would be inappropriate to set up an ordinary 5-element spiritual formation in this mountain. On the contrary, it is better to set up the Zhengjin spiritual formation, which I am not good at. But this will increase the probability of failure in the formation. It seems that I have to find some helpers. Otherwise, I am afraid that it is unlikely to upgrade this spiritual vein by myself. Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully, and immediately left this place and went back to Qingshi Mountain to find Ling Pengyun, his clan brother, to borrow troops. After a while, more than a dozen Ling clan members and a 3-eyed white fox with a hunchback appeared in Jinyang Mountain. Those clansmen are all formation masters, and their attainments in formation are not bad. At least they have reached the realm of the 2nd level upper grade, and several of them have reached the realm of the quasi 3rd level formation, which is half a step into the 3rd level formation, which can be of great help in arranging formations here. As for the 3-eyed white fox, it is naturally the mutant spirit beast 3-eyed white fox under Ling Pengyun. This fox has always had a very high attainment in formation, so as early as more than 300 years ago, Ling Pengyun placed it beside Ling Pengyun, the strongest formation master in the family, to learn the formation. And Ling Pengyun is competent and has no reservations about it. In addition, the white fox's aptitude in formation is already good. For this reason, this white fox entered the realm of the 3rd level formation 100 years ago. Even now, its attainments in formation have increased a little, and it has touched the 3rd level middle grade formation. It only needs some more time to settle down, and it plans to try to impact. That is why Ling Pengyun has always regarded this white fox as her greatest array helper. Whenever she encounters an array problem, she will call it. Now, Ling Pengyun summoned this fox and other arrays from the clan, naturally for the promotion of Jinyang Mountain's spiritual vein. With the joint efforts of everyone, there is about a 60% to 70% probability of arranging a 3rd level upper grade Zhengjin ascending spiritual array, which can increase the probability of the spiritual vein breaking through by 30%. In addition, everyone also has some special secret methods for promoting spiritual veins. If they are used together when the spiritual vein in the mountain is promoted, it can probably increase the probability of the spiritual vein breaking through by 20% to 30%. In addition, the spiritual vein in the mountain has good potential and has a 0.5% probability of breaking through. Under various factors, this vein has at least a 60% to 70% probability of entering the quasi 4th level. For this reason, Ling Pengyun finally felt at ease, and she immediately began to work with everyone to arrange the array. A year passed in a flash. This day, the Jinyang Mountain next to the Qingshi Mountain suddenly trembled, and a stream of Zhengjin ore rose into the sky, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the mountain surged, rising step by step, with great movement. This action shocked the Ling clan members who had been waiting to enter the mountain to borrow the spiritual pool to temper their treasures. It's a sign of upgrading the spiritual vein. I didn't expect that the old Pengyun clan member who is usually busy with affairs came to this mountain to upgrade the spiritual vein in the mountain. I don't know which ancestor in the clan actually asked this formation master to upgrade the spiritual vein in Jinyang Mountain. This is really a blessing for the cultivators like us who have gold-attributed magic tools. The clan members present were amazed. As time passed, even Ling Pengyun, who is meditating in the Qingshi Mountain a few miles away, was alarmed, and he hurried here to see it. I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years for Sister Pengyun to use a formation and a large number of gold spiritual objects to help the spiritual vein quickly improve its cultivation and reach the bottleneck. I didn't expect it to be done in just 1 year. Sister Penguin's attainments and formations are really becoming more and more extraordinary. Ling Pengyun sighed. At the same time, the movement in the mountain became louder and louder. It was as if a dragon had turned over inside Yin-Yang Mountain. The whole mountain began to crack and shook continuously. It seemed as if it would collapse at the next moment. However, the spiritual energy in the mountain became more and more dense. After 3 days, as a deafening dragon roar came from the depths of Yin-Yang Mountain, a quasi fourth level aura spread out from the spiritual mountain and swept all around. Even from the cracks in the mountain, countless pure spiritual energy emerged at this moment to nourish all around. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the mountain increased by several times, turning into a holy place for cultivation. Chapter 1252, 4th Level Talisman Master. At the same time, at the top of Yin-Yang Mountain, Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of upgrading the mountain's spiritual veins, carefully felt the strength of the spiritual veins that had just entered the quasi-4th level, and a look of joy rose on his face. Looking at the appearance of this spiritual vein, it should be barely enough to maintain the 4th level low-grade offensive and defensive formation that Brother Pengyun had previously arranged here. In this way, not only will my mission be completed, but the border of the family will also be safer. By then, this place and the nearby Qingshi Mountain, which has 2 4th level formations, will help each other, and there are many Yuanying in the family. Even if Brother Pengyun leaves the family, it will be enough to resist the invasion of several Yuanying demon kings at the same time. I just don't know if the family has any trump cards. After all, Brother Pengyun, who turned to ghost cultivation, was already a Yuanying seedling 100 years ago. Now that 100 years have passed, I don't know what his situation is. And it's strange to say that the family has killed many Yuanying demon kings over the years, but few of them have their souls flowed out to refine treasures. Brother Pengyun is good at refining ghosts, so who knows? Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but feel more at ease. Because Ling Pengyun is a senior member of the family, he knows more things. Her guesses were basically alright, except for the one she guessed wrong, that she was using the Demon King's soul to refine ghosts. Of course, this was because she didn't know about the existence of the all-knowing spiritual treasure, the ghost fairy lamp. At this time, a figure appeared in front of her silently. The person who came was Ling Pengyun, who smiled and praised Ling Pengyun. I knew that Pengyun's sister was extraordinary in formation skills. It was right to entrust you with the task of promoting the spiritual vein in this mountain. Thank you for your hard work this time. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but raise a little joy on her face when she heard it. Ling Pengyun rarely praised others, and his cultivation was as high as the nascent soul realm. It was completely worthy of pride to be praised by such a person. However, she did not take credit for it, but raised her hand to call over the other formation masters who had contributed to the promotion of the spiritual vein in the mountain, and said to Ling Pengyun, "It was not just me who contributed to the promotion to the mountain spirit vein. The other formation masters in the clan also contributed a lot. Therefore, I want to ask for some credit for them." The other formation masters in the clan and Ling Pengyun's spirit beast, the white phantom tiger, were all overjoyed when they heard this, and even sighed in their hearts. It is really a blessing for us to be able to follow such an ancestor. Ling Pengyun carefully observed the expressions of those formation masters and couldn't help but say in his heart, Pengyun treats people who have made contributions well. And judging from the expressions of those formation masters, it is estimated that Pengyun has a very high status in their hearts. But it is true. Although these formation masters in the clan are all relatives, most of them have been learning the art of formation from Pengyun's sister since they were young, and there is a master-disciple relationship between the two parties. Ling Pengyun retracted his distracting thoughts and said with a smile, "Of course there is credit. Everyone present will be awarded 1,000 family contribution points." Everyone present heard the words, and the joy on their faces doubled. 1,000 contribution points is 1,000 spirit stones. This is not a small amount of money for the formation masters who are mostly at the foundation building level. Moreover, they have only wasted 1 year here. It is a blessing to earn so much in 1 year. Moreover, relying on these contribution points, they can exchange many good things in the family treasury. For this, they immediately thanked Ling Pengyun. Only Ling Pengyun secretly laughed and scolded. "Brother Pengyun, you are really stingy. I thought you would at least give some golden elixir spiritual objects, but I didn't expect that there would be only some contribution points." Ling Pengyun heard this and immediately understood Ling Pengyun's thoughts. I don't have many golden elixir spiritual objects in my hand, and with the chaos of the world destruction about to begin, the golden elixir spiritual objects in the clan are also in short supply, and basically all of them have been rewarded. However, you are planning to train some formation masters into the golden elixir realm, right? Ling Pengyun did not hide her thoughts and nodded. That's right. Among these second-level and quasi-third-level formation masters, there are several who have the opportunity to enter the third-level formation. Now their cultivation is just a little bit lower. If they can enter the golden elixir realm and transform their aptitude, they will have a greater chance to comprehend the formation to the third level. And as long as this can be done, during the turmoil of the world destruction, the family can completely rely on those third-level formation masters to increase the strength of high-level formations in various places to resist the invasion of the monsters. At the same time, even if the turmoil of the world destruction is dangerous and causes the formations in various places to be damaged by the monsters, there are enough people to repair them. Otherwise, if all these things fall on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. After saying this, Ling Pengyun's tone became a little gentler. Brother Pengyun, how about you help me get some golden elixir spiritual objects for the sake of my poor sister, who has been particularly obedient to you over the years? Ling Pengyun thought about it and felt that what Ling Pengyun said was indeed reasonable. After all, after careful calculation, apart from Ling Pengyun, a veteran third-level top-grade formation master, the family only has this spirit beast, the white fox, a third-level formation master. Apart from that, there is no other. The family's formation is a bit withered. Ling Pengyun was a little helpless. But the formation is known as the most difficult art in the world, so it is difficult for him to make a big change in the family's formation. However, it is no problem to improve it slightly. For this reason, he observed the cultivation of those second-level formation masters present, but he didn't expect that the cultivation qualifications of these formation masters were really poor. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that the cultivation of the cultivators here is too low. Most of them are in the late stage of foundation building, and even the cultivation of the quasi-third-level formation masters is like this. I think their qualifications should not be high. In this case, it will be a bit troublesome to support them to reach the golden elixir in a short period of time. I guess this is why the family doesn't give those people golden elixir spiritual objects. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. This matter really can't be hidden from your discerning eyes, Brother Pengyun. Seeing her look, Ling Pengyun reached out and patted her shoulder, and then after hesitating for a while, he spoke. I think it's hard to get the golden elixir, but I can get you a few golden elixirs of the golden elixir Monster King. I can also get you some quasi-4th-level spiritual fruits or spiritual water for cultivation. In this way, the formation masters with extraordinary potential that you have chosen can enter the realm of perfect foundation building as soon as possible, and try to refine the golden elixirs of the Monster King to achieve the realm of false elixir. Although this has its shortcomings and will lead to the loss of potential, it is easier to enter the golden elixir with this method, and the family has also had difficulties recently. What's more, the foundation of the cultivators who rely on the accumulation of resources is particularly unstable, and it is easy to fail in the impact of the golden elixir. Therefore, this is the best way for the formation masters you have chosen. Ling Pengyun was very reluctant to do so after hearing this, but this is indeed a way to cultivate a golden elixir master in a short time. For this reason, she could only agree and thank Ling Pengyun. Then I'll trouble you, brother. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said, no problem. After that, he chatted with Ling Pengyun for a few more words, then escaped into the void and headed straight for the territory of the Red Gold Bear clan, a Yuanying early-stage demon clan next door. He planned to go there to kill some golden core demon kings and take their golden cores. Otherwise, he would not have so many demon king golden cores to support those potential formation masters in the clan to enter the golden core realm. Because of his profound cultivation and strong strength, his trip was particularly smooth. But the noise was quite loud after all, so during this period, the Red Gold Bear King, the master of that territory, was alarmed. However, when the Bear King saw that it was the extraordinary Ling Pengyun who took action, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. During the last chaos, he heard that Ling Pengyun used a powerful magical power to instantly kill a Yuanying late-stage demon king of the Black Dragon Lake Dragon clan. Why did this King Yama come to my territory to kill the Golden Core Demon King? The Red Gold Bear King was puzzled, but he did not dare to offend him. For this reason, It had to endure the pain and watch from afar as Ling Pengyun killed 5 of its golden core demon kings in a row. It's over now. The already scarce military force has been further damaged. During the last chaos, Ling Pengyun's youngest son Ling Chengmi, who had the body of 1,000 beasts, had entered its territory and played a mission impossible game. He used the body of 1,000 beasts to tame a dozen demon kings in this territory and let them lurk among the demon beasts that besieged the Ling family. In the end, at the critical moment, he cooperated with the Ling family monks and directly left behind all the demon beasts that had besieged the Ling family. In that battle, the Chujinbear territory suffered heavy losses. Only a few golden core demon kings survived by chance because they stayed in this territory. The rest of the demon kings died. Not long after, there was another chaos of destruction. The golden core demon kings helped the Chujinbear king a lot and could preside over the arrangement of some powerful formations. For this reason, the Red Gold Bear King used some of the Red Gold Bear clan's heritage to cultivate some golden core demon kings in a short period of time. When the number of demon kings in the Red Gold Bear territory was about to exceed 10, Ling Pengyun suddenly came and killed 5 of them directly. This undoubtedly made the Red Gold Bear King waste resources in vain. Under such a blow, the Bear King was full of regrets. If I had known earlier, I might as well cultivate those golden core demon kings. They will be killed anyway. At the same time, Ling Pengyun, who had just killed a demon king, looked at the demon king's golden core in his hand and couldn't help complaining. The foundation of this golden core is really bad. If the worse the golden core is, the more convenient it is for cultivators to sacrifice and refine it into a fake core, otherwise I would not want this kind of golden core even if it is given to me. If the Red Gold Bear King knew about this, he would vomit blood. Then, Ling Pengyun looked at the place where the Red Gold Bear King was hiding. How could a demon king who is only in the early stage of the nascent soul escape its divine sense detection? If this demon king hadn't hid far away, I should have killed this neighbor. In this way, the crisis facing the family during the world-destroying chaos would probably be smaller. At the same time, I could use this soul as a source and give it to Senior Gui Xiandeng to refine into a nascent soul spirit ghost. Ling Pengyun sighed. Later, seeing that the number of golden core demon kings killed was not small, he was too lazy to waste time and left here and returned to the family. He took a small amount of second-rate golden core spirit objects from the family library and gave them to Ling Pengyun along with the golden cores of the demon kings. Otherwise, it would be difficult to refine the golden cores of the demon kings into fake cores with the power of the formation masters in the family. Once this matter was settled, Ling Pengyun entered into a state of quiet cultivation. However, his previous action allowed the 2 formation masters to enter the realm of fake cores by chance, which indirectly promoted their formation attainments to improve a lot. It is estimated that within a few years, they will all be able to upgrade their formations to the 3rd level. But at the same time, there were also 3 array masters who failed in their attacks. If it weren't for the second-rate golden elixir spiritual objects that Ling Pengyun kindly prepared for them, they would have died on the road to the golden elixir. This is also the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. At the same time, on the other side, in a cave in Qingshi Mountain, a young man with a strong scholar's aura sat in front of a desk with a solemn expression holding a purple gold talisman pen, carefully drawing complex talismans on a piece of talisman paper. It was unknown how long it had been, until the talisman was full of talismans. He stopped. At this time, the talisman on the talisman paper actually flashed with spiritual light, spreading a terrifying aura. In fact, this aura finally entered the 4th level. But at this time, the talisman also quieted down, and it returned to calmness and turned into an ordinary talisman. When the young man saw this, his expression suddenly became happy. The previous state of the talisman was exactly the sign of successful drawing. This was the second 4th level talisman he had successfully drawn in the past 6 months. He had only experienced 4 failures. Then, he spent some time drawing 4 more talismans, and finally drew 10 talismans. And the number of successes was as high as 4. If you count the number of successes and failures I had drawn before, my success rate for drawing this talisman can barely be stabilized at 30%. If I am luckier, I can make the success rate as high as 40% like this batch of talismans. And in this way, I can barely be considered a 4th level talisman master. Lingxiao, the most talented talisman genius in the family, was very excited, and his face was full of excitement. Because the difficulty of drawing a 4th level talisman is relatively high, and the materials are also relatively difficult to find, the requirements to become a 4th level talisman master are relatively low. You only need to increase the probability of drawing a 4th level talisman to the 4th level to be called a 4th level talisman master. As for the giant power sea whale talisman, it is a particularly superior 4th level water attributed spiritual talisman, and its rank can be traced back to the quasi 5th level realm. It is precisely because of this great origin that even though the talisman refined by Lingxiao, the talisman master, is mediocre, the power of the phantom of the sea whale it conjures is still quite good. Not only does it have a force of 4 million pounds, but its physique is comparable to 70% of the strength of an ordinary 4th level inferior defensive spiritual treasure, which is extremely good. If 2 talismans are combined into one, it is completely possible to block an ordinary Yin-Yang early stage demon king in a short period of time. 3 talismans have a chance to suppress it. 4 talismans have a chance to kill it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1253 Rich Man. Before the chaos of the world's destruction, I have reached such a level in the way of talismans. I am not ashamed of the expectations of the old ancestor Pengyun and the family. Lingxiao was extremely happy, and the pressure on him in recent years was suddenly relieved. Although the overall strength of the family is good at present, and there are many potential Yin-Yang combat forces, the cultivation world in the northern wilderness is really chaotic, and even the Black Dragon Lake clan, a demon clan of the transformation of gods, often makes trouble. And the two sides are enemies, and the chaos of the world's destruction is about to come. It is possible that one day, the family will encounter a crisis. If you want to save the family, you have to improve the strength of the family. But if there is only one more key training cultivator or one more foundation building cultivator, it is difficult to change anything. Only if there are more Yin-Yang combat forces can the family have a little more self-protection ability. But it is extremely difficult to create Yin-Yang combat forces, so Ling Pengyun and the family put their thoughts on the way of talismans. Lingxiao, who has a water-attributed spiritual root, is the only 4th level talisman master seedling in the family, so he naturally shoulders this burden. Of course, during this period, the family also gave him a lot of support. Not only did the family give him many Yin-Yang monster leathers and Yin-Yang monster blood stored in the family library, but also gave him enough trial and error costs. Moreover, Ling Pengyun spent a lot of money to help him get several 4th level water attributed spiritual woods at the Xinghe Pavilion's 50-year Xinghe conference more than 10 years ago, and recast his life spirit talisman for him. Although he failed several times during the period, he was not afraid at all because of the many materials. In the end, his life spirit talisman successfully entered the 4th level. Even because of the good materials, the foundation of the life spirit talisman is particularly good, and there is a chance to enter the 4th level middle grade in the future. And he, a talisman cultivator, also received the feedback from the life talisman, which greatly increased the level of the talisman. Indirectly, his talisman can reach the current level. For this, he was particularly grateful to Ling Pengyun and the family. With such a mentality, he immediately found Ling Pengyun, who was in retreat in Qingshi Mountain, with a smile, and told him about the improvement of the talisman art. Very good, very good. I knew that you were a very talented talisman artist. I was right about you. In this way, as long as you are in charge of the family can provide enough talisman making resources, and there will be no shortage of 4th level talismans in the future. Ling Pengyun was immediately overjoyed, and then he asked again. By the way, Lingxiao, are there any 4th level talisman making resources left that the family helped you improve in the talisman art? Also, how many 4th level giant sea whale talismans have you drawn over the years? 4th level talisman master Lingxiao said with a smile. Of course I have the resources to make talismans. My family gave me enough talisman making materials from several nascent soul demon kings. Therefore, I haven't used even half of them over the years. And the remaining materials can probably help me draw 38 4th order talismans. Based on my current success rate in drawing the giant sea whale talisman, I should be able to draw about 12 in the end. If I'm luckier, I might have a chance to draw 15. and I can guarantee that I can complete this task before the world destroy in chaos. As for the talismans I have drawn in recent years, they are relatively few. After all, my attainments in the art of talismans did not reach the 4th level before. Therefore, although I have drawn in nearly 34th order talismans, only 5 of them were successful. Ling Pengyun's face became even happier when he heard this. It's not bad to save 5, and if you add the talismans that you can draw with the rest of the family's materials, the family can gather nearly 24th level talismans before the world destroy in chaos. By then, with so many 4th level talismans, even a demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul will be crushed to death. High level talisman masters are really terrifying. Then, he muttered in his heart. And in this way, the family's safety factor in the world destroy in chaos is enough to be raised to a higher level. If we add the 3 4th level formations in Qingshi Mountain and Jinyang Mountain, the 2 talismans that I drew with the help of a special talisman making method, and nascent soul masters like my wife, even if there are several demon kings in the middle stage of the nascent soul attacking during the world destroy in chaos, the family can easily stop them. Even if several demon kings in the late stage of the nascent soul come, it will be difficult to threaten the family. Talisman Master Lingxiao did not take credit for it, but said with a smile, "This is all thanks to you, the ancestor, for helping me recast the natal talisman, and the resources you and the family provided for making talismans. Without this, I am afraid that my talisman making skills would still be at the quasi 4th level. So please accept my respects, ancestor." After saying this, he raised his hands and bowed respectfully to Ling Pengyun. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was very satisfied and liked this junior even more. Afterwards, he chatted with Lingxiao for a while, then took out a blank book from his arms and kept writing in it. After working for a while, he stopped and handed it to Lingxiao. "Lingxiao, in the next period of time, you need to draw a lot of 4th level talismans for the family, and the family naturally cannot take your talismans for nothing, so this thing is a reward from the family to you." Lingxiao heard this, although he was a little curious about the content of the book, but he did not take the book, but said, "Old ancestor, you and I are so estranged. I have not yet repaid the kindness of your family and you in helping me improve my talisman path. How can I be so thick-skinned as to accept this gift?" Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Just accept it. I will need to trouble you with something in a few days. If you don't accept it, I will be embarrassed to ask you for help. Besides, the content of this book will be of great help to your future path." After saying that, he stuffed it into Lingxiao's hand. Then, when he saw Lingxiao was about to hand it back, he said, "Open it and take a look. If you are willing to return it to me at that time, then return it." Lingxiao's curiosity was pulled to the extreme when he heard this. Then, when he saw Ling Pengyun's serious look, he stopped thinking about it and began to flip through the book in his hand. But to his surprise, the content in it was 70% similar to the Wuji Yaoshu talisman scripture he was currently practicing. It could even be said that they were carved from the same mold. But strangely enough, the content of this book is more profound. Lingxiao also has some knowledge, and he immediately guessed a possibility. For this reason, he immediately asked Ling Pengyun with countless excitement and expectations, "Ancestor Pengyun, the content recorded in this book is even a perfect version of the Wuji Yaoshu Fu Dian." Ling Pengyun said with a smile, "Yes. I was planning to give it to you in a year or two, but now that your Fu Dao has entered the 4th level, I am about to leave the family and go to Xinghe Pavilion. In this way, because time is too tight, it is difficult for me to deduce the late Yuanying chapter and the Yuanying perfect chapter of this technique. For this reason, this book only records the early and middle Yuanying chapters, but the content barely reaches the superior quality. If you have time in the future, you can switch to practice it. Anyway, this technique and your technique are of the same origin, and it is estimated that it will take only a few days to switch to practice and complete it." Lingxiao heard this, his eyebrows were full of surprise. The Wuji Yaoshu Fu Dian that he practiced was a rare Fu Dao technique that could only be practiced by cultivators who had mastered the Fu Dao. However, the combination of the two would not only make practice more effective, but also make it easier for cultivators to make Fu Dao. This was also the reason why Lingxiao had made such rapid progress in Fu Dao over the years. This technique originated from the Beiyang secret realm in the Hongzhou realm, but because the technique was incomplete, it could only be practiced to the early stage of the nascent soul, and the quality was average, far from the superior level. For this reason, Lingxiao was originally helpless for a long time, but it was because his deduction power was weak, so it was difficult for him to perfect the technique like Ling Pengyun. Indirectly, it was enough to show that Ling Pengyun was able to perfect the technique to this point, which was extraordinary. If the content of the book in Lingxiao's hand was not true, he would not believe it. But on the contrary, once he had this perfect version of the Wuji Yaoshu Fudian, Lingxiao would undoubtedly benefit greatly. According to his estimation, as long as he succeeds in practicing this technique, his spiritual power and consciousness will at least increase by 70% to 80%. Indirectly, his strength will undoubtedly be greatly improved, and even his talisman level is estimated to be improved. After all, talisman is closely related to spiritual power and consciousness. Moreover, before he enters the late stage of Yin-Yang, he basically does not need to worry about the technique. It was precisely because of this situation that he immediately thanked Ling Pengyun. Ancestor is really talented. He can perfect my talisman book to such a level. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and simply replied, "It's just a matter of convenience." Lingxiao couldn't help but feel bitter when he heard this. In his mind, the powerful means are just convenient in Ling Pengyun's mind? He sighed helplessly. It's true that people are angry when they compare themselves to others. Then, he thought of something and asked, "Ancestor, from what you said just now, are you planning to go to Xinghe Pavilion?" Ling Pengyun nodded. That's right. The chaos of world destruction is about to begin. As a cultivator trained by Xinghe Pavilion, I should naturally serve them to deal with the Sea Dragon clan of the Incarnation Demon clan in the boundless sea cultivation world. In addition, in order to motivate Yin-Yang cultivators like me, Xinghe Pavilion has taken out many treasures. As long as I kill monsters and win military merits, I can exchange them. Among them, there are rare Yin-Yang spiritual objects such as Jiushin Zuanqi and Dihan essence in the world. This is my goal of this trip. Lingxiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although Jiushin Zuanqi and Dihan essence are just ordinary Yin-Yang spiritual objects, they can contain miraculous effects when used with screws. They can double the effect and increase the probability of cultivators impacting Yin-Yang by 30%. In addition, it can also increase the probability of cultivators condensing Yin-Yang quality. These two benefits are huge. If I had these two items to help me when I was trying to reach the nascent soul stage, I might have a chance to condense a nascent soul of the middle level or even the upper level, and my future would be bright. Unlike now, I just barely condensed a special nascent soul sun and moon pill, and it is not certain whether I can enter the middle stage of the nascent soul in the future. Lingxiao felt a little complicated. Like Ling Pengyun, who had an accident when trying to reach the nascent soul stage some time ago, he used the sun and moon crystal and the sun and moon condensation nascent soul method to reach the nascent soul stage, but he did it decades earlier and succeeded in one go. It is also worth mentioning that the sun and moon pill condensed by the special method that makes it easier to enter the nascent soul stage is quite special. Although it has the same effect as the nascent soul, there are also differences. The sun and moon pill has a relatively weak effect on the spiritual power and consciousness of the cultivator, only about 70% of that of ordinary cultivators. However, the sun and moon spiritual power cultivated by it is quite violent, which is of great benefit in battle. Therefore, the fighting power of the nascent soul that condensed the sun and moon pill is not weaker than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level, but the consciousness and spiritual power are not comparable. Lingxiao retracted his distracting thoughts. Because he was concerned about Ling Pengyun's trip to Xinghe Pavilion, which would be dangerous soon, he gave Ling Pengyun the 5 4th-level giant sea whale talismans that he had successfully refined in recent years. But unexpectedly, Ling Pengyun refused this. Leave these to the family. After all, the family does not have many 4th-level talismans. However, after a while, you have to help me draw a batch of 4th-level spiritual talismans first, and then help the family draw those talismans. Lingxiao heard this and immediately became curious. Ancestor, do you still have 4th-level talisman-making materials? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. No. But I should have more on me soon. Such words immediately made Lingxiao a little confused, but just when he was about to continue asking, he was driven away by Ling Pengyun to draw talismans. Ling Pengyun himself left the Golden Wing Mountain and went to the Xiangxing Pavilion, an ordinary Yin-Yang power next door, and found the rich man Xiangxing Lao's Henjin. Dao, do you have the pupil technique that can see through most of the illusions in the world? When Xianxing Lao Zhenjin saw Ling Pengyun coming to find him, he thought that there was something wrong with the 4th level formations that he had traded with the Ling family before, but after hearing what he said, he immediately realized that he was overthinking. However, the pupil technique that Ling Pengyun mentioned made him a little curious. He mastered the detailed relationship between the formation method and the advanced pupil technique method. If he could have a high-level pupil technique to help him, he would be able to clearly see all kinds of heaven and earth energy or earth veins in the world during the arrangement of the formation, so as to arrange the formation more accurately and indirectly increase the power of the formation. At the same time, the effect of the advanced pupil technique in breaking through illusions is not bad. For this reason, he asked, "I wonder what quality of pupil technique it is." Ling Pengyun said with a smile, "Superior. Do you want it?" Xianxing Lao Zhenjin's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly became hot. Xianxing Pavilion has accumulated for thousands of years, and although it also has a pupil technique, it is only of medium quality. And the superior pupil technique is at least 30% stronger than that magical power. For this reason, he immediately said, "This powerful magical power, of course, I want it, but I don't know where it came from, and how much you want for it." Chapter 1254 Transaction. Seeing that old master Xianxing had taken the bait, Ling Pengyun immediately said with a smile, 30 pieces of 4th level talisman making materials. If you have more talisman making materials, you can also take them out. I will definitely take out other magical powers that will satisfy you. Old master Xianxing was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought Ling Pengyun was going to use his magical powers to exchange for a 4th level formation as he had done before. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not right. For this reason, he immediately became a little excited and asked curiously, "Dao, I don't need 4th level talisman making materials so much, but the nobles have a 4th level talisman master." Ling Pengyun did not hide it. However, in order to ensure that the magical power transaction went smoothly, he told some lies. A 4th level talisman master is about to be found. Currently, one of our clan's talisman masters is only a hair's breadth away from the 4th level talisman realm. As long as we have some 4th level talisman making materials as a partner, this will surely be accomplished. So now it depends on whether the senior is willing to trade. Of course, as long as this is accomplished, if the senior has more 4th level talisman making materials in his hands in the future and needs others to help draw 4th level talismans, as long as you find our clan will give the senior a fair price. Upon hearing this, Xianxing Lao Zhenjin was immediately tempted by the fact that the Ling family could help draw 4th level talismans in the future. The entire northern wilderness Xiuxin world was established only 10,000 years ago, so the foundation of the major Yuanying forces cannot compare to those of the Yuanying forces in other Xiuxin worlds. Indirectly, not only are there few Yuanying in this world, but 4th level Bai masters are even rarer. After careful calculation, it is estimated that there are only 6 or 7 4th level Bai masters in the entire northern wilderness Xiuxin world. This is because the 3 strongest sects in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world in the past have the support of the power of transformation, and there has been a 4th level 100 arts master in each generation. Otherwise, there would probably be no more than 300 arts masters in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. It is precisely because of this situation that the 4th level 100 arts masters in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world are quite busy. Especially the master of the Heian Immortal sect of the 3 major sects, the Heian Alchemist, and the 4th level talisman master of the Fuan Immortal sect. After all, the materials for elixirs and talismans are easier to find, and these are consumables, and the entire northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world needs a large amount. As a result, if you want to find those 2 to refined spiritual objects, you have to queue up, and if you don't give a suitable price, those 2 generally won't refine spiritual objects in large quantities for a certain person, which can be said to be a complete profiteer. And the 4th level talisman is not necessary in normal times, so in the past, Xianxing Pavilion would rarely look for the 4th level talisman master of the Fuan Immortal sect to help draw spiritual talismans, except for spending extra money to refine elixirs. That's why the Xianxing Pavilion doesn't have many 4th level talismans. But the world destroying chaos is approaching, and it's unrealistic to immediately find the 4th level talisman master of Fuan Xianzong to help draw talismans. For this reason, Xianxing Lao Zhenjin was worried about this matter before. But now with the arrival of Ling Pengyun, the matter has taken a turn for the better. However, Ling Pengyun also said that the Ling family's talisman master is still a little short of the 4th level talisman path, and it is time to join forces with a large number of talisman-making materials. Although he doesn't know whether this is true or not, he is very eager for the superior pupil technique that Ling Pengyun just offered to trade. For this reason, after thinking about it for a while, considering that his own sect has accumulated for nearly thousands of years, there are 50 or 64th level talisman-making materials. Now it's okay to lose 30 pieces, and this transaction is also relatively fair. Therefore, he asked Ling Pengyun about the general content of the superior magical power and took a look. This magical power was originally called Lingxiao Breaking Void Pupil Technique. It was a powerful magical power that Ling Pengyun gradually deduced based on his own situation by relying on an ordinary pupil technique that he had obtained in his early years. In this way, this magical power is not only more suitable for him than the superior pupil techniques of the Xinghe Pavilion Yunjin lineage, but also because this magical power does not come from the Xinghe Pavilion Yunjin lineage, he can pass it on to other Yuanying cultivators in the family. This is also one of the foundations he left for the family. Of course, the power of this magical power is not bad. It not only has the ability to break through illusions, but also can see through all the breath-retaining magical powers of cultivators of the same level. Unless he masters the powerful great magical power of the level of transformation. It is precisely because of its domineering nature that Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin likes it at first sight, so he bought it directly. At the same time, he also asked Ling Pengyun. By the way, fellow Taoist Ling, you said before that you were planning to trade other magical powers. Is that true? Ling Pengyun smiled when he saw that old true lord Xiangxing looked rich and powerful, and his face suddenly became grinning. Of course. From the magical powers of escaping to the magical powers of attacking and defending, and even the magical powers of the devil and ghost, I have them all, but after all, these magical powers are found by me, so the quality is not too high. Of course, as long as the price you give is right, I can find a channel to help you get them. This was half true and half false. In his early years, he did get a lot of righteous inheritance through the inheritance of the White Shadow sect ruins in the Hongzhouziuxin world, and later because of his deduction, the quality of those magical powers is not bad. As for the magical powers of the devil and ghost, they originated from the inheritance of the Ghost Immortal sect given by the Ghost Immortal lamp, and the quality of those magical powers is even higher, even the great magical powers of the ghost to the level of transformation. The reason why he didn't tell the truth was to avoid trouble. With his support from Xinghe Pavilion, it is normal for him to have many superior magical powers, but if he casually sells a large number of superior magical powers with his reputation, it will inevitably cause trouble. This move reveals that those magical powers did not come from Xinghe Pavilion, but from other opportunities. After all, a powerful force like Xinghe Pavilion is very strict about keeping the inheritance secret. By then, even if he has a high level of cultivation, it is estimated that he will not be able to keep it. At this moment, Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin heard that Ling Pengyun not only has a large number of magical powers of ordinary quality, but also has channels to get higher level magical powers, and he immediately became interested. In addition, he knew that Ling Pengyun was backed by Xinghe Pavilion, a power of transformation, and he probably knew a lot of people, so it was more true that he had channels to get high-level magical powers. For this reason, he immediately asked, I wonder if you can get the superior escape and escape magic power, or the superior defense magic power, attack magic power, or the magic power related to the formation. Ling Pengyun heard this and immediately understood that the old true lord Xiangxing was preparing for the chaos of destroying the world. Then, he pretended to be in trouble and thought about it for a while before saying, I have a chance to get the superior attack magic power, but the rest of the magic power is more difficult. After all, whether it is the superior defense magic power, the escape and escape magic power, or the formation magic power, they are all rare things, and even their rarity is comparable to the longevity magic power I sold to the senior before. The old true lord Xiangxing thought that this made sense. According to his understanding, in the entire northern wilderness cultivation world, apart from the mysterious Ling family, it is estimated that only the 3 major immortal sects that are also backed by the power of transformation have those rare magic powers. And no matter what level the attack magic power is, it is indeed a more common one. It is said that most of the ancestors who created their own magical powers in the past would think of attacking magical powers first when they encountered this opportunity. After all, strength is the confidence of a cultivator. Of course, only those with a strong foundation would think of creating defensive magical powers or other special magical powers. Now, after thinking about it carefully, Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin felt that it would be good if he could get a superior attacking magical power. Take his current cultivation level that has just entered the middle stage of the nascent soul as an example. If he can get that kind of magical power, he will be enough to threaten the late stage of the nascent soul. And this kind of magical power happens to be something that Xiangxing sect does not have. As long as he buys it, not only can he practice it, but also the other Zhenjin Liu Haochen of Xiangxing sect can practice it. In this way, Xiangxing sect's ability to protect itself when facing the chaos of the world can be stronger. It is for this reason that he immediately said to Ling Pengyun, "If you can really help me get a superior attacking magical power, I will definitely give you a generous gift." Ling Pengyun's face was even more joyful, and then he agreed to it, and used the excuse that it would take some time for him to find a superior attacking magical power through some special channels to delay the matter. After the transaction of the superior pupil technique magical power and 34th level talisman making materials, he immediately left the Xiangxing sect and returned to the family. He handed the 30 materials to Ling Lihao, a 4th level talisman master with a heavenly spiritual root in the family, and entrusted him to help draw the talisman. Ling Lihao was a little curious when he saw that Ling Pengyun suddenly had so many rare talisman making materials, but before he asked, Ling Pengyun left the family and his whereabouts were uncertain, which was extremely mysterious. This also made Ling Lihao more and more confused, but he did not delay helping Ling Pengyun draw the talisman. After all, after this matter was done, he still needed to draw the 4th level talisman with the talisman making materials of the family as soon as possible. After all, the chaos of world destruction is coming soon. On the other side, Ling Pengyun, since leaving the family, in order to avoid suspicion from the Xiangxing old true lord of the Xiangxing pavilion, deliberately went to the Heian immortal sect, which he was familiar with, and then even pretended to leave the northern wilderness immortal realm and went to the Wubianhe immortal realm to stay for a while. After this matter was settled, there was a mysterious man in black who had no breath beside him. Then, he took him to the Xiangxing pavilion and found the Xiangxing old true lord again. "Senior, the previous matter is almost done. The Yuanying fellow beside me has a superior attack magic power that can be taught to others at will, but whether the senior can impress him depends on the senior's own ability." Upon hearing this, the Xiangxing old true lord's eyes lit up slightly, and at the same time, he looked at the black-clothed man beside Ling Pengyun with some curiosity, but the black-clothed man may have practiced a powerful breath-retaining method, and even if he used the Xiangxing pavilion's middle-level pupil technique, it was difficult to see through his cultivation. However, it was precisely because of this situation that Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin could not help but believe that the man in black had a superior attacking magical power, and even secretly guessed it. This person must have extraordinary background. Then, he sent a voice message to Ling Pengyun with good intentions. "Dao, as long as the next transaction can be completed, our sect will definitely give the previous generous gift." Ling Pengyun was happy and immediately replied through voice, "You're welcome." After saying that, he left this place and went to a secluded place to wait, leaving the space for Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin and the mysterious man in black. Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin smiled and began to trade with the mysterious man. And the man in black did master a superior attacking magical power, which was called Qingshi Destruction Needle. Once it was used, it could condense a thin needle with a strong and powerful force, which was specially used to overcome various defensive methods. It was precisely because of this that Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin's heart suddenly rose with countless heat. For me, this kind of powerful breaking gang magical power is rarer than ordinary attacking magical power, and it is also stronger. Even according to the estimation of Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin, as long as he can get that magical power, he can not only threaten the late Yuanying strong man, but also kill him. After all, the most difficult thing about such strong men is that they usually have various powerful defensive means, but as long as this breaking gang means is used to break them one by one. Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin, the formation master, can completely use various powerful formations to slowly kill the late Yuanying strong man. Therefore, Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin did not hesitate at all and sent a voice message to the mysterious black-clothed man. "Dao, I wonder what you need to sell this breaking gang magical power to my sect. The mysterious black-clothed man replied lightly. 54th level talisman making materials. Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin was a little surprised when he heard this, which was the same as what Ling Pengyun needed to trade the pupil magic power before. But he thought about it again. Ling Pengyun was able to persuade the black-clothed man to sell the powerful breaking gang magical power, which must mean that the two had a close relationship. In this way, the mysterious black-clothed man was most likely aware that the Ling family was about to give birth to a 4th-level talisman master. Even if it was not good enough, such a person with superior magical powers must have a wide network of contacts, and it was even possible that he knew many 4th-level talisman masters. It was more cost-effective to entrust a 4th-level talisman master to help draw the talisman with the talisman-making materials. In addition, the upcoming world destroying chaos involved several immortal cultivation worlds, and the 4th-level spiritual talisman was more powerful, which was a treasure that could enhance strength in a short period of time. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense that this person needs 4th-level talisman-making materials. Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin muttered secretly. But the 4th-level talisman-making materials required by the mysterious black-clothed man were too many, and Xiangxing Pavilion really couldn't afford it. After all, he and Ling Pengyun had traded talisman-making materials once before. For this reason, he bargained with him and finally sold it for 35 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials and the life experience of Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin, a 4th-level middle-grade formation master. This almost emptied the 4th-level talisman-making talents accumulated by Xiangxing Pavilion over the generations, which made Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin a little distressed. As for the formation experience, although it was perfect, it did not contain any formation inheritance after all. It was just a talk of experience, so it was of little value, and Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin did not think much of it. Then, he exchanged a few polite words with a mysterious black-clothed man and asked him if he had any superior defensive magical powers and so on. After receiving a negative answer, he sighed with a little loss, called Ling Pengyun from a distance, and quietly stuffed a storage bag into Ling Pengyun's hand. Obviously, that was the middleman's fee. Chapter 1255 A Big Drama. After Ling Pengyun transferred his consciousness into the storage bag in his hand, he saw that the agency fee was 3 4th-level talisman-making materials, and his brows could not help but be more happy. Old Senior Xiangxing is very generous. Then, he and the mysterious man in black rushed directly to the Maple Leaf Li family's territory next door. Seeing this, the old true Lord Xiangxing, who was at the gate of Xiangxing Pavilion, immediately understood what Ling Pengyun and the others were thinking. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought that after my sect obtained those powerful divine powers from fellow Taoist Ling and the mysterious fellow Taoist, our sect's foundation could surpass the Maple Leaf Li family. But now it seems that this matter is hopeless. However, when he thought that he bought those magical powers mainly to deal with the chaos of the destruction of the world in the near future, he felt better. Then, he returned to Xiangxing Pavilion and found true Lord Liu Haochen, who was comprehending the magical power of increasing life and the magical power of breaking the void pupil, and handed him the attack and breaking the magic power he had just obtained. Neither Ling Pengyun nor the mysterious strong man restricted the spread of the magical powers he bought, so he could teach them to others at will. Of course, this was limited to his own people, and he did not intend to pass these precious magical powers to outsiders. On the other side, Ling Pengyun and the mysterious strong man soon arrived outside the gate of the Fengali family, an ordinary Yuanying force with similar strength to Xiangxing Pavilion, and met the Chian Fire Phoenix, the only guardian spirit beast of the Fengali family who had entered the Yuanying realm. And the purpose this time was naturally to sell magical powers. But they were not the ordinary righteous magical powers, but pure demon magical powers. It was just that the quality was relatively low, and there were only some medium-level ones. For example, the attack type 9 Nether Sky Fire Meteorite could transform into a meteorite containing gravity, but with a powerful 9 Nether Sky Fire, which slammed into the enemy fiercely, with extraordinary power, etc. For this reason, after hearing the introduction of those magical powers, Chian Fire Phoenix was immediately moved. Although it has some blood of the ancient Yuanying demon clan, the Burning Demon Fire Phoenix, it only has some, so it has not mastered many methods from the blood, and its magical methods are even fewer. In addition, it is a demon beast, and the Maple Leaf Li family is a righteous force, so it is difficult for it to comprehend the magical methods accumulated by the Maple Leaf Lee family. In this way, its current strength is actually supported by its own natal red flame burning demon treasure fire, which has some burning demon true meaning. If it were not for this fire, its strength would probably be no different from that of ordinary people of the same level. But at the same time, it asked with some curiosity, "Fellow Taoist Ling, and this fellow Taoist, where did you get this quality demon clan magical power?" The major demon clans that mastered magical methods are like most righteous forces. In order to prevent their enemies from learning their own magical powers and increasing their strength, or their enemies from studying the flaws of their own magical powers, they generally hide their magical methods tightly and rarely leak them out. That is why, during the hundreds of years since the Red Flame Fire Phoenix entered the nascent soul stage, although it has been collecting this kind of magical powers, it has not gained anything. Of course, this is related to the fact that it serves the human race. If it is the demon king of the demon race, it is relatively easy to get some ordinary quality magical powers. After all, some giant and demons have mastered this kind of magical powers. At this moment, Ling Pengyun heard the question and just smiled, and threw the question to the black-clothed monk beside him. "I am just a middleman. If you want to ask this Taoist friend." The mysterious black-clothed monk just said lightly. "Commercial secrets, no answer." Seeing this, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix couldn't help but become more curious, but like the old Xianxing's engine of Xianxing Pavilion, it did not see through the true identity of the mysterious black-clothed man. And it really needs all kinds of middle-level magical powers in the hands of the mysterious strong man. For this reason, after considering many things, it followed the request of the mysterious strong man and bought a middle-level attack magic power with 20 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials. Seeing that the content was true, it was immediately delighted. It immediately spent a lot of money and took out more than 40 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials one after another, and bought a defense magic power and escaping magic power from the mysterious strong man. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and the man in black followed this plan and went to the Lingxiao Academy, the only ordinary nascent soul force that they had not visited, and earned another 40 or 50 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials. As for the 3 major immortal gates, they did not go. These 3 major forces are backed by the power of transformation, and they will not lack magic power. For this reason, after the 2 of them finished their trip to Lingxiao Academy, they directly left the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm and went to the boundless sea Xiuxin realm. It was at this time Qianhufen, Lingxiao Academy, and even the true lord of Xianxing Pavilion could not help but look in the direction where Ling Pengyun and the others left. After thinking for a while, they finally didn't have the courage to follow. Although Ling Pengyun and the mysterious strong man now have a lot of wealth, and even the mysterious strong man with many magical powers looks like a rich man. But Ling Pengyun's strength alone is enough to compete with the entire northern wilderness Xiuxin world. Even if the yin of the 3 forces are added together, it is estimated that it is not enough for Ling Pengyun to fight. What's more, the mysterious strong man can take out so many magical inheritances. How can he be an ordinary person? Ling Pengyun, who is rushing to the Wubianhe Xiuxin world, noticed that Xianxing Lao Zhenjin and others had not followed him, and he couldn't help but smile a little more. It's worth it that I gave Xianxing Liuxin and others so many magical powers that are suitable for them. Then, he and the mysterious strong man secretly returned to the Qingshi Mountain, the border mountain of the Ling family. After a while, in a cave, Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved at the mysterious black-clothed monk, and it actually flashed with a flash of light and turned into a talisman. This talisman was one of the incarnation talismans that Ling Pengyun had drawn in Xinghe Pavilion in his early years with the help of a special method. As for the black-robed monk, he was naturally the incarnation of the talisman. All of this was just to avoid trouble caused by Ling Pengyun's repeated sales of different high-quality magical powers. The magical powers that the mysterious monk who had transformed into a talisman had traded with the 3 ordinary yin forces, Xianxing Pavilion, Maple Leaf Lee family, and Lingxiao Academy, were naturally all from Ling Pengyun's hands. Over the years, Ling Pengyun was promoted to a senior member of the Yunqian lineage of Xinghe Pavilion because of his cultivation, so he learned a lot of powerful magical powers of the Yunqian lineage. In order to leave a legacy for the family and to create the most suitable magical powers for himself, he relied on some ordinary magical powers or magic methods of the family to create various medium and upper-level magical powers. As for the magical power of the red flame fire phoenix, sold to the maple leaf family, it was prepared by Ling Pengyun for the golden elixir beasts under the command of his youngest son Ling Chengmi, who is in the body of all beasts. The giant-level spirit beasts can barely comprehend the ordinary and middle-level magical powers, but it is difficult to comprehend the superior magical powers. For this reason, Ling Pengyun has not yet deduced this kind of demon magical powers for those spirit beasts. It is also worth mentioning that Ling Pengyun has a little trick. The magical powers he sells are basically the most suitable means for those true monarchs. In this way, the strength of those true monarchs will inevitably increase, which will be of great benefit to the northern wilderness Xiuxin world in the future when facing the chaos of the world. The Ling family is also a camp in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, and the Maple Leaf family and Xiangxing Pavilion are neighbors. Indirectly, the increase in the strength of those forces will also have some benefits for the Ling family. For example, attracting firepower. Of course, since Ling Pengyun can sell those magical powers, he is naturally not afraid that those forces will use those magical powers to attack the Ling family in the future. He left some special small restrictions in those magical powers early on. As long as you master the method of controlling them, you can easily turn the magical power to attack the target and use it for your own use. It can be said to be extremely domineering. And those exquisite things were hidden very deeply. Ling Pengyun was sure that it would be difficult for cultivators in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul, such as Xiangxing Lao's Henjin, to find the restriction. Unless they entered the late stage of the nascent soul or the perfect nascent soul, or asked such cultivators to help check those magical powers, but forces such as Xiangxing Pavilion would obviously not do such a thing of inheritance outflow. At the same time, Ling Pengyun took out the wealth brought by the massive sale of magical powers with a happy face. In an instant, a full 143 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials appeared in the void in front of him. Apart from them, there were no other spiritual objects. But for the Ling family, which now has a 4th-level talisman maker, these talisman-making materials are the best spiritual objects. According to Li Hao's current 30% probability of drawing a 4th-level talisman, he should be able to draw more than 44th-level spiritual talismans with these talisman materials. And as long as he can do this well, the family will have the opportunity to hunt down late-stage Yuanying masters with these 44th-level talismans and other means. Even if a Yuanying perfection master comes to attack, there is probably no need to be afraid. In this way, there is no need to worry about the safety of the family in the near future. Ling Pengyun finally put down the big stone in his heart. Then, he handed the talisman materials to Ling Lihao, a 4th-level talisman master who had been working hard to draw a 4th-level giant sea whale talisman. This move immediately scared Ling Lihao. As a 4th-level talisman master, he knew how rare 4th-level talisman materials were. Even the family that had killed many Yuanying monsters originally only had 50 or 64th-level talisman materials. For this reason, he couldn't help but have a special idea, and he immediately asked curiously, "Ancestor Pengyun, are you going to rob?" Ling Pengyun smiled bitterly. "What are you thinking, kid? How could I do those things? I just sold some things." The 4th-level talisman master Ling Lihao was curious again. "Ancestor, what are you selling? How did you sell so many 4th-level talisman-making materials?" Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Secret. Hurry up and help me draw the 30 pieces of talisman-making materials I gave you before into spiritual talismans. I'm in a hurry to go to the border of the boundless sea." These 30 pieces of talisman-making materials originated from the longevity-increasing magical power that Ling Pengyun had traded with the Xiangxing Pavilion for the first time. Hearing this, Ling Lihao pointed to the 143 pieces of 4th-level talisman-making materials that Ling Pengyun had just given him, and asked with some doubts, "Ancestor, don't you want the spiritual talismans drawn from these 4th-level talisman-making materials?" Ling Pengyun said, "It's only a few years away from the world destroying chaos, and there are so many materials for these talismans. I think it's difficult for you to draw them before the world destroying chaos comes. By then, I guess I will be in the immortal world of the boundless sea. Instead of taking the risk to come back to get the talismans, it's better to leave them to the family. After all, the family is our root, and I also hope to use the 3/4-level spiritual veins of the family to grow some treasures. If they are lost in the world destroying chaos, it will be a pity. However, You kid can't delay the time of drawing these talismans just because the materials for making talismans are for the family. This is related to whether the family can defend this area now. Lingxiao, a 4th level talisman maker, nodded hurriedly after hearing this. Don't worry, ancestor, I will definitely draw those talismans as soon as possible and live up to your expectations to guard the family well. Ling Pengyun smiled and left here. Lingxiao once again entered the miserable life of making talismans, becoming a machine that only knows how to make talismans. But he was enjoying it. The way of talismans requires more practice, and now Ling Pengyun's move is undoubtedly an opportunity for him to hone his skills. For this, he was too happy to wait. What's more, he was a talisman cultivator, and he practiced a talisman method. As long as the talisman was stronger, his strength would be stronger. It was also because he had always had a motivation in his heart, so the speed of drawing talismans could not help but increase by a few points. However, in just 1 year, he completed the task assigned to him by Ling Pengyun. Moreover, perhaps because he continued to draw talismans, the success rate of drawing the 4th level giant sea whale talisman increased a little, and it was almost reaching the 40% level. In the end, the 30 pieces of talisman making materials produced a total of 11 spiritual talismans. Not bad, not bad. This is far beyond my expectations. And according to the current situation, I'm afraid that in the near future, the success rate of your drawing the 4th level giant sea whale talisman will reach 40% or even 50%. By then, when I see you, I guess I will have to call you a master of talismans. Ling Pengyun looked at the 4th level spiritual talismans in his hand, his eyebrows full of joy. And the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao was full of joy when he heard this praise. First, Ling Pengyun is an elder, and his cultivation is high. It is not easy to get his praise. Second, maybe he can really increase the success rate of drawing the 4th level giant sea whale talisman to 50%. After all, he still has more than 100 4th level talisman making materials in his hand to practice. The future is promising. He couldn't help but feel happy. At the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, and said to Ling Pengyun modestly, if there really is such a day, it is not just the work of this junior alone. After all, without the talisman making materials you found, I am afraid that if I want to improve the way of talismans, I can only rely on gradual understanding. And the progress of this is particularly slow. Seeing him like this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but secretly praise him. Such an achievement, and yet he is not arrogant or impatient. He is really a great talent. Chapter 1256 Obtaining a Yin-Yang. Several months passed in a flash. On this day, all the cultivators in Qingshi Mountain heard a faint sound of breaking. Then, a powerful and uncontrollable aura of cultivators expanded in a cave. All the cultivators were startled and looked over, and at the same time they were a little curious. The aura was originally 70% of the strength of the nascent soul, and now it is gradually entering the nascent soul realm, but it has not touched the tide of heaven and earth and the calamity cloud. This is a bit strange. Could it be that some giant ancestor in the clan has cultivated some special and powerful means, which has caused such fluctuations now? But it doesn't make sense. According to common sense, even if the giant ancestor has cultivated the nascent soul consciousness and nascent soul meridians and even the nascent soul body in advance, it is estimated that it is difficult for a person's cultivation aura to truly enter the nascent soul realm. This is a qualitative change of spiritual power. Countless doubts suddenly emerged. However, Ling Pengyun, who knew the details, appeared outside the gate of the cave with a happy face and murmured, Peng Cheng has finally reached this step. In this way, after he successfully makes up for the incompleteness of his own path, I can go to the boundless sea to cultivate immortals with peace of mind. At the same time, inside that cave, it can be said to be extremely mysterious. The strength of the spiritual energy inside it is far greater than that of the 4th level spiritual mountain, Qingshi Mountain, and directly reaches the ranks of the 4th level middle grade treasure land. However, this is not because there are any additional 4th level middle grade spiritual veins deep underground in this cave, but it is all due to 4th level spirit gathering formation that continuously refines a pile of spiritual stones. And all this is for Ling Pengyun, who is in seclusion here to make up for the incompleteness of his cultivation. He is the tribe member who took the special Yin-Yang spiritual object Sun and Moon crystal to impact the Yin-Yang some time ago, and successfully passed the opportunity of the spiritual energy tide, but because of his peaceful mind, He did not refine the golden elixir into the sun and moon pill. Under normal circumstances, he would have no chance with a Yin-Yang. After all, because he successfully passed the spiritual energy tide opportunity and was recognized by the heaven and earth, even if he wanted to impact the nascent soul in the future, it would be difficult for him to get the help of the nascent soul tide, again like ordinary cultivators who failed in the impact. In this way, if he wanted to make the golden elixir complete the last bit of transformation, he could only rely on his own strength. But this matter requires a huge amount of spiritual energy, which cannot be done by manpower alone. However, his opportunity is not bad. He happened to be born in the Ling family, and the northern wilderness Xiuxin world is now facing the chaos of extinction. For this reason, he received strong support from the family. Ling Pengyun not only found a domineering 4th-level spirit-gathering formation for him that can refine and purify the spiritual energy in all spiritual objects in a short period of time. He also moved all the spiritual stones in the clan library, and finally gathered tens of millions of spiritual stones to maintain the operation of the formation. This is how he created such a treasure land for cultivation to help Ling Pengyun refine his own golden elixir. Now, Ling Pengyun, who possessed the golden saint body of morality, was able to cause such a huge movement, which obviously meant that the matter was on the right track. His golden elixir was constantly washed by the strong spiritual energy, and finally perfected the flaw. With a flash of spiritual light, the golden elixir quickly transformed into a special red and silver-white sphere. And it contained endless sun and moon energy. In the end, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power gradually transformed into the mysterious sun and moon spiritual power. Is this the sun and moon pill? And the current situation is very different from that of an ordinary nascent soul. After all, after a cultivator condenses a nascent soul, the spiritual power will only become more refined. And the sun and moon spiritual power condensed by this sun and moon pill is more fierce because it is the power of the sun and the moon. This is stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, but its quantity is a bit small, only about 70% of the reserves of an ordinary nascent soul, which should be considered a defect. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face full of novelty couldn't help but have a little more regret. But if it can be supplemented, so that the special nascent soul cultivators who master the sun and moon pills all have the same amount of spiritual power reserves as ordinary cultivators, I am afraid that this kind of special nascent soul cultivators can directly suppress ordinary cultivators with the help of the special sun and moon spiritual power. But this should be difficult. After all, the sun and moon condensation nascent soul method has reached the level of superior magical power. It is estimated that only when it enters the realm of great magical power, at the level of God transformation, can it reach the level I imagined. After a helpless sigh, Ling Pengyun put his mind back on this breakthrough. Because the spiritual energy nearby is ordinary spiritual energy, it is just more pure, so those spiritual energy have no good fortune effect. This also indicates that it is difficult for Ling Pengyun to track the spiritual energy tied to condense the nascent soul opportunity, like a normal cultivator, and then use the spiritual energy tied to refine the nascent soul opportunity and improve the qualifications. It's really a tragedy. Ling Pengyun looked at his own sun and moon pill with ordinary potential helplessly, muttering to himself. Based on the quality of this pill, I'm afraid that I will have a hard time entering the middle stage of the nascent soul in the future. As for my spirit body, it is only a mid-level spirit body after all, and it is difficult to be of much help to the nascent soul realm. I'm afraid that my nascent soul path in the future will be difficult. At this time, because he successfully condensed the sun and moon pill, the test of heaven and earth came. A piece of black calamity cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the Golden Wing Mountain. When Ling Pengyun first attacked the nascent soul, he did not condense the sun and moon pill, so he did not trigger the nascent soul calamity cloud. But it was precisely this situation that made the confused tribesmen in the Golden Wing Mountain more confused. Nascent soul calamity cloud. And it appeared quietly. This is too strange. As time passed, the calamity cloud brewed enough power and finally struck a powerful calamity thunder. This attack was at least as powerful as a full-strength attack from a giant and perfected cultivator. It was extremely powerful. And because it carried a trace of destructive energy, it was even more powerful. It was estimated that it would be difficult to block it with ordinary defensive means. But who made it hit the Golden Wing Mountain of the Ling family? You know, the Golden Wing Mountain now has 2 4th-level formations, 1 4th-level lower grade, and 1 4th-level middle grade attack and defense formation. The 2 formations merged into one, Not to mention the first robbery thunder, even the other 11 powerful robbery thunders that were fired after the robbery cloud did not hurt the master of the robbery cloud, Ling Pengyun. In the end, 12 robbery thunders fell at the same time. Ling Pengyun successfully survived this disaster, and the remaining power of the robbery cloud in the sky turned into nectar, which moistened Ling Pengyun's body, making his cultivation finally complete and officially entering the realm of the nascent soul. But because of various sad factors, he was not very happy, but a little depressed. I am lucky, but also unlucky. My road is really complicated. He sighed, and then he counted the remaining family spirit stones in his hand. Seeing that only nearly half of them were consumed this time, there were still more than 5 million spirit stones left, and he felt relieved. Fortunately, these spirit stones were not consumed completely, otherwise the family would face a considerable economic crisis when facing the chaos of the world destruction in the future. The chaos of the world destruction is bound to be a protracted war. The use of spirit stones is more critical. Not only can they be used to hire independent cultivators to participate in the war, but they can also be used as a power source for the formation, etc., which is of great benefit to the battle. But on the contrary, if the family does not have a few spirit stones in their hands when facing the chaos of the world destruction, I am afraid that at that time, the strength of the family will be reduced by 3 points. Then, Ling Pengyun withdrew the 4th level spirit gathering formation here, and took the batch of spirit stones, left the cave, and met Ling Pengyun, who was waiting outside the cave. Brother Pengyun, these are the remaining spiritual stones after I made up for my own path this time. Ling Pengyun handed over several storage bags containing more than 500 spiritual stones and the 4th level formation. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but look a little happier, and congratulated Ling Pengyun. But at the same time, he also found a hint of helplessness in Ling Pengyun's brows, so he asked with a smile. Brother Pengyun, are you dissatisfied that although you have made up for the defects of your path this time, you can't get the spiritual energy-tight opportunity to temper the foundation of your nascent soul? Ling Pengyun did not hide it, but nodded. Indeed, this is really unlucky. If I had been more determined at the beginning, perhaps when I first impacted the realm, I could have successfully condensed the special sun and moon pill, and used the spiritual energy tide to temper my foundation, making my path stronger. Ling Pengyun comforted. It is a blessing to be able to enter the realm of Yin-Yang, and there is not only one spiritual tide in the world that can temper the foundation of Yin-Yang. As far as I know, there are many 4th level spiritual objects that have the same effect, but the effect is weaker. If you have any ideas about this, try to comprehend some Yin-Yang attack methods to deal with the chaos of the world. If you can kill some Yin-Yang monster kings and accumulate some assets, I can try to ask Qingshi Pavilion for you to exchange for some special spiritual objects that can improve your qualifications. After all, spiritual objects at the level of Yin-Yang are generally used in the form of barter, and it is difficult to buy them with spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although he knew about such spiritual objects in the past, he never expected that Ling Pengyun had a way to get such spiritual objects. Brother, is this true? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Of course, to be honest with you, I am currently the successor of Yunjin's lineage, one of the 9 major lines under the Qingshi Pavilion's Huishan force, so I have more authority. As far as I know, there are 1 or 2 spiritual objects in the storehouse of my Yunjin's lineage that can improve qualifications. And I just happen to have the authority to exchange one. Hearing his affirmation, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but be more respectful to Ling Pengyun. At the same time, the helplessness in his brows suddenly dissipated, and his heart became more pursuing the Tao. Before, he was a little decadent because the Tao was hopeless. But now that he has a goal, it's different. Perhaps as long as I get that thing, I can have the chance to enter the middle stage of the nascent soul. Then, he chatted with Ling Pengyun for a while, and then hurriedly returned to the cave to retreat and comprehend the nascent soul method. The chaos of the destruction of the world is only about 1 or 2 years away, and time waits for no one. Moreover, it is generally difficult to comprehend the methods of the nascent soul. If you don't work hard, perhaps when the world is destroyed, not to mention hunting the nascent soul demon king, even protecting yourself will probably be a problem. Seeing his look, Ling Pengyun smiled a little. Sure enough, you still have to use some benefits to lure these nascent soul people who have no potential to stimulate their fighting spirit. Not long ago, in order to prevent Lingxiao, a 4th-level talisman master who also took the path of sun and moon condensing infants and only condensed an ordinary sun and moon pill. From being satisfied with the status quo, he also used this bait method. However, Lingxiao has a different personality and pursuits from him, so Ling Pengyun used a complete 4th-level talisman-making inheritance as bait to push Lingxiao to practice the talisman path. As long as his talisman path reaches the old 4th-level lower grade level, Ling Pengyun will find a way to get the inheritance for him. In addition, Ling Pengcheng has entered the nascent soul realm, and the family currently has 4 nascent souls. In addition to Ling Pengcheng, the other 3 are Ling Pengyun's Taoist partner Yan Siai, the 4th-level talisman master Lingxiao, and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing. However, the foundation building combat power is more. After all, Ling Pengyun spent a lot of effort to prevent the last chaos, and persuaded the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing's Tongshan ghost treasure to refine 3 Yuanying spirit ghosts for the family. Moreover, there is a medium-quality spirit ghost among them, whose strength is comparable to that of an old-fashioned Yuanying early cultivator, and there is even a powerful black phantom spirit ghost whose cultivation is barely enough to touch the middle stage of the Yuanying. In addition, the family has entrusted the ghost fairy lamp to help refine 2 more with some special spiritual objects in recent years. A total of 5. If you add the Overlord Moon Shadow Wolf King and the Moon Shadow Secret Realm controlled by the family has a full 10 Yuanying combat power. In this way, even if I left the family and went to Xinghe Pavilion during the world destruction chaos, the family's strength is still not weak. Even with the 2 incarnation talismans I left in the family and the 4th-level talismans that Li Hao recently drew, the family may still have some opportunities during this world destruction chaos. His face was a little more relaxed, and then he found his wife Yan Siai, who was in seclusion recently to practice a special magical power, and told her about his intention to leave the family immediately. After Lingxiao helped him refine the batch of talismans, he actually planned to leave, but who would have thought that at that time, Ling Pengcheng, who had the moral golden body, had found an opportunity to break through, which aroused Ling Pengyun's curiosity, so he stayed in the family for a while longer. After Yan Siai heard this, her mood suddenly became heavy. But she understood that Ling Pengyun had to go this time. Although Ling Pengyun is a cultivator of the Ling family, a subsidiary of Yunjin's lineage, he is also the successor of Yunjin's lineage and should help Yunjin's lineage in a war like the World Destruction Rebellion. Moreover, Yan Siai also knows that Ling Pengyun intends to take advantage of the battle between Xinghe Pavilion and the Sea Dragon clan of the Boundless Sea area to earn some military merits and exchange them for the 9 Heavens mysterious key and Earth Soul Essence, so as to help his eldest son Ling Chengsha and his spirit beast Black Armor Turtle to impact the nascent soul. Chapter 1257 Movement. For this reason, Yan Siai just told Ling Pengyun to remember to pay attention to safety on this trip. Moreover, she also handed over the few life-saving items she had on her to Ling Pengyun. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but smile a little more, and at the same time, he became more solemn. "Madam, you can rest assured about me, but this time the chaos of destroying the world has a great impact, and the family is bound to encounter some crises. So you should keep all these life-saving methods. In addition, I got a batch of 4th-level talismans from Shiangxing Pavilion and other forces by selling my magical powers some time ago, and gave them to Li Hao. It is estimated that in a short time, he will be able to draw some 4th-level spiritual talismans based on those materials. At that time, make good use of those 4th-level spiritual talismans to protect the family and the clan members." Ling Pengyun talked for a long time before he stopped. Then he chatted with Yan Siai for a few more words, and then went to meet the old patriarch Ling Yunhuang and others, as well as his children, and said goodbye. Once this matter was settled, Ling Pengyun left the family and went to the Three Immortals Market, the front line of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. This was built by the 3 major immortal gates in order to resist the monsters in the boundless vast marsh. And its location is also the closest to the Black Dragon Lake clan among the righteous forces in the entire Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. After all, the 3 major immortal gates have swallowed up a lot of monster territory over the years, and gradually, they are naturally closer to the Black Dragon Lake clan's territory. At the same time, it is precisely because of this that the Three Immortals Market is also regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the Black Dragon Lake clan. If it is not removed, the righteousness of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world will be difficult to destroy. Therefore, Every time a chaos begins, this place is the most dangerous. But fortunately, behind the three major immortal gates are the incarnation forces of various immortal cultivation worlds. With the support of those incarnation forces, the three immortals market has survived waves again and again, and finally continued to this day. Even after the chaos ended 100 years ago, the batch of nascent souls from the incarnation forces who supported the three immortals market did not leave. Among them were the leader of the Yunjin lineage from Xinghe Pavilion in the Boundless Sea, and the deputy leader of the lineage, Yun Shuang, and others. This time, Ling Pengyun came here to find them. After a brief chat, Ling Pengyun talked about business. Uncle Yunjin, I am about to return to the sect to participate in the war, and it is difficult for me to protect my clan during the chaos of the world's destruction. The sect is far away from my clan, so my clan is in trouble, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for me to get back in time. For this reason, I would like to trouble all the elders of the sect. If my clan encounters trouble during the chaos of the world's destruction, I hope that all the elders of the sect can help. After saying that, he took out some 4th-level precious items from the storage bag and handed them to the elders of the sect. Those things were all obtained by him at the Xinghe meeting before. Seeing this, Yunjin and others all smiled, took those things, and agreed. Pengyun, don't worry. Your clan is a Yuanying force in the northern wilderness cultivation world that our Yunjin lineage has newly supported. If your clan really encounters trouble, how can we stand idly by? And if the nobles are in trouble, we really can't leave, and we will definitely give you a reasonable reason. They are not really curious about the things Ling Pengyun gave, but they are thinking of Ling Pengyun's qualifications. He is a seedling of Yuanying perfection. What's more, they have known each other for a long time and have a deep relationship with the sect. Ling Pengyun's heart was immediately relieved when he heard it. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and his master Yun Shang Zhenjin both have a cultivation base above the late Yuanying, and their strength is far beyond the same level of cultivators. With their promise, the safety of the family can undoubtedly be improved by several times. Therefore, Ling Pengyun immediately thanked him, and after a few simple chats with him, Ling Pengyun officially headed towards the direction of the Boundless Sea. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin looked at his back as he left, and some expectations emerged in his brows. 100 years ago, that kid Pengyun had the strength to kill a demon king in the late nascent soul stage in an instant. Now, 100 years have passed, and his strength must have improved a lot. I just don't know what level he has reached now. But I think it should be enough to help him gain a lot of merits in the sect war. And this is a blessing for cultivators of my generation. At the same time, if his merits are great, it is estimated that it can also lay the foundation for his status in the sect. After all, there are still many nascent soul elders of the older generation in my Yunqian lineage who privately have some opinions about him becoming the successor to the lineage master. After thinking about it carefully, he came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the boundless and vast swamp where the demon clan was, with a more solemn look on his face. When the chaos of world destruction comes, the pressure on the cultivation world in the northern wilderness will be even greater than that on the sect side. After all, there is no god transformation force in this cultivation world. There is not even a late Yuanying or Yuanying perfect cultivator in the local area. We can only rely on Yuanying like me who come from all over to support us. But the Black Dragon Lake clan, on the other hand, is a demon clan of the god transformation, and they are very powerful. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. 100 years ago, he and the cultivators of the god transformation forces who supported the other two major immortal sects, although they each used a talisman of the incarnation of the god transformation Taoist lord to scare away the Black Dragon ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan who was causing chaos at the time. But now the trump card is clear, and when the chaos of world destruction comes, the god transformation Taoist lords of the major god transformation forces will inevitably be held back by the other demon clan god transformation ancestors. In this way, when the chaos of world destruction comes, the scheming Black Dragon ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan will surely go all out. Although the 3 magic charms in his and the cultivator's hands were powerful, strictly speaking, even if the 3 charms were effective, they could only resist the Black Dragon Lake patriarch for a short time, and it was difficult to keep him at bay. When the magic charms were exhausted, everything would be over. This was what Master Yunjin was worried about. In the end, countless pressures converged into Sai. The future is bleak. But fortunately, Pengyun left the northern wilderness cultivation world. In this way, even if I die here, it will probably not take long for my Yun Jin lineage to have another Yuanying perfection cultivator to take charge. At that time, my Yun Jin lineage can still continue to be one of the 9 major lineages. On the other side, it took Ling Pengyun less than half a month to cross a desolate sea area and finally entered the boundless sea cultivation world. But to his surprise, a large number of monsters frequently appeared in the righteous land of this cultivation world, causing a lot of trouble for the righteous here. And this matter is particularly strange. Even though many areas of the Zeuxan world here are sea areas, with many connections, and it is easier for monsters to enter the righteous realm, under normal circumstances, there are not many monsters that appear in the righteous realm. Moreover, there is still about 1 or 2 years before the chaos of the world destruction. Could it be that the Sea Dragon clan of the Zeuxan world here can't wait for such a short time? Or are they planning to use this method to explore the righteous strength of the Zeuxan world here? Ling Pengyun secretly guessed. Then, he rushed to the 2 giant branches of the family here, Shanhaihong clan and Hojiao sect. The former was built by Ling Pengyun, an old member of the family. He is very talented in management and is not much weaker than the current elder of the family, Ling Changyuan. However, Ling Pengyun's path is much shorter than Ling Changyuan because his qualifications are weaker. Therefore, even though the family gave him a lot of Jinden resources in the early years because of his contribution to making Shanhaihong clan a Jinden force, they did not support him to enter the Jinden realm. In the end, he only refined a demon beast golden elixir and turned it into a fake elixir. But his son Ling Chengshi is more promising. He has the dual spiritual roots of earth and gold, and with the support of his family, he not only entered the golden elixir realm early, but also condensed a middle-level golden elixir, with extraordinary potential. Now his cultivation has even entered the middle stage of the golden elixir, and he has learned the true teachings of his father Ling Pengyun's management. Therefore, many years ago, the old man Ling Pengyun handed over the management of Shanhai Island hands to Ling Chengshi. And Ling Chengshi did not live up to his trust. Under his many years of management, the strength of Shanhaihan's family has not only become stronger and stronger, but he also used the benefits brought by this force to help a clan member lurking here enter the golden elixir realm. In total, the Shanhai Island Han's family has as many as 3 golden elixir real people. As for the Han family cultivators of the Shanhai Island Han family, if they stay in the Han family, they will basically have no chance of becoming a golden elixir, unless there are talented people among them who are favored by the family and eventually brought to the northern wilderness Zeuxan world and accepted as sons-in-law. There will be a way out. After all, the purpose of the existence of this family cultivator is to cover up for the Ling family and prevent outsiders from knowing that this is a branch of the family. Otherwise, the family would never be able to play with that group of Han family members. The founder of the Fire Sea Dragon is also the old generation of the family, the Peng generation, Ling Pengyun. He is a cultivator who is good at fire magic and is proficient in many fire-attributed magics, so his strength is extremely strong. As early as many years ago, he had a brilliant record of fighting against many golden elixirs by relying on his own strength. At the same time, his potential is also good. In addition, the Fire Dragon sect and the family provide him with a lot of resources every year, and his current cultivation has entered the late stage of the nascent soul. As for his Fire Dragon spirit beast, it has good potential, and it has been practicing the dual cultivation method with a golden core wood dragon under the command of senior sister Wang Ying of the Kanglin Bahe sect for many years, so its cultivation progress is not much slower than Ling Pengyun. Although it has not yet entered the late stage of the golden core, it is also fast, which can be said to have a bright future. In addition, Ling Pengyun has not neglected the management of the Fire Dragon sect in recent years, and its strength is relatively strong. Therefore, the Fire Dragon sect has developed stronger than the Shanhai Island Han sect. In the past few years, this sect even secretly destroyed a neighboring enemy golden core force and occupied all its spiritual veins. In this way, this sect has 2 third-level spiritual veins and 4 or 5,000 first and second-level spiritual veins, and its foundation is close to that of the old golden core forces. Relatively speaking, this sect can earn more profits every year, and the saved spiritual stones are also more. For this reason, after years of accumulation, this sect not only relied on its own strength to help the 2 senior monks of the family in that sect successfully enter the Jinden realm, and its disciples have expanded to more than 15,000. It can be said that it is very powerful. In total, this sect has as many as 4 giant warriors. This also made Ling Pengyun feel at ease. Afterwards, he left some quasi 4th level means for the 2 major forces, and then he went straight to Xinghe Pavilion. Because he met several giant monks and Yuanying monks who were out on patrol in Xinghe Pavilion on the way, he did not encounter any trouble and entered the Xinghe realm very smoothly. And perhaps because the war is approaching, the Xinghe realm is now filled with a heavy atmosphere, which is a bit depressing. Even the Yunqian lineages like this. However, Ling Pengyun did not care much, but directly entered his own cave with rich spiritual energy in the Yunjin lineage, and began to perfect the 4-level water-attributed spells with different effects that he had specially deduced some time ago, in order to deal with the future battle with the Sea Dragon clan. After all, this battle requires leaving the Xinghe realm and going to the outside world, and the outside world is mostly seawater. In this way, this kind of water-attributed spell is more useful. This was the inspiration that Ling Pengyun got from Xian Shulao Zhenjin, the water-attributed monk who had perfected the nascent soul, during the Xinghe meeting. As time passed, and with the accumulation of the past few decades, in just half a year, he perfected the 3 water-attributed spells to superior quality and comprehended them to perfection. In this way, the power of those spells can not only barely match the power of the middle-level magical power, but Ling Pengyun can also cast them instantly. In this way, I can have more confidence when I am in the chaos of the world. But this is not enough. Ling Pengyun's thoughts were fixed on the Yin-Yang Taichu Sutra in the Sea of Consciousness, and he had more expectations in his heart. Now, this sutra is surrounded by 8 Taichu Qi and 1 Taichu Qi that is about to be condensed. As time goes by, the Taichu Sutra finally condensed the Taichu Qi before the outbreak of the war. In this way, there are full 9 Taichu Qis around the Taichu Sutra. Finally it's done. Ling Pengyun immediately mobilized his consciousness and combined the 9 Qis into one. As a dazzling colorful light confused his entire sea of consciousness, a breath of good fortune that only Ling Pengyun could feel suddenly appeared. When all the intention stopped, there was only a pure and incomparable 5-colored essence left beside the Taichu Sutra. Ling Pengyun's thoughts moved, and he left the sea of consciousness and went out to the outside world. But only he could feel this energy, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Then, he took out the attack life-defining spiritual treasure 5 elements 100 treasures river that he had just brought back from Xinghe Patriarch not long ago. This treasure had been recast by Xinghe Patriarch and had entered the realm of the 4th level upper grade, so its aura was much stronger, and even the 5-colored power in the body was more shining, which looked particularly extraordinary. Chapter 1258, Spiritual Treasure of the Transformation God. I hope this treasure can give me a surprise. Ling Pengyun looked at the 5 elements treasure river with some expectation. Then, he directly passed the newly condensed yin and yang Taichu essence into the 5 elements treasure river spiritual treasure. In just an instant, it flashed with spiritual light, and a mysterious aura slowly appeared in the body, and it became stronger and stronger as time went by. There is a bit of the charm of the truth of the great Dao in this aura. It seems that the probability of this prediction coming true is very high. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up. As early as decades ago, he learned from the ghost fairy lamp on the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun of the family that the 4th level spiritual treasure with the foundation of the transformation of the spirit was because it had the incomplete truth of the great Dao. Therefore, the power was extraordinary. After that, Ling Pengyun had the idea of using the yin and yang Taichu essence to create a treasure with the foundation of the transformation of the spirit. After all, since he entered the nascent soul stage, the power of the Taichu Sutra in his sea of consciousness has increased greatly, which is enough to maintain the qualifications of the Taichu Qi or Taichu essence to amplify spiritual tools or other external objects. And the 5 elements 100 treasures river is the strongest attacking spiritual treasure in his hand, so he naturally gave it the opportunity to create a foundation for the transformation of the spirit. In this way, if this can be accomplished, it can use this treasure to increase its strength to deal with the next chaos of the destruction of the world. As time goes by, the power of the powerful Taichu essence becomes stronger and stronger. In the end, it not only helped the 5 elements 100 treasures river to touch the true meaning of the transformation of the spirit heavy water between heaven and earth, but also helped it comprehend as much as 70% to 80%. You know, this is an opportunity that can only be touched by the level of transformation of the spirit. As long as it can be fully comprehended, it is enough to increase the probability of impacting the transformation of the spirit by 3 points. At the same time, its power is also particularly terrifying. And according to what the ghost fairy lamp said, ordinary spiritual treasures with a foundation of transformation can only touch 1 or 2% of the true meaning at most. And spiritual treasures that can touch more than 60% of the true meaning are also known as superior seedlings of transformation. They are rare in the world, and relatively speaking, their power will be extremely strong. And this is the fact. According to Ling Pengyun's test, the true body of the 5 elements 100 treasures river, which has undergone earth-shaking changes, is now 1,000 feet long and 300 feet wide, and contains at least tens of millions of pounds of power. And if the heavy water true meaning is triggered, its power will increase by about 70%. After careful calculation, it contains at least 17 million pounds of power in one blow. And this kind of power is far beyond ordinary Yin-Yang, enough to be comparable to the full-strength attack of some veteran Yin-Yang perfect cultivators. I didn't expect that the Taichu essence would improve this treasure so much. Ling Pengyun was secretly shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, there is a trace to follow. After all, this treasure was recast to the 4th grade upper level by Qingshi Patriarch some time ago, and according to Qingshi Patriarch, he also integrated a piece of quasi 5th grade material into it, so its potential can be said to be enough to reach the quasi 5th grade level. In addition, it is a superior life-defining spiritual treasure made with a special method, and the refining materials are special, which is extraordinary. In this way, it is normal for it to comprehend the true meaning of heavy water at once with the help of a primordial essence. But the power of this treasure is worthy of being a legendary spiritual treasure that contains the foundation of the divine transformation. In this way, I can have one more trump card in my hand. After careful calculation, I guess the only thing I have in my hand that can match it is my innate superior magical power, the 5 elements abyss and void sphere. Strictly speaking, it is even weaker than it. After all, it doesn't consume much to fully stimulate the heavy water true meaning in this treasure. Even with my current cultivation, it is enough to support its activation 3 times. On the contrary, I can only fully activate the 5 elements abyss and void sphere twice at most. Moreover, the current grade of this treasure is only the upper grade of the 4th grade. If it enters the quasi 5th grade, I am afraid that the 5 elements abyss and void sphere magical power will not be able to catch up. Ling Pengyun's eyebrows were full of excitement. However, he did not intend to give up the abyss and void sphere magical power. In fact, strictly speaking, this move is a magical power of breaking the gang, not an ordinary magical power of killing. This move restrains various defensive means. It is just because Ling Pengyun lacks such a powerful means in the past, so he often used this move as a trump card. But now with the 5 elements 100 treasures river, this move can naturally be used when needed. Then, he took the 5 elements 100 treasures river spiritual treasure back into his body. But what surprised him was that the ability of his life spiritual treasure to refine spiritual power was also improved by the yin-yang Taichu essence. It can even slowly refine the purity of his spiritual power with the help of the true meaning of heavy water, and the speed is not slow. It's a good thing now. According to its tempering speed, it is estimated that it will only take about 50 years for the spiritual power in my body to be tempered by it. By then, my spiritual power is estimated to be about 30% pure. And this will undoubtedly increase the speed of my future impact on the nascent soul. Even in the long run, I can rely on this extremely pure spiritual power to increase the probability of impacting the state of transformation. Ling Pengyun's eyebrows were full of surprise. Any life spirit treasure or magic weapon has some special effects on the owner. For example, the 5 elements 100 treasures river is a heavy magic weapon that can be transformed into a huge river to directly attack the enemy. For this reason, it contains the effect of tempering spiritual power. And Ling Pengyun's defensive spiritual treasure 5 elements heaven-shaking copper bale is relatively heavy, so it can slowly help Ling Pengyun's spiritual power become thicker and thicker, that is, more and more. As for the rarely used illusionary Taoist trapped spiritual treasure 5 elements mist bottle, it can slowly temper Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness, making it more and more tenacious and condensed. Indirectly, it will undoubtedly enhance Ling Pengyun's spiritual power. But in the past, because the grades of these 3 treasures could not keep up with Ling Pengyun's cultivation, their special effects were relatively weak. It was for this reason that Ling Pengyun had a special idea at this moment. If I can gather 2 yin and yang Taichu essences and help them transform into spiritual treasures with a true meaning of transformation, wouldn't my benefits be even greater? Ling Pengyun's eyebrows were full of excitement. Spiritual power is 30% pure. Spiritual power is 30% strong. Spiritual consciousness is 30% condensed. If I pursue the 3 paths at the same time, I'm afraid that my chances of reaching the God transformation in the future will increase by about 15%, and my 5 elements nascent soul can increase the probability by another 10%, which adds up to 25%. And this equal success probability is particularly good for nascent soul cultivators. After all, the spiritual objects of the God transformation are extremely rare, and ordinary people dare to reach it if they have a slight chance. Undoubtedly, I can use my 3 life-defining spiritual treasures to create my own path to the God transformation. And if these 3 paths reach their limits, they can directly increase my strength by more than 50%. By then, even if I am still in the late stage of the nascent soul, I'm afraid that no one among the nascent souls will be my opponent. Ling Pengyun's ambition gradually rose in his heart. And what he thought was indeed true. With his current 5 elements 100 treasures Long River spiritual treasure with the foundation of the God transformation, and his life-defining magical power 5 elements Abyss Annihilation Void Ball, 2 powerful trump cards, he is enough to match the combat power of the old-fashioned nascent soul perfection cultivator, and even have the chance to kill him. If his strength is 50% stronger, it is estimated that killing those old-fashioned nascent soul perfection cultivators is as easy as killing a chicken. For this reason, he couldn't help but have some bigger ideas. And if I have become purer and purer after entering the nascent soul perfection, and with the help of 3 treasures with strong foundations of the God transformation, and the magical power of the void ball, perhaps my strength is enough to cross the realm and hurt some weaker God transformation cultivators. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. The God transformation Daojin is the top figure in this world. And having the means to hurt such people, it is undoubtedly possible to stand beside them, or only slightly worse than them. Below the God transformation. Above the nascent soul. Who can refuse such a feat? However, in contrast, it takes a long time to gather 2 yin-yang Taichu essences, at least 160 years. And he planned early on to condense a yin-yang Taichu essence to help the old patriarch Ling Pengyun in the family improve his golden core qualities and help him impact the nascent soul. According to the strength of the yin-yang Taichu essence, it can at least help him condense a superior golden elixir, or even help him condense a special golden elixir. Even if it is just a superior golden elixir, it can increase the probability of impacting the nascent soul by half, and the special nascent soul can increase the probability by 10%. In addition, the yin-yang Taichu essence itself tempers the meridians and consciousness, etc., which can indirectly increase the probability by 10%. In total, this essence is at least related to the probability of impacting the nascent soul by 15%. In this way, as long as he finds 1 or 2 nascent soul spiritual objects, or even the sun and moon crystal that can increase the probability by 30%, his entry into the nascent soul is basically a sure thing. Moreover, the old patriarch Ling Pengyun has contributed a lot to the family over the years, and he is also very good at alchemy. If he can get a Taichu essence and enter the nascent soul, he may be able to upgrade the alchemy to the 4th level. And this kind of great master of alchemy level is of great benefit to both Ling Pengyun and the family. What's more, he was indebted to Ling Pengyun in his early years. His lifespan is about to run out. Ling Pengyun really doesn't want to see his old age die. Moreover, even if he makes the other 2 life treasures into spirit treasures with a foundation of transformation and advance, it seems that there is not much use. With his current strength, he is actually enough to dominate a place. As long as he is careful, nothing will happen. Therefore, it seems that giving Ling Pengyun a Taichu essence first is not a big deal. For this reason, he does not intend to change this plan. After careful calculation, the matter of gathering 3 life treasures with a foundation of transformation will have to be delayed until 240 years later. After all, it takes 81 years for a Taichu essence to condense. Ling Pengyun collected his distracting thoughts and summoned the 3 life spirit plants that had long fallen out of favor. They are the gray-brown thorny vines covered with barbs, the blue Renshu blue cloud grass that is only palm high, and the extremely domineering and even somewhat evil one-Ayu blood jade tree. Over the years, they have all entered the realm of golden core perfection due to the spiritual nourishment of Ling Pengyun, a nascent soul cultivator. However, because the family lacks nascent soul spiritual objects, they were unable to help them impact the nascent soul realm. However, because the 5 elements 100 treasures long river spiritual treasure with the foundation of the previous transformation of the spirit has the effect of tempering spiritual power, it gave Ling Pengyun inspiration. His 3 life spirit plants also have some special effects. The thorn vines are good at killing, so they can make Ling Pengyun's spiritual power fierce, which can increase the power of Ling Pengyun's killing methods. Rinshu blue cloud grass is a spiritual plant that stores spiritual power, so it can make Ling Pengyun's spiritual power more like Ling Pengyun's defensive life spirit treasure, the heaven-shaking copper bell. The evil tree of 1 IU blood jade tree is a bit special. It can not only make Ling Pengyun's spiritual power more fierce, but also temper Ling Pengyun's vitality, allowing Ling Pengyun to increase his lifespan. But they are also of low cultivation, so their effect on Ling Pengyun is relatively small. But if we can let them all enter the nascent soul realm, and give them a yin-yang Taichu essence respectively, to help them condense a special nascent soul or a superior nascent soul, it is tantamount to creating a foundation for them to transform into a spirit. After all, a superior nascent soul can increase the probability of impacting the nascent soul by half. In this way, it is estimated that their special effect on me in the future will not be much worse than that of the spirit treasures with a foundation of transforming into a spirit that have comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao, such as the 5 elements 100 treasures long river. Indirectly, not only will my future path to transforming into a spirit be more resolute, but my future strength will also be stronger. The most important thing is that this plan can be implemented from now on. We only need to gather some nascent soul spiritual objects for them to try to help them enter the nascent soul realm first. As for the matter of tempering their nascent soul opportunities with a Taichu essence, we can also talk about it later. And this battle may be their nascent soul opportunity. Ling Pengyun is full of confidence. Although, he was also responsible for getting a portion of 9 heavens mysterious key and earth soul essence for his eldest son Lingxiao and the spirit beast black armor turtle. And this matter was difficult. But this was only difficult for him in the past. Now, he already has a 5 elements 100 treasures long river spirit treasure with a foundation of transformation. His strength has been greatly improved. Indirectly, there will be no fewer opportunities to win military merits in the world destroy in chaos. It was precisely because of this situation that Ling Pengyun could not help but look forward to the upcoming world destroy in chaos, and even prayed that it would come soon. Perhaps, this is the confidence brought by strong strength. And as time passed, half a year passed in a flash. There was only 1 month left before the world destroy in chaos. Perhaps it was because of this that the entire Xinghe realm became a little restless. Even Xinghe Pavilion summoned a large number of powerful monks who were released to this world to Xinghe Pavilion to prepare for the next battle. For most of the monks in Xinghe realm, it was the first time they heard of Xinghe Pavilion, a great force of transformation. Only some nascent soul masters from nascent soul forces had some knowledge of the Xinghe realm. But that was all. For this reason, as soon as they arrived at the Xinghe Pavilion, they walked around curiously and took out a lot of spiritual objects to trade with the local cultivators of the Xinghe Pavilion for some spiritual objects unique to the Xinghe Pavilion. Some high-level officials of the Xinghe Pavilion even held a small Xinghe realm meeting for all the cultivators who had arrived at the Xinghe Pavilion. Chapter 1259 Treasure Boat. Ling Pengyun was particularly curious about the Xinghe realm trade fair because he lacked some nascent soul spiritual objects, so he participated in it. He did get some good things from it, but it also cost him a lot of 4th level cultivation pills for trading. In addition, he also spent a lot of 4th level cultivation pills at the Xinghe fair more than a few decades ago. The two things combined almost consumed all the 4th level cultivation pills that Xinghe ancestor had supported him to cultivate in his early years. But fortunately, he had a lot of better cultivation resources, 4th level spiritual herbs, and some 4th level spiritual food cooked by his wife Yan Sai as a foundation. For this reason, he was not worried, but was happy because he got some of the things he needed. At this moment, one of the 9 major veins of Xinghe Pavilion, the Xinghe vessel stationed outside the Xinghe Valley, which is based on the way of refining instruments. Ling Pengyun was waiting here. After a while, a sturdy old man with white hair on his head slowly walked towards Ling Pengyun from the valley and asked Ling Pengyun curiously, "Nephew Ling, why did you come to me to refine a weapon? In addition to your brother Yun Shuang, a 4th level middle grade weapon refiner who is far away in the northern wilderness cultivation world and is temporarily unavailable. Isn't there a 4th level weapon refiner, Brother Yunchi, who has been in charge of your Yunjin lineage recently? With your status, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade him to help refine a weapon. Ling Pengyun bowed to him first. Uncle Zinke. Then, he slowly explained. Although Uncle Yunchi of my Yunjin lineage is willing to help me refine the thing, he is not very sure. For this reason, Uncle Yunchi dare not take on the job easily, in order to avoid failure in refining the weapon. And among the 4th level weapon refiners I know and are still in this sect, you, Uncle, have the most extraordinary weapon refining skills. For this reason, I can only come to trouble you, Uncle. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist Zinke of the Zinke lineage felt a little complacent. His weapon refining attainments were indeed good, even higher than Ling Pengyun's master, Yongshan Lao Zhenjin's weapon refining level. His weapon refining path was only one step away from entering the realm of the 4th level upper grade. For this reason, even in the entire Xinghe Pavilion, his weapon refining level alone could be ranked among the top 5. In fact, in the Zinke lineage, only the master of this lineage, Zinke Lao Zhenjin, had a better weapon refining level than him, but that old Zhenjin had long followed the other 9 lineage masters to the border of the righteous way of the Wubi and Hexiuxin world to guard, in order to prevent the Huashinyao clan and the Heijiao clan from rashly taking action and endangering the righteous forces in the Wubi and Hexiuxin world. Therefore, Ling Pengyun had no choice but to find this Zinke old weapon refiner. And Ling Pengyun was able to make friends with him, and it started from the Xinghe meeting decades ago. At that time, the wealthy Zinke Lao Zhenjin had many spiritual objects on hand, so Ling Pengyun traded with him several times. In addition, the old Taoist Zinke valued Ling Pengyun's talent, and Ling Pengyun valued his refining level. The two naturally exchanged communication symbols and had some simple contacts. After retracting his distracting thoughts, the old Taoist Zinke thought about it carefully, but felt something was wrong. Immediately, he asked curiously. As far as I know, the refining level of your Yunjin lineage's 4th level refiner, Yunchi, should be about to enter the 4th level middle grade. With this level of refining, you are not sure to refine the spiritual treasure you need. I wonder what kind of treasure you plan to refine. After Ling Pengyun set up a cloud of obscuring mist around him, he carefully took out a huge jade box and a small soul-locking jade box from his arms. The large jade box contained 18 green 4th level spiritual bamboos, and the small jade box contained a huge 4th level spiritual iron. Uncle Master, I plan to use these 2 items as the main materials to refine a 4th grade medium quality flying boat. Upon hearing this, the old weapon refiner Zinke shuddered, and immediately recognized the origins of the spiritual bamboos and the precious iron. He was immediately shocked. 4th grade medium quality Qingfang spiritual bamboo and 4th grade high quality Qingming precious iron. Then, he looked at Ling Pengyun with countless enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Nephew, your family background is really rich. You can get these 2 items, and the grade is so high. I really envy you, uncle. But it is indeed a bit difficult to refine a 4th grade medium quality flying boat with these 3 items. After all, flying boats are one of the most difficult to refine among all kinds of magical instruments, and your materials are really expensive. I am really afraid that the refining will fail. I guess that's why your uncle Yunchi didn't dare to agree to refine a flying boat for you." When Ling Pengyun heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The 18 Qingfang Lingzu and the 4th grade upper grade Qingming Baodi were his gains from participating in the Xinghe Realm Conference this time. Qingfang Lingzu was extremely tough, comparable to the same grade spiritual iron, but the material was extremely light, making it a good material for refining flying swords or flying boats. And that piece of Qingming Lingti was not only of high grade, but also considered superior even among the same grade spiritual irons, at least 50% to 60% stronger than the same grade spiritual irons. And it was particularly strong, making it a good material for refining defensive magic tools. And with the grade and size of the piece of Qingming Baodi in Ling Pengyun's hand, it could even be used as the main material for a 4th grade upper grade defensive spiritual treasure. And the 18 Qingfang Lingzu and Qingming Baodi were worth more than 100 4th grade lower grade cultivation pills, enough to buy a 5 elements Yuanying pill that could increase the probability of Yuanying cultivators impacting Yuanying by 30%. For this reason, these spiritual objects were not a small amount even for the old Zinke weapon refiner. This is also the reason why he did not immediately agree to the commission of refining the weapon. Ling Pengyun wanted to refine this weapon for future planning. Although he mastered the superior magical power of escape, this kind of magical power consumes a lot of energy and cannot last for a long time. On the contrary, if the 4th level flying boat can be refined, its speed may not be as fast as the superior magical power of escape, but it will definitely not be much slower, and it will last longer. Even as long as some special patterns are engraved on it, this flying boat can also have the means to store spiritual power. In this way, in the future, Ling Pengyun can control this flying boat without using any spiritual power, just need to control it with spiritual consciousness, which is extremely convenient. At the same time, it can also use this kind of pattern as a source to arrange some special means. And this is also Ling Pengyun's ultimate goal. In addition, as long as this flying boat is completed, with its speed, it is estimated that it will only take more than 10 days to return to the family from the boundless sea cultivation world. At that time, even during the chaos of the world destruction, Ling Pengyun can take time to return to the northern wilderness cultivation world to take care of the family. Of course, the only disadvantage of this matter is that it is expensive. Take Ling Pengyun's weapon refining this time for example. The 18 Qingfeng Lingxiao that could have been used to refine a set of rare 4th grade middle grade flying swords, and the 4th grade upper grade Qingming Baoty that could have been used to refine a 4th grade upper grade defensive magic weapon, could only barely refine a 4th grade middle grade flying boat. Later, Ling Pengyun considered that if the old weapon refiner Zinke also refused this matter, he might not be able to find someone more suitable to refine this flying boat in a short period of time. And this flying boat is related to the chaos of the world. Therefore, he immediately comforted him. "Don't worry, uncle, even if the refining fails, I won't say anything." After saying that, he gritted his teeth and finally said, "And, whether uncle can help me refine it or not, I am willing to give 34th grade lower grade Julian grass as the refining fee for the senior." These Julian grass, of course, were taken out from his own future cultivation resources. Although the cost is a bit high, as long as the flying boat can be completed, these cultivation resources will not be lost, and can even be earned back through the flying boat. Upon hearing this, the old weapon refiner Zinke complained about Ling Pengyun's previous words in his heart. He has seen many people like Ling Pengyun who said everything well before refining the weapon, but threw a tantrum after failure. However, he was really tempted by Ling Pengyun's generosity. 34th level low-grade Julian grass is not a small number. And this grass can be used as the main material for the Julian pill for cultivation. And he happened to be a good friend of a 4th level alchemist in the sect who was good at refining this pill, and the probability of that friend refining this pill was as high as 50%, and the number of successful pills could be maintained at about 4. After careful calculation, it is estimated that about 60 Julian pills can be made in the end. And this is enough to be comparable to half the value of the materials Ling Pengyun took out. For this reason, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This nephew is really very generous. After a lot of considerations, the old weapon refiner Zinke really couldn't refuse the 34th level low-grade Julian grass for the weapon refinement fee, so he asked for confirmation. "Nephew, is that, the 30 Julian grass true?" Ling Pengyun nodded with pain, then took out the 30 Julian grass from a storage bag and handed it to the old weapon refiner Zinke. As long as the uncle is willing to help with the weapon refinement, the uncle can take the 30 Julian grass directly. The old weapon refiner Zinke looked at the 30 spiritual herbs and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then he said, "Since you are so generous, I will take on the job of refining the flying boat. But you have to sign a document in advance. Don't blame me if I fail to refine the weapon. In addition, there is only half a month left before the World Destruction Rebellion, so it is difficult for me to help you refine the flying boat before the World Destruction Rebellion. But it won't take too long. It can be done in half a year at the shortest and a year at the fastest." Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he heard this. Is it okay so fast? Based on his understanding of refining 4th level spiritual treasures, this should take at least several years. Zinke, the old weapon refiner, said with a smile, "I guess you don't know that my Zinke lineage has a 4th level top grade spiritual fire mountain." Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised. "You really don't know about this? I wonder if you can tell me more about it." This matter is not a secret, so Zinke explained it in detail. The 4th grade top grade spiritual fire of the Zinke lineage is the Qingshi spiritual fire. The fire it breeds is extremely violent, but relatively speaking, Its power is also good, and some cultivators even use it as a means of attack. But at the same time, it is also a precious fire used to quench the impurities in the spiritual objects of the refining equipment. After all, the spiritual objects of the refining equipment are generally relatively solid, and it is difficult to quench the impurities in them. It is precisely because of this that it takes a long time to refine the fourth-grade spiritual treasure. However, with the help of the Qishan spiritual fire, the old refiner Zinke has no such concerns. Moreover, according to what he said, their Zinke lineage actually used a special formation to condense a quasi-fifth-grade precious fire, which is an excellent precious fire for refining equipment. This time, he was refining the equipment for Ling Pengyun, and he planned to use that precious fire. In this way, he could speed up the quenching of impurities in spiritual objects, such as Qingfeng Lingxiao, and reduce the time of refining. After all, as a member of the Xinghe Pavilion, he also had to contribute during the chaos of the world destruction, and could not stay in the sect for a long time. Even if Ling Pengyun had not offered a relatively large benefit this time, he would not have planned to take on such a difficult task at such a critical moment. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun could not help but be secretly surprised. Sure enough, the foundations of these 9 veins are somewhat extraordinary. The Yunjin vein he belongs to is one of the 9 veins, and it also has some strong foundations. However, because the Yunjin vein is quite special and follows the path of fighting, the foundation of this vein is mostly reflected in the path of cultivation and cultivation. For example, the spiritual vein of the Yunjin vein has a relatively strong foundation, and it is now about to enter the realm of the quasi-fifth order. Moreover, according to the master of this vein, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, this vein will advance in the next 500 years. By then, the Yunjin vein will also become one of the few veins with a quasi-fifth order spiritual vein among the 9 veins. In addition, the Yunjin vein also has an extremely rare, but extremely powerful superior magical power for tempering the spiritual consciousness, called Yunling Tempering Spirit Technique. Its limit can double the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator. Regardless of the strength of the cultivator's own spiritual consciousness, the result is the same. For example, Ling Pengyun, a person with extraordinary spiritual consciousness, if his cultivation reaches the perfection of the nascent soul and comprehends it to the limit, it is estimated that he can have about 70% of the spiritual consciousness strength of the transformation god cultivator, which can be said to be extremely mysterious. And this kind of magical power is extremely rare in the outside world. Even the other 9 major veins do not have this kind of magical power to temper the spiritual consciousness. At the same time, this technique is closely related to the 3000 cloud sword formation magical power of the Yunqianai vein. After all, the stronger the spiritual consciousness, the stronger the flying sword that can be transformed and controlled. After collecting his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun chatted with the old weapon refiner Zinke for a few more words, and then returned to his own cultivation cave in the Yunqian Valley of the Yunqian vein, waiting for the chaos to begin. It is also worth mentioning that when he participated in the small meeting of the Xinghe realm before, he heard some ordinary nascent soul forces in the Xinghe realm say that the last time Xinghe Pavilion summoned them, who were in the Xinghe realm but not Xinghe Pavilion, to participate in the war was 1,000 years ago. This made Ling Pengyun suspicious. After all, Xinghe Pavilion and the Sea Dragon clan of the Wubianhe Xiuxin world would fight once every 300 years. Indirectly, the action of Xinghe Pavilion to summon the Yuanying forces of the Xinghe world this time showed that the chaos that happened once every 300 years was more difficult. But it was also true, after all, this chaos was known as the chaos of destroying the world. And this was also the reason why Ling Pengyun wanted to refine the flying boat as a backup, one to increase strength, and the other to escape if he was defeated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1260 Special Formation. 5 days passed. There were only 10 days left for the world destroying chaos. On this day, the great elder of Xinghe Pavilion, Xingking Liudao, suddenly notified all the cultivators in the pavilion to gather on Xinghe Square. All the cultivators were puzzled, but no one dared to disobey. Although the sect has many branches, there are not only 9 major branches but also 27 minor branches. and even many weaker branches. But these branches are all under the command of the Xinghe main branch. This main branch is the orthodox Xinghe, and all generations only obey the orders of the Xinghe sect master of all generations. The current Xinghe sect master is the old ancestor of the transformation of the spirit. For this reason, the strength of the Xinghe main branch of all generations is extremely strong, and this branch also has a strong ruling power over Xinghe Pavilion. And this Xingking Liao, who is the great elder, is a person of the main branch, and is even one of the direct disciples of the Xinghe patriarch. Of course, this person can be valued by the Xinghe patriarch, and be appointed as the great elder of the sect, in charge of all the affairs of the sect, so he is naturally outstanding. His cultivation is not high, even weaker than many of the nine veins masters, only at the late stage of the nascent soul. But it is said that because he has a superior array spirit body, he has a strong talent in array, and he has deduced the array to the quasi-5th level early on, making him a rare quasi-5th level array master. He even has a strong record of temporarily resisting the Sea Dragon clan's god-transforming ancestor for dozens of breaths with a quasi-5th level array. For this reason, no one dared to disrespect him during his tenure as the sect's great elder. Of course, there are very few people in this world who can have such an attainment in array. Even if the demon clan and the magic are included, it is estimated that there will be no more than 5 fingers. After all, array is the most difficult of the countless arts. At the same time, when everyone was together, the old array master Xingking began to speak. 10 days from now, our Xinghe Pavilion will have a 300-year war with the Sea Dragon clan of the infinite sea cultivation world. So, you should all follow me to the front line. If there are those who are afraid of fighting, you all know the consequences. But those who have made contributions will be rewarded. After saying this, the old Taoist said no more. He raised his hand and a large piece of blue light appeared. Then, a piece of paper made of spiritual light appeared in the hands of everyone present. It detailed how many war merits can be obtained and what treasures can be exchanged for after killing monsters of various realms and handing over the bodies of monsters. For example, if you kill a key training monster and hand over its body, you can get about 50 to 20 war merits. Killing a foundation building monster can get 3,000 to 10,000 war merits. Killing a golden elixir monster king can get 30,000 to 100,000 war merits. Killing the demon kings of the early, middle, and late stages of the nascent soul, and the perfect stage, will earn 300,000, 500,000, 700,000, and 1 million Dao merit respectively. At the same time, the sect considers that each of these demon kings is extremely powerful, but if they can be killed, it will have a certain impact on the overall situation. For this reason, the sect will also take out an additional 30 cultivation pills of the same realm as the corpses of those demon kings as rewards. In addition, the first person to kill the demon beasts of different realms in this battle, and the one who gets the most merits in different realms each year, will have additional rewards, such as a large number of cultivation pills or healing pills of the same realm, or magic tools and the like. Even the one who gets the highest merit in this battle can be rewarded with a quasi-5th level spiritual treasure afterwards. The sect is really willing to give it up this time, and even a quasi-5th level spiritual treasure is willing to be taken out. Ling Pengyun was full of surprises, but he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the 4th grade upper grade 5 elements 100 treasures Long River spirit treasure in his hand, which already had the foundation of incarnation, was not inferior to that kind of spiritual treasure, and was even stronger, no one would dislike having too many of these spiritual treasures. Moreover, his divine consciousness was extraordinary, and he could control many spiritual treasures at the same time. If he could get one more, it would completely increase his combat power. The other Yuanying's engines were even more tempted by the reward of the quasi-5th grade spiritual treasure. For this reason, the fighting spirit of all the Yuanying's engines present was mobilized. And this was what the old formation master Xingking wanted to see. As for the spiritual objects that could be exchanged for military merits, there were quite a lot of them, and there were tens of thousands of types alone. For example, the number of first-grade Huogaya pills was as many as 1 million. Therefore, if the number of spiritual objects was really counted, it was estimated that it would reach tens of millions, which could be said to be a big deal. In addition, there were also many 4th-grade spiritual objects. Even the Yuanying spiritual object 9 Heavens Mysterious Key and 5 portions of Earth Soul Essence that Ling Pengyun desired, each had 5 portions. However, Because these two items have extraordinary effects and contain the energy of good fortune, if they are combined, they can not only increase the probability of a cultivator's impact on the nascent soul by 30%, but also increase the probability of a cultivator's condensation of a high-quality nascent soul. For this reason, their value is relatively high. They require 5 million war merits to exchange for each. As for some ordinary nascent soul spiritual items that can only increase the probability of a cultivator's impact on the nascent soul by 10% or 50%, they are worth 3 million war merits and 1.5 million war merits respectively. These prices are normal prices. On the market, if someone is really willing to use spirit stones to buy such spiritual items, it is probably this price. Even if spiritual items are exchanged, they are basically set according to this price. According to my original plan this time, it would be best if I could get a piece of 9 Heavens Mysterious Key and Earth Soul Essence for Qingxiao and my spirit beast, the Black Armored Turtle, respectively, to assist them in impacting the nascent soul stage. This will require 20 million contribution points. Moreover, the 3 natal spirit plants I have on hand are also close to the nascent soul stage, and it would be best if I could assist them with the impact. Whether they can enter the nascent soul stage in the future is related to the refinement of my spiritual power, and so on. In this way, it would be best if I could also get a piece of 9 Heavens Mysterious Key and Earth Soul Essence for them, which are relatively powerful nascent soul spirits. But in this case, the number of war merits I need to get will inevitably be particularly large. It is really unrealistic to collect them just by killing nascent soul demon kings. After all, killing a nascent soul demon king would only get at most 300,000 to 1 million war merits. In that case, the matter of collecting a large amount of war merits still has to be placed on that group of low-level monsters. Ling Pengyun had a slight headache and made some plans secretly. However, Ling Pengyun, who had experienced several chaos in the northern wilderness cultivation world, knew that even if the sect had no restrictions on this, it would still be difficult to collect military merits by hunting low-level monsters in such a chaos. After all, in a chaos, hostile monsters would not just sit there and watch, and he, a righteous Yin-Yang, would kill them at will. Moreover, even if he killed those low-level monsters, it would probably be difficult to recover the bodies of those monsters in a war. After all, dead monsters are food in the eyes of the monsters, and the monsters all know that the bodies of monsters are extraordinary, so they will not easily give the bodies of monsters to the righteous. But overall, this matter is still simpler than killing the Yin-Yang Monster King to collect military merits. What's more, if he can complete the plan to collect military merits and assist his eldest son Lingxiao and other spirit beasts or spirit plants such as the Black Armored Turtle to enter the Yin-Yang, it will be of great benefit to Ling Pengyun. For this reason, he did not waver. At this time, senior brother Wen Qiuang, a disciple of Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, the leader of the Yunjin lineage, suddenly walked to Ling Pengyun and said to Ling Pengyun, "Junior brother Pengyun, we are about to rush to the front line to face the chaos, which can be said to be full of dangers. For this reason, I have agreed with my Yunjin lineage and some of my better branch factions and Yin-Yang fellows that we will advance and retreat together and cooperate against the enemy. I wonder if you are interested in this." Ling Pengyun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, who are the other fellows?" Senior brother Wen Qiuang immediately understood what Ling Pengyun meant, and he came to invite Ling Pengyun this time, so he immediately told him the information of the team members he organized. According to what he said, the Yin-Yang fellows he summoned, including him, totaled 4 people, and the other 3 were not ordinary people. Not only did they have the cultivation of the middle stage of the Yin-Yang like senior brother Wen Qiuang. Moreover, their fighting methods are somewhat special, and their strength is considered to be the highest level among the middle stage nascent soul. For this reason, Ling Pengyun was secretly happy after hearing this. These people are indeed extraordinary. When combined, it is estimated that ordinary late-stage nascent soul powerhouses will find it difficult to gain the upper hands in their hands. And if these people can cooperate with me in the future to kill low-level monsters in the chaos and recycle the corpses of those low-level monsters, I can be more relaxed. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun immediately agreed to senior brother Wen Qiuang's joint efforts. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words, and the ancestor who stood in the void and had an extraordinary temperament said again, "All cultivators above the golden core perfection, follow me to the meeting hall." After saying this, he disappeared. Ling Pengyun and other cultivators who had reached the golden core perfection stage or above all heard this, and they left the square one after another, and went to the meeting hall deep in the sect together. After a while, inside the meeting hall, Taoist Xingqing briefly told the approximate number of nascent soul demon kings of the Sea Dragon clan and other information, and then he took out 10 special 4th order or quasi-4th order large formation plates and distributed them to everyone. These large formations are special. They can be activated as long as there is spiritual energy. For this reason, the spiritual power of a large number of cultivators can be used as the starting energy. If there are enough cultivators, the person presiding over the large formation does not need to use any spiritual power at all, but only needs to control the formation with spiritual consciousness. But conversely, only those with strong spiritual consciousness can make perfect use of these formations. For this reason, I have divided those formations into your hands according to your spiritual consciousness. After this meeting is over, the sect will send enough key training, foundation building or giant people to help you set up the formation in the future, and those people will be your private soldiers. In times of chaos, unless the sect arranges, those cultivators will be mobilized by you at other times. At that time, if you cooperate with those cultivators to arrange those special formations and gain something, most of it will belong to you, but you must agree in advance that 10% of the harvest must be given to the sect to serve as the cost of the sect lending you the formation, and another 20% of the profit must be given to those low-level cultivators who helped you, so as to prevent them from having any evil intentions, and the remaining 70% will belong to you. Conversely, during this chaos, you must also protect their safety. If the number of casualties exceeds 30%, a fine of 300,000 military merits will be imposed. If the number of casualties exceeds 50%, a fine of 1 million military merits will be imposed. If they are completely wiped out, a fine of 3 million military merits will be imposed. Of course, if someone doesn't want to take those special formations, they can give them up. There are many people in the sect who want the right to use such formations. Giving up on them will give others some opportunities. After saying that, Taoist Xingqing looked at everyone present with a smile. Everyone naturally regarded the special formation as a treasure, so how could they be willing to give it up? After all, it was something that could only increase their combat power. Even Ling Pengyun was reluctant to give up the formation plate in his hand. This was because Taoist Xingqing thought that his cultivation had entered the late stage of the nascent soul, and the formation plate distributed to him could be used to arrange a rare 4th grade upper grade attack and defense killing formation. Its name is Sea Dragon riding the sea formation. And it also has 2 4th grade spiritual treasure formation instruments for attack and defense, and its power is extraordinary. After careful calculation, it is not only fully capable of killing late-stage nascent soul powerhouses, but can even hurt nascent soul perfection powerhouses. And the sect will send people to keep this formation open, so that he only needs to mobilize his spiritual consciousness to control it, which will basically have no effect on his battle. He should use his magical powers when he should use them, and use his spiritual treasures when he should use them. But on the contrary, it can increase a lot of combat power. With this treasure, it will be easier to collect all the military merits. Ling Pengyun was slightly happy. After a while, seeing that everyone did not reject the formation, the old Taoist Xingqing told everyone about the subsequent chaotic layout and other things. After this matter was settled, he led everyone back to the square and assigned enough low-level cultivators to help Ling Pengyun and others set up the formation. In the end, Ling Pengyun got a total of 9 giant cultivators, 900 foundation building cultivators, and 9,000 key training cultivators. Some of them came from Xinghe Pavilion, and some came from those small forces in Xinghe realm, so their strengths were uneven. But to be honest, even if they were strong, they would not be of much help to a great cultivator like Ling Pengyun. After all, Ling Pengyun only needed them as a source of spiritual power to keep those special formations open. And this group of people could barely do this, but if there were any losses, it would probably be difficult to fully open the formation. The sect's plan is brilliant. It is undoubtedly to use the strength of those special formations to force us nascent soul cultivators to be tied together with those low-level cultivators. Undoubtedly, we cultivators of different identities will also rise and fall together. Ling Pengyun looked at the group of people in front of him and muttered to himself. Then, he simply handed over the matter of maintaining the special formation to the more than 9,000 cultivators' private soldiers. This matter also surprised the 9,000 cultivators, and at the same time, they were also a little excited. After all, they were working under a nascent soul. After a while, with the order of the great elder Ling Qing, more than 1,000 huge flying boats suddenly appeared in the sky. Ling Pengyun looked up and his eyes trembled. They are all large flying boats above level 3. Chapter 1261 Monk's Background. You know, the cost and difficulty of making a flying boat is the highest among the same level of magic tools. Take the cost of building a large flying boat, for example, it is enough to refine about 30 magic tools of the same level. And it is not something that ordinary refiners can refine. For this reason, large flying boats of any realm are extremely rare in the outside world. Third-level large flying boats are even rarer. Even the Ling family currently has only a few. Even the Ling family's Lingxiao flying boat, which is the guardian of the family, is currently only at the quasi-4th level. As for the 4th-level medium-quality flying boat that Ling Pengyun commissioned Qingshi Mountain, one of the 9 major veins, to help build some time ago, it was only the smallest one. Otherwise, if you want to refine a large flying boat, it is estimated that you can only empty all of Ling Pengyun's family assets to barely make it. Later, Ling Pengyun took a look and found that there were actually 10 4th-level flying boats and a quasi-5th-level large flying boat in the sky. The sect's foundation is really terrifying. And a large flying boat can accommodate at least 10,000 people, and a 4th-level flying boat can accommodate at least 100,000 people. Now, with these 1,000 flying boats out together, I'm afraid they can carry tens of millions of cultivators. And the speed of this kind of flying boats is generally not slow. It is estimated that it won't take long for the cultivators participating in this battle to reach the battlefield. But at this moment, the Taichu Sutra in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, constantly reminding Ling Pengyun that there was a strong threat in the 1,000 flying boats in the sky. This threat came from the same source. Ling Pengyun immediately became suspicious, and his eyes swept across the huge group of flying boats gathered by the 1,000 flying boats, but he didn't notice anything. But it was precisely because of this that he had a terrifying guess. Could it be that the sect has arranged that special combination of large formations through this group of flying boats? And since that formation can block my spiritual sense detection, that is comparable to the level of Yin-Yang perfection, I think the grade is not low. It is estimated that it is at least a quasi-5th level formation, or a 5th level formation at the level of Shinhui. Ling Pengyun took a breath of cold air. The group of flying boats formed by the Ling family's 2nd level and 3rd level flying boats actually arranged this kind of combination formation. With ordinary flying boats as nodes, and the family's quasi-4th level Lingxiao flying boat as the center of the formation was finally condensed. It is precisely because of this that the difficulty of arranging this kind of formation is generally higher, but relatively speaking, the power is also stronger. In addition, because the flying boat is huge, some instrument patterns that store spiritual power can be refined in it. In this way, the flying boat can store enough spiritual energy to open this kind of formation. In addition, because the flying boat group can move. This kind of formation undoubtedly gathers 3 major characteristics: strong power, no need to consume the spiritual power of the cultivators, and the ability to move. Indirectly, the role of this kind of formation has become greater. For this reason, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but look forward to how powerful the formation that the sect arranged on those flying boats would be. After a moment, the great elder of Xinghe Pavilion, Taoist Xingking, raised his hand and waved it. Many sect golden cores immediately rose into the air, and drove more than half of the 3rd-level flying boats, leaving Xinghe Pavilion and flying to various places in Xinghe Realm. Obviously, they were going to bring low-level cultivators from other forces in Xinghe Realm to participate in the war. At the same time, Taoist Xingking also greeted Ling Pengyun and other Yin-Yang cultivators, and asked them to take their private soldiers to some higher-level quasi-4th level or 4th-level flying boats. Ling Pengyun was in the Yunqian lineage, one of the 9 major lineages, and Yunqian lineage also had other Yin-Yangs participating in the war, and they were also given special formations and private soldiers by the sect to work together to set up the formation. For this reason, Ling Pengyun and the Yunqian lineage and his group ordered a huge 4th-level flying boat together. Once this matter is settled, the remaining key training, foundation building or giant and cultivators in the sect will be qualified to board the remaining 3rd-level flying boats. After waiting for half a day, the 3rd-level flying boats that went to various places in the Xinghe realm to pick up people came back. And these flying boats were almost full of people. After careful calculation, there are at least 5 or 6 million cultivators. If the number of cultivators who have been waiting in the sect is counted, I am afraid that the number of cultivators participating in this battle is more than 10 million. And this number of cultivators is particularly large. After all the cultivators in the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm add up to only more than 5 million. And it is said that this is only 2/3 of the number of cultivators in the Xinghe realm. Now there are still a group of cultivators with lower cultivation levels staying in various places in this realm. In short, this realm is completely equivalent to 3 northern wilderness Xiuxin realms. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that there are more powerful people in this realm. According to Ling Pengyun's observation, the rest of the big and small forces in the Xinghe realm should have thousands of Jindan's Henrin participating in this battle, and there are fewer Yuanying cultivators, only 10. But even so, this is almost equivalent to the combat power of a northern wilderness Xiuxin realm. The Xinghe realm created by the sect is worthy of being a self-contained world. It is completely another Xiuxin realm. Ling Pengyun was amazed. As for the number of disciples participating in the Battle of Xinghe Pavilion, although there are only a few million or so, because they are in the power of the God transformation, it is easier for them to enter the Jindan realm. In addition, they can enter the Xinghe Pavilion, and their qualifications are basically not bad. In contrast, the number of Jindan cultivators and Yuanying cultivators dispatched by the sect this time is relatively large, with thousands and more than 40 people respectively. But there are actually a lot of water among them. At least 3/4 of the Jindan and Yuanying are fake Dan or fake Ying methods. However, even so, their strength is still not low. The two sides together had more than 3,000 Jindan and 59 Yuanying's Henjin. If we add the righteous forces under the management of Xinghe Pavilion in the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm, I am afraid that the number of these Jindan and Yuanying cultivators will increase by about 1/2. Ling Pengyun's scalp suddenly numbed. But after thinking about it carefully, Xinghe Pavilion is one of the strongest several Huashan forces in this world. And both Xinghe realm and northern wilderness Xiuxin realm have been managed by this sect for tens of thousands of years. If there is no such foundation, it would be abnormal. However, the large number of participants in this battle is not a good thing, but a sign of danger. For this reason, whether it is Ling Pengyun or the other cultivators present, they all frowned and became a little worried. At this time, the great elder Xinghe Laodao, who was standing on the quasi-5th level flying boat, said loudly, "Everyone is here. Follow me." Then, the huge flying boat under his feet slowly moved towards the only entrance and exit of Xinghe realm, Jiang Valley. The rest of the flying boats followed closely behind. At this time, a ray pattern suddenly appeared in the Jiang Valley, and finally converged into a circular black hole that was 10,000 feet wide. In this way, the huge group of flying boats quickly rushed into it. After a dizzy spell, everyone came out to the outside world. Those natives who had never been out of the Xinghe realm saw that they were in a place full of seawater in just a moment. They were shocked and discussed privately. "Daoao, do you know where this place is?" "I don't know. There shouldn't be such a place in the Xinghe realm." And the black hole contained the power of space. "It's possible that we have left the Xinghe realm." At once, a large number of Xinghe realm natives guessed some of the reasons, but they had no way to ask. Because every flying boat had a powerful cultivator from the Xinghe Pavilion in charge, and whenever they asked those cultivators where this place was, they would be told, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just do your job well." For this reason, the Xinghe realm natives were very curious about this new world full of seawater, and kept looking around. And Ling Pengyun, who knew the sect's plan, knew that this place was the easternmost of the 36 major human race seas in the boundless sea Xiuxin realm. As long as they traveled thousands of miles, they could leave this world and officially enter a desolate sea area at the junction of the righteous path and the boundless demon sea. It was for this reason that the flying boat group started to fly at full speed. Thousands of flying boats suddenly burst out with a speed of millions of miles a day, thus turning into a series of escape lights, directly crossing the sky and rushing to the demon race territory in the east. And as the great elder Xingqing raised his hand and waved, countless array patterns flew out of the thousands of flying boats and merged together, eventually transforming into a cloud of mist, covering the entire fleet of flying boats. In this way, even the cultivators in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul may not be able to see the situation of the flying boats from the outside. Relatively speaking, the flying boats are relatively safe during their journey. After all, in a few days, the world-destroying chaos will begin. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed in a flash. The huge flying boat group finally officially left the Righteous Sea area and finally entered the Righteous Demon Desolate Sea area. This is the border between the Righteous and Demon Sea areas of the Boundless Sea area. Although this place is extremely long, even comparable to several righteous domains, equivalent to several nascent soul forces, it is really desolate and there are not many spiritual lands. For this reason, neither side usually sends people to occupy it. But what surprised Ling Pengyun was that as the flying boats passed through a cloud, he saw a huge island in front of him, which was filled with rich spiritual energy. He also saw some fellow disciples who had been sent by the sect to fight in the front. Why are all those fellow disciples here? And the quality of the spiritual energy here is not something that ordinary spiritual veins can produce. It must be a quasi-fifth level spiritual vein. But how could such a spiritual vein appear on this island? Ling Pengyun was immediately surprised. The Xinghe Pavilion, a spiritual power in the Immortal Cultivation world of the Boundless Sea, and the Sea Dragon clan of the Demon clan had a similar strength, so they agreed that they would not take action unless there was a major chaos that occurred once every 300 years, and both sides were afraid of causing a major incident. For this reason, the two spiritual power forces would not participate in the disputes in the Boundless Sea on weekdays. In this way, the ordinary righteous forces and the ordinary forces of the Demon clan under the command of both sides were enough to guard the border areas of both sides. The most important thing is that Ling Pengyun had never heard of such a treasure land in the Barren Sea area. Even if there is, it is normal, but there is no reason for the sect to hide it. If the spiritual vein here is temporarily moved here, the cost is too high. Ling Pengyun was puzzled and asked Brother Wenqi Wang, the disciple of Master Yun Jin, who was standing beside him. Because of his high status and good management of affairs, he had been deeply involved in the decision-making level of the sect early on, and he knew a lot of things. For this reason, he knew about the treasure land on the island. According to what he said, the sect did not have such a treasure land here in the past. As for the fact that it can get such a treasure land now, it is just that the sect simply moved a quasi-fifth level spiritual vein here. But the method of migration is not to migrate with ordinary formations, but the spiritual vein comes by itself. Isn't the sect afraid that the spiritual vein will lose its origin? Ling Pengyun was a little puzzled. No matter what spiritual creature enters a certain state, it will give birth to spiritual intelligence. The same is true after the spiritual vein enters the third level. But ordinary third level or even fourth level spiritual veins are bound by the earth's veins. Even if they can move on their own, they generally won't do so easily, otherwise they will inevitably damage their origin, and it will be difficult to recover in the future. This is the same as using a large formation to migrate spiritual veins. Senior Brother Wenqi Wang explained. It is said that the spirit vein has the body of earth spirit, so it will not lose its essence if it moves at will. However, the sect only has that one quasi-fifth level spirit vein that has condensed the body of earth spirit, and it is also known as the fifth level spirit vein seedling. After all, according to the records in the classics, the foundation of this kind of spirit vein is relatively good, and it can at least increase the probability of entering the fifth level by 10%. As for the other quasi-fifth level spirit veins, they are relatively ordinary. It is for this reason that the sect temporarily brought the spirit vein with the body of earth spirit here, and planned to use it as a base to fight with the Sea Dragon clan. This place is vast and sparsely populated, with enough space for us to fight, and it will not affect the balance between the righteous and the demon clan in the world of immortal cultivation in the boundless sea. And it is said that there are two reasons why a stronger spirit vein is not cultivated here on weekdays. The first point is that facing the great power of the Sea Dragon clan, if it is not a quasi-fifth level spirit land, it is useless. And the cost of cultivating this kind of spiritual vein is relatively high. Instead of doing so, it is better to save resources and cultivate such spiritual veins in the Star Sea realm. In this way, not only will the spiritual veins be safer, but the Star Sea realm will also be nourished by spiritual energy, which can also speed up the evolution of the Earth realm. Secondly, under normal circumstances, even if this kind of spiritual land is arranged in the border area of the righteous way of the boundless sea, it is of no great use. After all, the Sea Dragon clan is also a wise man and will not easily start a war. Moreover, the strength of the righteous way of this cultivation world is not weak. As long as the spirit transformation does not come out, they will be enough to resist the attack of the Sea Dragon clan for some time, and then our sect will be able to react. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. The spiritual veins with the body of the earth spirit are similar to the spiritual treasures with the foundation of the spirit transformation. They have all comprehended some of the true meaning of heaven and earth. In this way, those spiritual veins will become the incarnation of heaven and earth. Not only can they move at will. Moreover, the foundation is relatively strong, the spiritual energy produced is also stronger, and even this kind of spiritual veins have certain means of attack, which can be said to be extremely powerful. As for the sex plan, it undoubtedly reveals an infinite confidence. Chapter 1262, Turning Point in the War. After a while, a large number of flying boats entered the huge island. According to everyone, this island is temporarily called Xinghe Island, and it will be used as a base for Xinghe Pavilion to fight against the Sea Dragon clan of the Spirit Transformation Demon clan in the future. In addition, Ling Pengyun also heard that the Demon clan also set up a base somewhere in this desolate sea area. When the end of the world comes, the two sides will start a war. As time goes by, the chaos that only comes once every 300 years in the boundless sea has officially arrived. This also indicates that the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, the Zhongzhou Xiuxin world and other places will also set off a chaos. In the end, it will form a world-destroying chaos that concerns the survival of the righteous cultivators. And the old-fashioned spirit transformation force like Xinghe Pavilion naturally dare not sit and wait for death, and in the past few thousand years, the strength of Xinghe Pavilion has always been stronger than the Sea Dragon clan. For this reason, Xinghe Pavilion directly dispatched a large group of flying boats, led tens of millions of cultivators, and dived directly into the water, rushing to the Sea Dragon Valley, the stronghold of the Sea Dragon clan, intending to trap the place directly in this way, so as to gain an advantage and change the situation of the battle in other cultivation worlds. The Sea Dragon Valley is quite special. It is an underwater valley hidden in the deep sea that the Sea Dragon clan specially found. After all, most of the monsters under the command of this clan are water-attributed monsters, and fighting in the water is more advantageous. It is said that there is also a quasi-fifth-level spiritual vein that has evolved into land spirit, but compared with the spiritual vein of Xinghe Island, the foundation is slightly worse. For this reason, the cultivators who went to Xinghe Pavilion this time were full of confidence. Even if it was difficult to besiege it, they could return to Xinghe Island to garrison. However, while the huge group of flying boats was still on the way, they encountered the troops of the Sea Dragon clan, who also planned to surprise attack Xinghe Pavilion's stronghold Xinghe Island to establish an advantage. Because they have also lasted for tens of thousands of years and have a strong foundation, they also use flying boats as a means of travel. In fact, the number and grade of flying boats of this clan are not much less than that of Xinghe Pavilion. There are about 800 third-level flying boats and 7 fourth-level flying boats. Moreover, these flying boats are relatively large, even enough to be equivalent to the size of 3 or 4 flying boats of the same level. Therefore, even if the monsters under the command of the Sea Dragon clan are relatively large, these flying boats can also accommodate them. After careful calculation, there should be millions of monsters on the flying boats of this clan. But relatively speaking, the speed of this flying boat group is relatively slow, and it is not comparable to the flying boats of Xinghe Pavilion. However, this is not a problem for the Sea Dragon clan. After all, the flying boats in the hands of this clan will only be used in such a big battle. As the two sides met, they immediately became tense. The elder of Xinghe Pavilion, who stood on the core quasi-fifth-level flying boat in the center of the flying boat group, opened his mouth and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, go all out. Don't forget the rewards given by the sect. Whoever is the first to kill a monster of the same level here will win a big prize." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and cast a spell into the quasi-fifth-level flying boat under him. As the flying boat trembled slightly, it suddenly flashed with spiritual light. Then, the other flying boats around it also flashed with spiritual light as if in resonance, and scattered a large number of array patterns. They intertwined together and finally gathered into a huge and thick light curtain that enveloped the flying boat. And in the light curtain, a blue long banner flew out of the void. Its aura was as high as the quasi-fifth-level realm, and it was not even comparable to ordinary quasi-fifth-level spiritual treasures. And as the long banner flashed with spiritual light, the blue dragon pattern embroidered on its surface seemed to come alive, and it actually rushed out directly from the long banner, and gradually grew bigger, turning into a huge dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Its blue scales were lifelike, and even its eyes were alive, just like a living dragon. And this dragon should be a water dragon. It could be heard reciting a spell, and the surrounding sea water suddenly began to roll. Exclamation mark. The huge wave surged, like a huge palm, carrying millions of pounds of force to hit the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan in the distance. The protective formation of this group of flying boats is indeed a quasi-fifth level formation. And that long banner should be the formation tool of this formation, but this formation tool is too powerful. It can use the power of heaven and earth with just a thought. Although it has the help of the protective formation of the flying boats at this time, it must have comprehended a certain truth about the water attribute to the great level. And judging from its appearance, it should not have used its full strength now, but its full strength must be stronger. Even a strong man of the spirit transformation level may not be able to take it down in a short time. Ling Pengyun, who is on a 4th level flying boat, was full of surprise. At the same time, with the protection of such a formation, his worry in his heart suddenly dissipated. No wonder there was no worry when I rushed from the sect to the Xinghe Island stronghold. It turned out that the Sea Dragon clan did not dare to intercept it. Ling Pengyun sighed. The other cultivators present were also shocked by the power of the water dragon formation spirit. You know, if you can get the help of this kind of weapon spirit, you can completely build a small cultivation world like the Northern Wilderness cultivation world. The foundation of the sect is too strong. In addition to the sect protection formation, there is also this kind of powerful formation. It is said that the Xinghe Pavilion's pavilion protection formation is also as high as the quasi-5th level formation, and some people also say that the sect protection formation is as high as the 5th level. However, in addition to this, the powerful realm formation that maintains the operation of the Xinghe realm must be as high as the 5th level. In this way, the Xinghe Pavilion has at least 2 quasi-5th level and 1 5th level formations, which are not comparable to ordinary incarnation forces. And this is also the confidence of the Xinghe Pavilion. Distracting thoughts are collected. With the layers of waves summoned by the water dragon formation spirit, the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan were immediately in danger. However, the Sea Dragon clan is also an old-fashioned incarnation force, so the foundation is naturally stronger. They also use the huge flying boat group as the formation base to arrange a powerful formation, and with a flash of its spiritual light, the formation also transformed into a huge water dragon. The only difference may be that this dragon's body is more illusory, and its strength is obviously not as strong as the Xinghe Sea Dragon formation spirit. However, its attack method is not much different from the water dragon spirit of the Xinghe flying boat group. It also summoned huge waves and patches, and finally barely resisted the attack of the Xinghe Sea Dragon. Afterwards, the two dragons looked at each other across the sea, and both sides showed a complicated look. Even the phantom of the water dragon of the Sea Dragon clan was across the sea. Ancestor Haikui, I haven't seen you for 300 years. You have become stronger. However, your assistance to Xinghe Pavilion is nothing short of helping the tyrant. Are you planning to help Xinghe Pavilion and kill my clan members and soldiers? Will you feel at ease only when my clan's inheritance is destroyed? The tens of millions of cultivators in the Xinghe Pavilion's flying boats were a little confused. But they were not stupid. They naturally guessed that Eli and Jiao knew each other before, at least, they should have known each other before they had bodies. They are now the bodies of formation spirits and have long lost their real bodies. However, this made everyone suspicious. The powerful formation of the Xinghe flying boat group was a dragon, and it was the most common water dragon of the Sea Dragon clan, and it knew the formation spirit of the Sea Dragon clan's boat protection formation. These three doubts came together, and everyone speculated. Could it be that the Xinghe Sea Dragon weapon spirit originated from the Sea Dragon clan? And that was exactly the case. At this moment, the sea anemone water dragon formation spirit of the Xinghe flying boat group sighed helplessly. 600 years ago, it was a powerful elder of the Sea Dragon clan, but because of the chaos that year, it encountered a powerful enemy of the Xinghe Pavilion and eventually died in his hands. However, the Xinghe Pavilion did not spare it. At that time, the great elder of the Xinghe Pavilion, the old formation master Xingking, and a quasi-5th level formation master of the Xinghe Pavilion who had already exhausted his lifespan saw that it was good at magic and had a strong soul, so they kept its soul and used it as a source to refine its soul into the flying boat group formation here. In the end, it became the spirit of the boat protection formation. And its body was also made into a 4th level upper grade flying boat. It can be said that it died without a complete body. In order to control it, the Xinghe Pavilion not only arranged various restrictions in its body, but also spent a lot of effort to capture all its descendants into the Xinghe Pavilion, threatening it to work for the Xinghe Pavilion. The old dragon of Haikui had no choice but to do as he was told. For this reason, he actually betrayed his clan during a great turmoil 300 years ago and assisted Xinghe Pavilion in attacking the Haijiao clan. At that time, the Haijiao clan suffered heavy losses, which made him, the elder of the Haijiao clan, really unbearable. But for the sake of future generations and his own life, he could only do as he was told. Don't blame me. Blame Xinghe Pavilion. After saying this in his heart, he launched another attack under the threatening gaze of Xingking, the great elder of Xinghe Pavilion. He opened his mouth and used the mysterious incomplete avenue of truth to transform into a 100-foot water ball with even greater power, containing a force of 1 or 2,000 pounds, and shot it out. The water ball was indecisive, and because of the blessing of the truth, it was extraordinary in power. In just a moment, it defeated the layers of waves created by the phantom of the water dragon of the Sea Dragon clan, and blasted the defensive light curtain created by the boat protection formation of the Sea Dragon clan, causing waves. This is the strength of the true meaning, which is unmatched by ordinary magic. What's more, this dragon uses the formation to induce the true meaning of heavy water, which is the best at killing and breaking force with force. This is the same as the true meaning of Ling Pengyun's 5 elements of the water treasure. At this time, Ling Pengyun and others did not need to maintain the boat protection formation, so they followed the instructions of the old formation master Xing Qing and arranged the special formations given by the sect in advance. One after another powerful formations rose up and launched powerful attacks. The 4th Great Superior Dragon Sea Control Formation arranged by Ling Pengyun and nearly 10,000 private soldiers under his command also summoned a phantom of a water dragon. It was just that its strength was slightly weaker, but it barely had the strength close to the perfection of the nascent soul. Obviously, the main material for refining this special formation also came from the Sea Dragon clan. And with the combined efforts of everyone, the protective formation of the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan was shaken. This made the spirit of the protective formation who had shouted earlier look very dark. This old sea anemone dragon is really shameless. Don't let our clan find a chance, otherwise I will definitely put its soul on the spiritual fire to refine it to death. Then, it also aroused the true meaning and began to attack, but what it comprehended was the true meaning of rotten water, which was extremely corrosive. Once attacked by it, it would inevitably be gradually eroded. If it also comprehended it to the level of great success, it might be able to tie with the sea anemone water dragon formation spirit, but it barely comprehended it to the middle level. In addition, the formation foundation of its position was not as strong as that of the sea anemone water dragon. In this way, it is no match for the old sea dragon spirit. But it is not the only one stationed in the sea dragon flying boat group. There are also a large number of sea dragons here. Under the leadership of a large number of high-level monsters, they have also arranged a special formation, and used it as a means of resistance, and transformed a large number of attacks or defenses to gradually stabilize the defense line. For a while, both sides were using formations to bombard each other. It seemed a bit boring, but in fact it was full of murderous intent. If the boat protection formation of either side was broken at this time, everything would be over. As time passed, Xinghe Pavilion, which had a few advantages and relied on the strong power of the boat protection formation, found an opportunity and broke a small hole in the boat protection formation of the Sea Dragon clan. Good opportunity. The great elder Xingking, the old formation master, immediately seized the opportunity and raised his hand. Then the old sea anemone dragon, the boat protection array spirit, took the opportunity to spit out a powerful water ball and rushed into the boat protection array of the Sea Dragon clan. However, its target was not the boat protection equipment spirit of the Sea Dragon clan, but some 3rd-level flying boats near the gap of the array. With the sound of shattering, 5 3rd-level flying boats were directly blasted to pieces, and the monsters on them were naturally dead. Indirectly, the offensive of the Sea Dragon clan was not only weakened, but also the power of the boat protection array was weakened because of the lack of 5 flying boats as the array base. Indirectly, the water dragon array spirit of this array was also weakened. Although it was not much, it at least made some contributions. Moreover, the flying boats of this clan were already in a weak position. Now that the boat protection array and the array spirit have weakened one after another, it is undoubtedly that the Sea Dragon clan has been beaten even more. Seeing this, the phantom spirit of the water dragon in the flying boat group of the Sea Dragon clan immediately became anxious, and turned to ask the most powerful elder of the clan, Heir Lao Jiao. According to the current situation, if we continue to drag it out, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us. Should we retreat to the Sea Dragon Valley to defend? Although the elder Heian knew the danger, he refused. No. Once we give in, the flying boats of Xinghe Pavilion will definitely pursue us and eventually surround our temporary base in the sea area. At that time, the power of Xinghe Pavilion's flying boats is fully capable of trapping us there. On the other hand, Xinghe Pavilion will take the initiative at that time, and it is possible that it will be able to change the world destroying chaos planned by us and other divine monster clans this time. Chapter 1263, Opportunity of Array Spirit. After hearing the words of the great elder Heian, the spirit of the Sea Dragon clan's boat protection formation sighed. It seems that we are going to have a fierce battle. Then, it put its mind back into the battle. But the gap between it and the spirit of the Xinghe Pavilion's boat protection formation, the old water dragon of Heike, was really difficult to make up. For this reason, as time went by, in the long-lasting battle that lasted for several months, some small damages continued to appear on the huge defensive light curtain supported by the Sea Dragon clan's boat protection formation, and eventually caused the third-level flying boats and even the fourth-level flying boats that served as the formation base to be destroyed one after another. This undoubtedly made the monsters on the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan fall further. But they did not lose. However, this situation was not a good thing after all, so the great elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Heian Lao Jiao, who led this battle, retreated to the next best thing and directly called all the Yuaning demon kings of the flying boats here to his side, and turned to explain to them. Not long after that, those Yuaning demon kings took the demon beasts on 2 or 3 large third-level flying boats and left directly from the back of the boat protection formation. In the end, the huge fleet of flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan was reduced to only more than 400 flying boats. This also made the power of the large fleet of flying boats that supported the large fleet of flying boats directly weakened by 3 points. It was precisely because of this that the array spirit of the boat protection formation was greatly reduced, and it was no match for the Xinghe Pavilion's boat protection formation of the Sea Anemone and Water Dragon array spirit. Indirectly, the remaining fleet of flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan actually felt that they were about to be destroyed. However, the Xinghe Pavilion's elder Xingking, who commanded the fleet of flying boats, saw this, but he did not look happy. Instead, he frowned. That old Loch Heian is really ruthless. He actually split up the hull into pieces so early. This makes it a bit difficult to deal with. Previously, Great Elder Xingking planned to try to force the Sea Dragon flying boats fighting here back to the Sea Dragon clan's base in the sea area, the Sea Dragon Valley. In this way, he can lead the huge Xinghe Pavilion flying boats behind him to directly surround the valley of the Sea Dragon clan's base. As long as this plan is successful, the struggle between Xinghe Pavilion and the Sea Dragon clan will definitely be dominant, and there may even be spare forces to send troops to the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm or other Xiuxin realms to reverse this world-destroying chaos. Turn it into a world-destroying chaos against the demon clan. It's just a pity that the old dragon Heian of the Sea Dragon clan is really experienced and directly broke this situation with a move of splitting the hull into pieces. Even if he forced the Sea Dragon clan's flying boats back to the Sea Dragon Valley according to the plan, the group of demon kings and demon beasts who left earlier would also become a hidden danger. However, this was also a dangerous move for the Sea Dragon clan. After all, the 300 or 400 flying boats that had left the flying boat group earlier were no longer protected by the Sea Dragon clan's protective boat formation. This was a good opportunity to kill them. For this reason, the elder Xingqing immediately pinched his fingers and injected many array techniques into the quasi 5th level flying boat under his feet. With a flash of his spiritual light, a special array pattern was scattered in the thousands of flying boats of the Xinghe Pavilion, and finally merged into the body of the old sea dragon of the protective boat formation. However, between the Zumi, a full body armor of a spiritual treasure appeared around him, covering his body completely, and the aura of the spiritual treasure was as high as the 4th level upper grade realm, and even touched the quasi 5th level. The most peculiar thing was that the incomplete heavy water true meaning scattered on his body gradually became stronger, Then, his body suddenly increased by nearly 2 times, and directly turned into a huge water dragon with a length of 2,000 feet. And its aura was even more monstrous, and it was faintly showing signs of leaving the nascent soul stage. In contrast, its strength was also terrifying. In such a great battle, it directly left the Xinghe Pavilion's boat protection formation, and with the help of the armor on its body, it resisted the countless attacks from the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan, and crashed fiercely into the light curtain of the flying boats. Boom! There was only a loud bang. Although the light curtain of the flying boats of the Sea Dragon clan was still there, it was constantly shaking, and even the flying boats were collectively blown away by 100 feet. Then, its offensive did not decrease, and it continued to attack the Sea Dragon clan's boat protection formation with its fangs and claws, and from time to time, it used the true meaning of heavy water to transform into a series of powerful spells, directly suppressing the Sea Dragon clan's boat protection formation without any movement. In addition, most of the nascent soul demon kings in this flying boat group had left, and only a few demon kings and the great elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Heir and Lao Jiao, were left. Therefore, even if they went to help the boat protection formation, it would be difficult to change anything. After all, the other righteous Yuanyings of Xinghe Pavilion were watching. Therefore, the formation spirit of the Sea Dragon clan suddenly felt bitter. How come it's only been 300 years since we last met, and the strength of that damn old ghost Hai Kui has improved so much? 300 years ago, the strength of the Hai Kui water dragon formation spirit, which was the formation spirit of the Xinghe Pavilion's flying boat group, was only slightly stronger than the ordinary old-fashioned Yuanying perfection demon king. As a result, it has always been a 60-40 situation between it and the Sea Dragon clan boat protection formation spirit, which is about the old-fashioned Yuanying perfection level. But now, the Hai Kui water dragon formation spirit of Xinghe Pavilion has at least comprehended 80% to 90% of the true meaning of heavy water, which is only one step away from fully mastering this true meaning. By then, I am afraid that even the weaker gods will not be able to do anything to this formation spirit in a short time. It was for this reason that the spirit of the boat protection formation of the Sea Dragon clan suddenly had a special idea. It is said that when the old ghost Hai Kui was still in our clan, his cultivation was just an ordinary nascent soul perfection, but because he was good at magic, his strength was barely able to step into the ranks of veteran nascent soul perfection. Now that he has become the spirit of the boat protection formation of the Xinghe Pavilion's flying boats, it has reached this level in just 600 years. Doesn't it mean that joining the Xinghe Pavilion is an opportunity? Suddenly, the Tao heart of this spirit was a little unstable. It can be a spirit of formation, and it also retains the spiritual wisdom of its life. Indirectly, how can it not have a heart for Tao? Moreover, although the spirit of formation has no entity, it can achieve the point of long-term existence in the world through the formation. It was for this reason that it turned to the spirit of the boat protection formation of the flying boat of the Sea Dragon clan and became a spirit of formation after it felt that the Tao was hopeless, wanting to see if it could go further with this Tao. But who would have thought that because the Sea Dragon clan did not have any powerful formation masters in the contemporary era, its strength had not improved much, and at most it could only maintain its level before its death, but it always wanted to go further. It even wanted to achieve enlightenment through formations and pursue the realm of incarnation. For this reason, it could not help but secretly think, my cultivation was much stronger than that old ghost Hai Kui in my lifetime. If I was killed by Xinghe Pavilion and my soul was taken away by this pavilion and refined into the great boat protection formation of this pavilion, wouldn't I be the one with overwhelming strength now? Maybe with my foundation, I can even comprehend the true meaning of the corrupt water that I have comprehended to the state of perfection. By then, my strength will be no less than that of the incarnation of the spirit. Damn it, no wonder the old ghost Hai Kui is willing to betray my clan. Even if it was me, I would probably feel a little overwhelmed by such a huge path. At this moment, it suddenly saw Heian Dazhanlao raised his hand and waved, and he also used all his strength to activate his own great boat protection formation. In this way, this formation immediately injected a large amount of formation power into its body. Its strength has also been improved, and its body has only grown to about 1,500 feet. The true meaning of the corrupt water has also increased to about 85%. But compared with the old Hai Kui Jiao formation spirit who shook the formation alone with his own strength, there is still a huge gap. But in this situation, It actually heard the command of the great elder Heian. Go out and resist the old ghost spirit of Hai Kui. Otherwise, if this ghost really delays our offensive, I am afraid that Xinghe Pavilion will also send people to chase the tribesmen and fellow monsters I sent out earlier. The spirit of the sea dragon cursed. Why don't you fight with me? How can I resist the old ghost spirit of Hai Kui with my power? Aren't you asking me to die? Before it voluntarily gave up its body and merged into the protective formation of the flying boat group of the Sea Dragon clan, its status was not much weaker than that of the Great Elder Heian. For this reason, it did not fear the Great Elder Heian, whose cultivation had reached the level of the old Yuanying perfection. When the Great Elder Heian heard this, his face turned black and he snorted coldly. Let's go out together, don't delay. Then, a full body armor appeared on his body, and he also spit out a gem covered with lightning. After it was fully prepared, it flew out of the boat protection formation and directly attacked the old sea anemone dragon of the Xinghe Pavilion, who was bombarding the formation. And the orb on its head kept firing powerful thunderbolts, which struck the armor on the old sea anemone dragon, causing a series of roars. And it was so powerful that the aura of the fourth grade upper grade armor of the old sea anemone dragon gradually dimmed. You know, this was the first time that the sea anemone dragon suffered a loss. And this is why the Great Elder Heian can serve as the Great Elder of the Sea Dragon clan. It is not only a high level of cultivation, but also a strong strength. It is a rare thunder dragon, and its best skill is attack. And thunder's the best among the magic. In addition, it has also comprehended a middle-level true meaning called the true meaning of thunder to the level of great success. In this way, its thunder attack method is enough to be called invincible at the same level. However, the old sea anemone dragon spirit is not comparable to ordinary dragons. It has not used its full strength before. It also has a small mountain spiritual treasure. This treasure is as heavy as Mount I. Under the power of the formation, even if it is not a quasi-fifth level treasure, it still bursts out with power comparable to such treasures, reaching a force of more than 20 million pounds, and the speed is extremely fast. The Great Elder Heian was blown away without a hurry to dodge. The sea anemone spirit seized the opportunity and pounced on it and bit it desperately, and continued to cast spells, making the Great Elder Heian in a very dangerous situation. Heidong, how long are you going to watch from the side? If you don't come to help me, I will report you after I get engaged after returning to my clan. The old sea dragon spirit of Heidong from the Sea Dragon clan heard this and didn't care at all at this moment. It stared at the powerful sea anemone spirit of Xinghe Pavilion in the outside world, and was only secretly shocked. This old ghost Hai Kui has really made a fortune by following Xinghe Pavilion. Even Haiyun, that old waste, is no match for him. Then, it set off to support the Great Elder Haiyun, who was good at thunder magic. In the end, the two sides worked together and barely fought the powerful old Hai Kui dragon formation spirit of Xinghe Pavilion on equal terms. When the old formation master Xing Qing, who was in the Xinghe Pavilion flying boat group in the distance, saw this, he was not worried, but was happy. The faction protecting formation of our sect can burst out with such power. It is not in vain that the essence of the spirited master passed into its body back then was not wasted, helping it to have the foundation of the fifth level formation, nor was it wasted that I and Uncle Xingjin, 2 generations of quasi-fifth level formation masters, spent countless efforts to perfect it. Uncle Xingjin was the quasi-fifth level formation master of the previous generation of Xinghe Pavilion. It was she who took a fancy to the old Hai Kui dragon formation spirit and replaced the original formation spirit with its soul and refined it into the protective boat formation. Afterwards, the formation was hit by the Xinghe patriarch, and it had the foundation of transformation. The old Heikijiao, who is already good at magic, immediately made a step forward in the way of true meaning. In the end, the formation and the formation spirit were both improved, which made the power of this formation a level higher. Afterwards, the old Taoist Xingking saw that the Heian Leijiao and the Heidong guard boat formation spirit of the Heijiao clan were entangled and could not get out at all, so he called out to Liu Fengyan and other Yuanying. Quickly lead the private soldiers I sent to you before, as well as those special formations, to chase the group of Yuanying demon kings and demon beasts who left a flying boat group of the Heijiao clan. If you are successful, the sect will definitely reward you greatly. Yuanyings like Ling Pengyun who touched the true meaning set off immediately, but a few ignorant Yuanyings were a little confused. Great Elder, Now the old heian of the Sea Dragon clan and the powerful formation spirit are entangled, and most of the Yuanying of the clan here have escaped. Why don't we seize this opportunity to directly destroy the old heian dragon and the formation spirit? Great Elder King has been in a high position for a long time. What he hates most is people who think they are smart. For this reason, he immediately cursed. Didn't you see the strength of the old dragon and the formation spirit? Their strength is about to leave the Yuanying level. If they are really forced into a corner, I'm afraid they can all burst out with attack methods close to the level of the god transformation. Who of you will stop them then? Someone said. Don't we have a large formation to protect the boat? Great Elder King said angrily. You think the boat protection formation is omnipotent, but don't forget that this formation is only of the quasi-5th level. Even if it can resist the means of the near transformation god, it will inevitably be injured. If the injury is minor, it's okay. It only takes a few hundred years to slowly nurture it, but the problem is that we are now in the period of the world destroying chaos. And if the formation is too seriously injured, how can our sect use this formation as a means to fight the enemy? The ignorant Yuanying present immediately lost their temper, and immediately drove the flying boat and led people to chase the Yuanying monster kings and monster beasts that were broken into pieces. It was precisely because of this that the Xinghe Pavilion's boat protection formation lacked some formation bases, and the power of this formation was also weakened. In contrast, the means of the old sea anemone dragon formation spirit were also weaker, but it was still barely able to entangle the Sea Dragon clan's Heian Elder and Heidong Old Dragon formation spirit. Chapter 1264, Crimson Crab Clan. In addition, the old formation master Xingqing was supervising the battle, so the main battlefield here basically did not cause any trouble. On the other side, although most of the demon kings of the Sea Dragon clan first drove a group of flying boats and took some demon beasts away from the main battlefield. However, their flying boats were large in size and slow in speed. Therefore, it didn't take long for Ling Pengyun and other cultivators from the Xinghe Pavilion to vaguely catch up with them. However, those demon kings and demon beasts fled with a tactic of breaking up into pieces, so they all fled separately and scattered everywhere. Therefore, Ling Pengyun, who is on the 4th level flying boat of the Yunqian lineage, immediately said to senior brother Wenqiu Yang beside him. Brother, it's a waste of combat power for us to work together to control this 4th order flying boat to chase the enemy. I plan to take my group of private soldiers away from this flying boat and fight alone. But my group of private soldiers are all relatively weak, and now they are in the sea. Their speed of controlling water is relatively slow. Do you have any spare high-level large flying boats? Can you lend them to me? Brother Wenqiu Yang was not surprised when he heard this. Under such circumstances, it is indeed the case that each of them can maximize the benefits. But at the same time, this move is also prone to danger. Ling Pengyun is the only Yuanying perfect seedling of Yunjin's lineage. In addition, Wang Qiuyang's master, the old lineage master Yunjin, is now running out of life. If Ling Pengyun gets into trouble, I'm afraid the entire Yunjin lineage will be affected. It may even fall from the ranks of the 9 major lines of Xinghe Pavilion. For this reason, he took this matter seriously. After thinking about it carefully, he took out the only 4th order flying boat of Yunjin's lineage. Brother Pengyun, this is the Yunqian II of my Yunqian lineage. Although it is only a medium-sized flying boat that can only accommodate about 30,000 people, and its grade is only the lower 4th grade, it comes with a special weapon pattern. As long as it is activated, without using spiritual power, it can activate the 3,000 cloud sword formations of my Yunqian lineage that can suppress the meridians. And it is extraordinary in power, enough to hurt a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. If you seize the right opportunity, it will be no problem to kill such a powerful enemy with this move. But after this move, the spiritual power stored in the weapon pattern will be consumed. If you plan to use this move later, you can only transfer your spiritual power into the weapon pattern to perform this move. In addition, this flying boat also has a defensive magical weapon pattern. The defensive light curtain it creates can at least withstand the power of 3 attacks from the middle stage of the nascent soul, and can even block the full force attack of a strong man in the late stage of the nascent soul. As for its speed, it's barely acceptable. It can travel about 50 million miles a day, which is equivalent to the flying speed of an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect that my Yunjin lineage actually had such a treasure boat. He rarely participated in the affairs of the Yunjin lineage, so he didn't know much about the foundation of the Yunjin lineage. And since this Yunjin number 2 flying boat is named after Yunjin and has never appeared before and has always been in Wang Qiuyang's hands, it is obvious that it has nothing to do with the sect and is privately owned by the Yunjin lineage. As for the 1,000 flying boats that the sect had previously sent, they were just the foundation of the sect's main lineage, which has nothing to do with the other branches of the sect. At this time, Wang Qiuyang gave another instruction. Junior brother, this time you lead your troops away from our Yunjin lineage to chase the enemy. Remember to be careful. If you encounter trouble, you must crush the token of the position of the elder of our Yunjin lineage as soon as possible to ask for help. At that time, I and the other Yuanying of the Yunjin lineage will definitely come as soon as possible. The other Yuanying elders of the Yunjin lineage, who were temporarily lent to the Yunjin lineage by this sect, also expressed their concerns and their willingness to support immediately. As for Wang Qiuyang giving the powerful Yunjin number 2 medium-sized flying boat to Ling Pengyun, they had no objection. After all, they all understood the importance of Ling Pengyun to the Yunjin lineage. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but feel a little moved. He has been in Taoism for hundreds of years, how could he not see whether these Yuanying elders of the Yunjin lineage were sincere or false? And after careful calculation, his relationship with most people here is not very good. Under such circumstances, the Yuanying here all expressed their willingness to support, which is extremely rare. For this reason, he immediately bowed to everyone and said, I'll trouble you all, but don't worry, if you encounter trouble after we separate, I will definitely support you as soon as possible. Seeing this, Senior Brother Wang Qiuyang and other Yuanying elders of Yunqian's lineage all showed satisfaction on their faces. We are from the same lineage, there is no need to be so polite. We came together, so we must return together. If anyone has an accident, it will be the loss of my Yunqian lineage. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun chatted with this group of Yuanying elders for a few more words, and then drove the Yunqian number 2 4th-level medium-sized flying boat given by Senior Brother Wang Qiuyang, and left this flying boat with the nearly 10,000 private soldiers assigned by the sect, and turned to chase after a small group of flying boats. It was composed of a large 4th-level demon flying boat and 5 quasi 4th-level flying boats. All of them were red crabs covered with a thick layer of red shells. This tribe has increased strength and is good at physical fitness. And they are obviously from the same race. In addition, their number is not small, as many as 30,000 to 40,000, and there is also a red crab demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul. However, it is precisely because of this that Ling Pengyun is suspicious. If the red crab demon king is entangled at this time, it is tantamount to falling into danger. Moreover, although this demon king is good at physical strength, this clan is very good at escape techniques. As long as he wants, he can burst out a speed far exceeding that of the 4th-level flying boat. Why doesn't he escape by himself and let the low-level red crabs under his command truly break up into pieces? Instead, he must control the flying boat and take the 30,000 to 40,000 red crabs away together? Because they are from the same clan? The Demon King is reluctant to let his clan members fall into danger? If this happened to Cultivator, it would be possible. The Demon Clan is very wild by nature, and for this kind of Demon King who has entered the nascent soul realm, they pay more attention to ordinary clan members except for their direct relatives. Moreover, even if those ordinary members of the tribe died, it would not take long for the tribe to make up for it in a short time by virtue of its strong reproductive ability. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly proved that the Red Crab Demon King had to take the low-level red crabs with him. The red crabs must have mastered that kind of special formation. Ling Pengyun secretly guessed. It was for this reason that after he controlled the Yunqian number 2 flying boat with extremely fast water control speed under his feet and caught up with the red crab flying boats, he directly sacrificed the special 4th-level upper-grade Jialong Sea controlling formation given by the sect, and said to the private soldiers on the flying boat, "Everyone, follow me to set up the formation." The nearly 10,000 cultivators heard this and immediately felt a little nervous, and thought to themselves, "I don't know if this battle will go smoothly. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. There are no other fellow disciples near where we are now. Even if we ask for help, I guess not many of them can arrive in time." However, they did not dare to delay the battle, so they immediately transferred their spiritual power into the special array. After the spiritual power reached a certain amount, The array suddenly flashed with spiritual light and transformed into countless special array patterns. In the end, they intersected together and turned into a huge dragon phantom that was 800 feet long. The scales on its body were particularly thick, and it looked extremely domineering. However, its eyes were a little immature, even a little dull, as if it had not experienced any trouble and was too simple. And this dragon was the array spirit of this dragon-controlling sea array. It is said that its original body was the soul of a dragon king in the late Yuanying period, but the soul was particularly uncooperative at the time. For this reason, the high-level formation master who refined this formation ruthlessly destroyed its consciousness, and then it was safely refined into this formation with that soul. But afterwards, the high-level formation master considered that the soulless formation spirit would more or less affect the power of the formation, so he gave the formation spirit a new consciousness in a special way. In this way, the formation spirit's reaction suddenly became much faster, but this consciousness was after all a stimulant, so this formation spirit would react more slowly under some special circumstances. For this reason, it is best to control this formation spirit with spiritual consciousness during the battle against the enemy, and now Ling Pengyun did so. Stop them. As his spiritual thoughts moved, the 800-foot dragon phantom suddenly rushed out of the defensive light curtain of Yunqian No. 2 flying boat with a bit of murderous intent and stepped into the sea. However, once it entered the sea, it was like returning home, and its speed increased by several times. Just a swing of its body, it crossed nearly several miles. For this reason, within a few dozen breaths, it caught up with the small flying boats of the Red Crab clan and controlled the surrounding seawater to turn into waves to hit the flying boats to slow down their speed. The red crabs in the flying boats would naturally not sit and wait for death. Just as Ling Pengyun thought, they also mastered special formations. As a special formation disc rose into the air, it not only supported a light curtain, but also transformed into a formation device. It was a flying sword. Moreover, there was a golden dragon pattern engraved on the sword body, which looked particularly extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of this that it actually possessed the golden gang key that was good at breaking gang. Even as the power of the formation continued to flow in, the golden gang sword key gradually condensed and turned into a huge sword light attached to the flying sword. Finally, a 3-meter-sized golden flying sword was formed. Although it was a little inconspicuous compared to Ling Pengyun's dragon phantom, its speed was actually 3 points faster than that of the dragon phantom. Without even waiting for its reaction, the flying sword directly crossed dozens of miles and directly bombarded the body of the dragon phantom, breaking its scales and penetrating more than 10 feet into its body. The dragon phantom formation spirit was immediately in pain and screamed. Roar! Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he saw this. You know, although this dragon phantom is the power of the formation, its body is particularly strong. In addition, the grade of the dragon-controlling sea formation is as high as the 4th grade upper grade realm. Even an ordinary 4th grade upper grade flying sword would find it difficult to hurt it. Not to mention, the golden flying sword is just a 4th grade middle grade formation weapon of a 4th grade special formation. This golden flying sword must be strange. Ling Pengyun guessed secretly. Then, in order to prevent the dragon phantom from being hurt again by the flying sword that broke the treasure, he directly sacrificed his own lifelong spiritual treasure, the 5 Elements 100 Treasures River. Because it was recast to the 4th grade upper level by Xinghe Patriarch some time ago, and it has the foundation of transformation, so its power is extremely strong. As soon as it appeared in the world, it directly turned into a 5-element river that was 1,300 or 400 feet long. As it moved quickly, the surrounding seawater was directly divided, and the scene was particularly magnificent. Exclamation mark. Why is the aura of this treasure so strong? Seeing this, the Red Crab Demon King in the distance immediately had a bad premonition and planned to call back the golden flying sword array device, but who would have thought that the phantom of the dragon injured by the flying sword tried his best to stop it, so that the flying sword immediately lost the best opportunity to escape. Finally, when the 5-element long river arrived, it just rolled it lightly and rolled the golden flying sword into its body. Moreover, no matter how the flying sword mobilized its broken aura, it was difficult to blast a long river out of the predicament, and even had a tendency to be crushed by the long river. But strangely enough, the long river only trapped it, and did not use its powerful force to bombard the treasure. The broken gold spirit dragon flying sword is a 4th level middle grade flying sword, and as a formation weapon, it is also blessed by the formation, which is completely comparable to ordinary 4th level upper grade spiritual treasures. With such strength, it has no power to resist the strange 4th level upper grade 5 elements long river. The red crab demon king in the distance trembled, and immediately had a guess. Could it be that the 5 elements long river is a rare treasure with a foundation of incarnation? Then it looked at Ling Pengyun, who was leading the troops to chase him. Ling Pengyun, who had a cultivation level as high as the late nascent soul, had a bit more fear and greed in his brows. With my strength, I am definitely not its opponent, and there is even a high probability that I will be left here. But fortunately, the value of the Changling Bao is really high. As long as the news of it is spread, there will definitely be many fellow demons who will come to support it. It will be fun then. Its eyebrows raised a little teasing, and immediately, it used some special communication methods, and summoned its own life spirit treasure, the red treasure, to wear it, and also used its own family's only attack life spirit treasure, the red giant tongs, to hit it out, hoping to use it to delay the 5 elements Chang that trapped a broken gold spirit dragon flying sword. But the power of this treasure is so strong that it trapped the red giant tongs with another roll, and even a strong breath of true meaning suddenly emerged from its body. Then its body suddenly increased by nearly 80%, directly reaching more than 2,000 feet. In contrast, the power contained in it was also a bit stronger, and it actually carried some power to break the barrier. With just a wash, a crack appeared on the light curtain supported by the special formation of the Red Blood clan. The true meaning of the great accomplishment level. This treasure is considered to be excellent even among the treasures of the God Transformation Foundation. How could a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage possess this treasure? The Red Demon King was puzzled. Chapter 1265, Cowardly. You know, if you want a spiritual treasure to have the foundation of transformation, you need to spend 200 or 300 years to condense a breath of transformation energy. But the transformation cultivators are busy with all kinds of things. How many people are willing to spend hundreds of years to practice hard, just to help a spiritual treasure have the foundation of transformation? Indirectly, spiritual treasures with a foundation of transformation are extremely rare. Even the Xinghe Pavilion or the Heijiao clan, which have lasted for tens of thousands of years, basically don't have many. As for the spiritual treasures with a foundation of transformation that can comprehend a true meaning to the level of great success, there are even fewer. There are only 2 in the Heijiao clan. This is because the 2 spiritual treasures have a good foundation. It is said that they are made from materials from some of the ancestors of the Heijiao clan, and they have a little chance of entering the realm of transformation. For this reason, the Heijiao clan attaches great importance to them. Even the ancestors of the Heijiao clan in successive generations have passed nearly 10 paths of transformation energy to them, which help them comprehend a true meaning to the level of great success. As long as they can fully grasp the true meaning, they will undoubtedly have a 30% chance of impacting the spirit transformation realm. But then again, if the 2 spiritual treasures rely on their own comprehension, I am afraid that even if they are given tens of thousands of years, they may not be able to achieve such an achievement. As for ordinary spiritual treasures with a foundation of spirit transformation, the probability of achieving such an achievement is even slimmer, and it can even be said that there is no hope. It is precisely for this reason that Ling Pengyun, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, should find it difficult to master such treasures. Logically, this kind of spiritual treasure is either in the hands of the spirit transformation of major forces, or in the hands of some powerful people at the level of nascent soul perfection. After all, only such powerful people can exert the full power of this kind of treasure. At this time, the red crab saw that Ling Pengyun looked familiar, and thought about it carefully. Could this person be Ling Pengyun, the only one in Xinghe Pavilion who has condensed the 5 elements of the nascent soul in the past 3,000 years? Thinking of this, it suddenly realized, if that's the case, it's no wonder that this person has such a treasure even though he is only in the late nascent soul stage. After all, such a person is rare even in our clan, and will definitely be taken care of by the old ancestor of the transformation of the gods. But, if that happens, I'm afraid I'll be in some trouble. A helpless look suddenly appeared on the face of the red crab. Although it has spread the news to the nearby demon kings that Ling Pengyun has a spiritual treasure with a foundation of the transformation of the gods, it is likely to attract many demon kings. With their help, it may be able to escape from danger. But unfortunately, Ling Pengyun's treasure is really amazing. Even if the nearby demon kings come to support without knowing the situation, I'm afraid they will withdraw after seeing the true potential of the 5 Elements 100 Treasures River. After all, there are not many people in this world who are willing to provoke a person who is suspected to be valued by the old ancestor of the transformation of the gods. Of course, some people with high cultivation will probably not be afraid. But among the many demon kings of the Sea Dragon clan who went on this expedition, strictly speaking, only the great elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Heian Lijiao, had offended Ling Pengyun. He was a disciple of the old ancestor of the Sea Dragon clan who had achieved the state of transformation, and he also had a backer of transformation. But the great elder was now entangled by the old formation master Xingking of Xinghe Pavilion. It's over. The Red Crab Demon King sighed helplessly, his heart full of haze. And just as he thought, not long after, although many nearby demon kings came because of the Red Crab Demon King's spread that Ling Pengyun had the spiritual treasure of the foundation of the transformation of the spirit. But soon, they saw that Ling Pengyun's incarnation foundation spiritual treasure was really strong, so they all stopped and just watched from afar. And Ling Pengyun's extraordinary spiritual consciousness was comparable to that of an old-fashioned Yin-Yang perfect cultivator, so he was slightly aware of this matter. Are there so many demon kings nearby? This is a bit dangerous. If they are attacked by a group, it will be difficult for me to break through. It seems that we have to use some special means. His spiritual consciousness was filled with hatred, and he immediately transferred his spiritual consciousness into the Yunqian No. 2 flying boat under him. In just an instant, the 3,000 cloud sword array pattern in the flying boat was triggered. As countless spiritual lights emerged, the phantoms of 3,000 flying swords suddenly appeared and turned into a huge torrent of sword light, sweeping out directly. The countless seawater in the way was torn apart. For a moment, this deep sea seemed to be cut in half, with only sword intent flying in the middle. The power of this move is naturally not bad. Although it cannot compare with the 5 Elements 100 Treasures Long River and the Dragon Phantom Array Spirit of the Dragon covering the sea formation, it is a superior magical power after all. But it is at least comparable to the full-strength attack of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and it is also very good at breaking the barrier. In this way, it was just a wash, and it caused some more cracks on the special 4th-level middle-grade broken gold crack cloud formation held up by the Red Crab clan. Even if the Red Crab Demon King led the other Red Crabs with spare strength to fight back, they only lasted for a few hundred breaths before the formation was shattered. And their offensive was not as strong as Ling Pengyun's side, so it didn't take long for Ling Pengyun to kill all the low-level Red Crabs here one by one. Only the Red Crab Demon King in the middle stage of the nascent soul was very difficult to deal with because of his strong physique and the help of a 4th-level upper-grade treasure armor spiritual treasure that the Red Crab clan had nurtured for tens of thousands of years. But fortunately, the 5 Elements 100 Treasures Long River had trapped the only 4th-level middle-grade clamp spiritual treasure in his hand. In this way, this crab was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. It was precisely because of this that this crab was extremely worried and even begged for mercy. Fellow Taoist, please show some mercy. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to send people back to the nest of my Crimson Crab clan to take out all the resources of my clan and offer them to you. Among our clan's resources, there are not only many 4th-level cultivation resources, but also rare 4th-level healing pills, even 4th-level spiritual fruit trees, and even 4th-level spiritual ponds and nascent soul spiritual objects, etc. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. It is the only demon king of the Crimson Crab clan, and also the king of this clan, so it can mobilize the clan's resources at will, and what it said now is indeed sincere. Ling Pengyun was slightly stunned when he heard it. Why is this crab like this? Although in the past, when he killed many cultivator enemies, many cultivators had begged for mercy. But there are very few monster enemies who beg for mercy. And this Crimson Crab Demon King is one of them, and he is completely the most useless among them. However, Ling Pengyun could understand it. After all, there is only one life. If you lose your life, what is the point of having backbone? The Red Crab Demon King also thought the same thing. Moreover, it had not lived long enough. It was only over 3,000 years old now, but it still had over 2,000 years of life left because of the demon beast. In this way, it had just reached middle age and had not yet enjoyed the prosperity of the world. Moreover, although it was considered a member of the Sea Dragon clan, it was only a side branch. Once it was difficult for its own family to produce a nascent soul, it might be driven out of the clan and eventually become an ordinary clan. For this reason, It did not really belong to the Sea Dragon clan. Under such circumstances, there was no need to fight for the Sea Dragon clan. It participated in this so-called world-destroying chaos, except for the intention to see if it could kill some monks as a spiritual resource, and it only wanted to mix it up. Therefore, when it saw that Ling Pengyun's attack had not stopped, it added with a bit of pain. Fellow Taoist, my clan has a rare quasi-4th level fire jade spirit fruit tree that can produce second-rate nascent soul spiritual objects. As long as you are willing to stop, I am willing to offer it to you. Ling Pengyun was slightly moved when he heard this. Strictly speaking, this kind of spiritual fruit tree that can produce second-rate nascent soul spiritual objects is actually much more valuable than the 4th level spiritual fruit tree that the Red Crab Demon King had mentioned earlier. It is estimated that this is why he did not mention the fire jade spirit fruit tree before, wanting to leave some background. In addition, precious trees such as the fire jade spirit fruit tree are exactly what the Ling family needs at present. After careful calculation, the family actually has no real source of righteous nascent soul spiritual objects that belong to them. Although there is a quasi-4th level Xiangxun spirit pond in the White Shadow secret realm that the family discovered in this Hongzhouxiuxin world in the early years, which can also produce second-rate nascent soul spiritual objects, this thing needs to be shared equally with other forces in the White Shadow secret realm. As for the secret realm of the Ghost Immortal Sect branch, which is also in this Hongzhou Immortal Cultivation world, although there are several small pools that can produce nascent soul spirits, they can only produce Ghost Dao nascent soul spirits. The family's way of using a special formation to condense the special nascent soul spirit, the Sun and Moon Crystal, can only be regarded as a new way. Moreover, even if the Red Crab Demon King is killed, there is not much benefit. After all, handing over his body, soul, and even nascent soul can only be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of war merits at most. But on the contrary, if he is given a way out, the benefits will be huge, and not only the fire jade spirit fruit tree, but the Red Crab Demon King also said that he would give nascent soul spirits and other treasures. And these are what Ling Pengyun needs. For this reason, Ling Pengyun thought about it for a while, then raised his hand and stopped the attack. But he used the 5 elements 100 treasures river to directly trap the Red Crab Demon King. Then, he said, "Are you true what you said before?" The Red Crab Demon King saw that there was hope of survival, and nodded quickly. Of course, of course. In half a month at most, the spiritual objects I promised to give you will be delivered to you by my clansmen. Ling Pengyun nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I agree to the condition of exchanging spiritual objects for your life. But in addition, I want all the spiritual objects on you. And, you have to give them now, give them all. The Red Crab Demon King heard this and suddenly had countless thoughts of refusing. Now, it can survive in the world mainly because of the powerful 4th level upper grade treasure armor spiritual treasure on its body. If this treasure is gone, with Ling Pengyun's strength, it is easy to kill it. But just as it hesitated, it heard a threat. Don't waste time. If you don't give it, even if you have that set of treasure armor, you can't escape death. And this is indeed true. For this reason, the Red Crab Demon King can't help but feel powerless, but he must fight for some rights for himself. Okay, I can give you the spiritual objects on me now, but you must swear an oath to the heavens. After my people send the ransom, you must release me. And during this period and even in the next 30 years, you are not allowed to hurt my life, and you are not allowed to ask others to do it to me. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but smile when he heard this. With the Taichu Sutra in hand, he could basically ignore all the checks and balances such as the oaths of heaven and earth. However, he never had the intention of breaking the contract from beginning to end, so he agreed. I agree to this. After saying that, he swore an oath. The Red Crab Demon King was relieved when he saw this. The higher the cultivation of the cultivator, the more powerful the oath of heaven he swore. If you violate it easily, you will be punished by heaven and earth when you face a big hurdle in the future, which will increase the difficulty. It is precisely for this reason that the oaths of heaven sworn by high-level cultivators are basically somewhat restrictive. In addition, the Red Crab Monster King had no other way to survive, so he could only pin his hopes on the oath. Therefore, in order to avoid provoking Ling Pengyun, it threw all the armor and storage tools on its body to Ling Pengyun. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun nodded with satisfaction. This crab is honest and didn't hide anything. Now, we just have to wait for the background of the Red Crab clan it mentioned. Then, he said to the Red Crab Monster King, For the next period of time, you will stay in my Changling Bao. If you make any unusual moves, such as secretly contacting some strong people to ambush me or a series of other things, I will definitely kill you at the first time." The Red Crab Monster King was delighted when he heard this. It seems that this human race should be willing to keep its promise. But thinking of Ling Pengyun's threat, it couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Although, it really wanted to do so. But the true meaning of Ling Pengyun's 5 elements Long River Spirit Treasure is really strong, and the means of communication in its hand are not particularly strong. As a result, those means are difficult to break through the true meaning and reach the outside world. It is estimated that only rare quasi 5th level communication means or superior inherited magical powers can do this. But both are rare. For this reason, even if it has a thief's heart, it can only stay honestly in the 5 elements 100 treasures Long River. At the same time, it also said, "By the way, fellow Taoist, I haven't sent a message to my clansmen yet. Can you remove the true meaning of your Long River first, otherwise I can't send a message at all." Ling Pengyun considered that he would leave here soon, and the Red Crab Demon King might have already asked for help, so he was not afraid of giving him a chance to send a message, so he did it. But once this matter was settled, he immediately cleaned up the mess here, and controlled the 5 elements 100 treasures Long River, taking the Red Crab Demon King away from here. As for the group of Demon Kings watching from afar, they were all unaware of the transaction between the Red Crab Demon King and Ling Pengyun, as it was a telepathic communication. They were all confused. Why did the human cultivator capture the Red Crab Demon King alive? Did he intend to bring him back to Xinghe Pavilion and integrate his spirit into some special formation to serve as a formation spirit, or did he intend to tame him and use him against our Sea Dragon clan? They kept guessing, but even if they didn't guess that the Red Crab Demon King exchanged benefits for a way out, it was obvious that they all overestimated the Red Crab Demon King. Chapter 1266 Harvest. Half a month later. In the desolate sea area Xingjiao Sea area where Xinghe Pavilion fought with the Sea Dragon clan. Deep in the seabed, a stream of light kept passing by. Finally, it stopped near the Xinghe Island, where Xinghe Pavilion was stationed in the sea area. Its true form also appeared. It was a large flying boat at least 100 feet long. There were monks everywhere, and even a huge red crab. But strangely, it was trapped by a ball of colorful water. In addition, there were some quiet rooms for rest inside this flying boat. Now, in a quiet room. This 4th grade middle grade Red Claw's spiritual treasure is really ordinary and of no use to me. I can give it to my wife and others in the future. But this treasure armor is not bad. Not only is it of the highest grade of the 4th grade, but it is also of high quality. The most important thing is that it is a defensive spiritual treasure that can be used to save lives. Ling Pengyun looked at the Red Claw's spiritual treasure and the Red Treasure Armor spiritual treasure that he had snatched from the Red Crab Monster King before, and thought secretly. At this time, on the flying boat, the Red Crab Monster King, who was bound by the 5 Elements River, saw that Xinghe Island was not far away. It was estimated that the speed of the nascent soul cultivator would not take many breaths to cross, which made it extremely distressed and complained immediately. "Dao, this transaction location is too, what? The Xinghe Island of your Xinghe Pavilion is nearby, which can be said to be full of strong people. By then, even if my people send resources to redeem me, I am afraid I will not be able to live for long." Ling Pengyun threatened. "If I don't trade here, I'm afraid I'll be the one who'll die. And as long as the resources your people send are good, I'll send you out of my Xinghe Island area. Also, don't talk so much. Tell your people to hurry up. I'm in a hurry. I need to find other demon kings or low-level demon beasts to kill. If you delay too long, I can't wait for your ransom." Using the true meaning of the 5 elements and 100 treasures river to isolate its means of communication is only the first safe step. Only by trading next to the Xinghe realm, where Xinghe Pavilion is temporarily stationed, can it be truly safe. At that time, if there are other demon kings from the Sea Dragon clan to rescue the Red Crab Demon King, or if they come for other reasons, they can all be resolved well. The Red Crab Demon King couldn't help but shudder after hearing Ling Pengyun's words. If the words of killing the Demon King were said by an ordinary Yuanying, the Red Crab Demon King would definitely despise it. But Ling Pengyun is different. His means are extraordinary and he really has the strength. For this reason, it couldn't help but mutter to itself. "What a bad luck star. I don't know which unlucky fellow will be targeted by it like me in the future. At the same time, in order to avoid Ling Pengyun's real action, it immediately said, "The spiritual objects brought by my people this time will surely satisfy you." Ling Pengyun saw this and said coldly, "I hope so." After waiting for a few more days, the so-called people of the Red Crab Demon King finally came. It was a female crab, and her cultivation level was as high as the pseudo-infant realm. It is estimated that she had previously attacked a nascent soul, but failed, and finally became a relatively special existence, stronger than ordinary golden elixirs, but weaker than the nascent soul. In addition, she is also very good at a middle-level breath-holding magical power, and it is estimated that she has comprehended it to the perfect level. It is estimated that ordinary nascent souls will find it difficult to find her traces. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that this female crab has the ability to cross the battlefield and arrive here. Otherwise, with her strength, it is estimated that she would have been killed countless times. And the resources she brought are indeed not cheap, and basically all the spiritual objects that the Red Crab Demon King promised before. The most valuable one is naturally the fire jade spiritual fruit tree that can produce the second-class nascent soul spiritual objects. Ling Pengyun also attaches great importance to it and took a close look at it. The transplantation technique is quite good, and it did not damage the roots of this tree much. Its grade is indeed at the quasi-4th level, but judging from its strong foundation, it should have tried to break through to the nascent soul in the past, but failed, and even has some injuries to its origin. But with the help of my spiritual plant, it is estimated that this tree can recover in no time. By then, it will have the benefits brought by the last breakthrough to the nascent soul, and it is estimated that it will increase the probability of entering the nascent soul by several tenths. Thinking about it carefully, its last failure is not a bad thing. And if this tree can really enter the 4th level, the family foundation will be more stable. Ling Pengyun's eyebrows emerged with a bit of longing. The 4th level fire jade spiritual fruit tree can produce nascent soul spiritual objects that can increase the probability of cultivators breaking through to the nascent soul by 10%. This kind of spiritual object has no conflict with the family's special nascent soul spiritual object, the sun and moon crystal, which can be condensed by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in various formations. It's just that the final condensation of the nascent soul will be dominated by the sun and moon crystal. In this way, the help of the two is enough to increase the probability of a cultivator entering the nascent soul by 40%. This benefit is extraordinary. And the nascent soul cultivator is a great help to Ling Pengyun. Retracting his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun looked at the second most valuable 4th level cultivation spiritual fruit tree red flame mysterious yuan fruit tree among many benefits. As for the aptitude of this tree, it has reached the extreme. It is estimated that it will be difficult to enter a higher realm in the future. However, it is already good to be able to enter the 4th level realm. After all, the 4th level low-grade cultivation spiritual fruit it produces is already good. Although the fire jade spiritual fruit only contains pure fire spiritual power and has a single effect, this kind of spiritual fruit is relatively stronger than ordinary spiritual fruits of the same level of cultivation, and can be said to be a great tonic. Ling Pengyun is currently practicing the 5 elements, so this fruit is actually helpful to Ling Pengyun. Moreover, perhaps because the female crab was afraid that the benefits would not be enough to exchange for her husband, she did not touch any of the fruits on the tree. Now, there are 16 4th level low-grade spiritual fruits on the tree that only need 10 years to mature. There are also many 1st level, 2nd level, and 3rd level spiritual fruits. In addition, among the resources brought by the female crab this time, there are also many 4th level red flame mysterious fruits, which are obviously saved by this clan before. For this, Ling Pengyun is very satisfied. Those 16 4th order low-grade spiritual fruits only need 10 years to mature. If I can take care of them at the level of a 4th order medium-grade spiritual plant, I estimate that those spiritual fruits will mature in less than 1 or 2 years. If we add the other batch of red flame mysterious fruits that have already matured, it will completely make up for my lack of resources. And this tree can benefit the family in the future. Even after careful calculation, this should be the first 4th order spiritual fruit tree in the family. Although he had gathered a large number of 4th order Joan grass and other spiritual fruits through various means in the past few years, which enabled him to enter the realm of Yuanying perfection in a short period of time. But some time ago, in order to let Yunchi, the master of the star artifact lineage among the 9 major veins of Xinghe Pavilion, help him refine a 4th order medium-grade small flying boat with 18 4th order Qingfang Lingxiu and 4th order upper grade Qingming Baote. It consumed a full 34th order Zhuan grass. In this way, he had a small gap in his cultivation resources. But with the 16 4th level low-grade red flame mysterious fruits that are about to mature, and other spiritual fruits, it is different. Their effects are not much different from those of the Zhuan grass. For this reason, they are enough to make up for the gap. As for the family's lack of 4th level spiritual fruit trees, it is because it is too difficult for spiritual trees to enter the 4th level. This is different from spiritual plants such as spiritual medicines that impact the nascent soul. If a spiritual tree wants to enter the nascent soul, it needs to rely on the vast Jiamu spiritual power to condense a Jiamu Yin-Yang, which is actually no different from a cultivator entering the nascent soul. As for ordinary spiritual medicines entering the nascent soul, it is relatively simple. It is just a simple strengthening of the Yimu crystal core. But relatively speaking, because their crystal cores are not as good as the Jiamu Yin-Yang of the Yin-Yang spiritual tree, the strength of the spiritual medicine is particularly low. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of spiritual medicines, they are not the opponents of the same level nascent soul cultivators. Of course, some special spiritual medicines are exceptions. But spiritual trees are different. Their strength is not much weaker than that of cultivators. Some special spiritual trees are even stronger than cultivators of the same level. For example, Ling Pengyun's 3rd spiritual plant, the Wanyu blood jade tree, has a more evil nature and an extraordinary physique, so it can fight against enemies of higher levels without any problems. Another factor is that the family has been developing for too short a time. Therefore, this dilemma has arisen. If the Ling family can be given some more time, according to the strength of the Ling family's new nascent soul path, the sun and moon condensation infant method, the family can fully cultivate a batch of 4th level spiritual fruit trees. Later, Ling Pengyun found another nascent soul spiritual object from a large pile of spiritual objects, but its grade was only the quasi 4th level realm, so it can only be regarded as the second rate, and can only increase the probability of the cultivator's impact on the nascent soul by half. It's just a win or no. Moreover, if this thing is placed in the current Xinghe Pavilion, it will require at least 1.5 million military merits. This can only be earned by killing 2 or 3 nascent soul demon kings. For this reason, this transaction alone is not a loss. What's more, the female crab also brought the fire jade spirit fruit tree and the red flame mysterious yuan tree, as well as many other quasi 4th level or 4th level spiritual objects. After careful calculation, the total value of this batch of spiritual objects is as high as tens of millions of military merits. Although the clan behind the Red Crab Monster King has developed for tens of thousands of years and has a strong foundation, its clan has never been strong. It is estimated that it is not easy for the clan behind it to gather such a large foundation this time, and it is even possible that they have really brought all the foundation of their clan. And this is a bargain for me, and I made a lot of money. This is faster than killing monsters at the risk of death. Ling Pengyun immediately fell in love with the matter of moving and getting ransom. But he didn't plan to continue doing this. It is too difficult to capture the Monster King alive. If the Red Crab Monster King was not timid, it is estimated that he would find it difficult to do this. And it is even more difficult to make the Monster Clan pay the ransom. After all, there are few monster clans that can pay the ransom as generously as the Red Crab Clan. But for the Crimson Crab Clan, this is really a helpless move. After all, the Crimson Crab Demon King is the only Demon King of this clan. If something happens to him, the strength of the Crimson Crab Clan will inevitably be greatly reduced. What's more, now is the period of the world destroying chaos. At that time, it is possible that the clan will be exterminated. In addition, the Crimson Crab Demon King is the most talented and powerful person in the Crimson Crab Clan in the past tens of thousands of years. For this reason, he has a strong ruling power over the Crimson Crab Clan. Even now, most of the senior officials of the Crimson Crab Clan are his direct relatives. For example, the female crab is nominally the elder of the Crimson Crab Clan, but in fact it is its Taoist partner. Under various circumstances, the Crimson Crab Clan will empty its family. Otherwise, even if it is replaced by a demon clan with only one Yin-Yang demon king like the Crimson Crab Clan, it is estimated that it will be difficult to make it pay the ransom. Dao, are you satisfied with these spiritual objects? At this time, The red crab demon king beside him saw Ling Pengyun's happy face and asked anxiously. Of course. Ling Pengyun nodded, and then he said, "Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise to you before." After saying that, he controlled a Yunqian No. 2 flying boat under his feet and left the sea area near Xinghe Island. Instead, he sent the red crab demon king and the female crab that sent the spiritual objects to the sea dragon clan station in the sea area. Once this matter was settled, he turned around and left to avoid any trouble. The red crab demon king who escaped the disaster saw that Ling Pengyun really left, and couldn't help but sigh and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I surrendered quickly before, otherwise I would have died this time. But the ransom this time has consumed most of the clan's resources. While I am alive, it may not have any impact on the clan, but when my remaining 2,000 years of life are exhausted, the clan will definitely be in trouble. And my future path will definitely be difficult. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel a little worried. Judging from the remaining resources of the clan behind it, it would be difficult to assist a new member of the clan to reach the nascent soul realm in the remaining 2,000 years. By then, how could the nascent soul demon clan of the Red Crab clan stand in the world? Moreover, it is a demon clan that has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and its reputation is very great. On the contrary, if there is not enough strength to deter, this reputation will also become a disaster. Although the Red Crab clan is a branch of the Sea Dragon clan, there are many branches within the Sea Dragon clan, and the relationships between them are also good and bad. In addition, it has extraordinary potential. In its early years, it condensed a nascent soul that was infinitely close to the best quality. Therefore, the nascent soul greatly increased it, and it also has the hope of entering the late nascent soul in the future. After thinking about it carefully, the Red Crab Monster King couldn't help but think of the main line of the Sea Dragon clan during the World Destruction Rebellion, who said that killing righteous monks could gain military merits, and that the military merits could be exchanged for spiritual objects. Obviously, the Sea Dragon clan and the Xinghe Pavilion wanted to use this method to motivate the monks or monsters under their command to be more active in the World Destruction Rebellion. If this battle can achieve something, it will definitely be helpful to me and my clan in the future. But now all the spiritual treasures I have been robbed, and I don't have any powerful means at all. If I fight against the enemy, I will definitely suffer a lot. Moreover, the Yuanying of Xinghe Pavilion are all very powerful and must not be provoked. If you think about it this way, the only way out is to fight against those Yuanying with weak inheritance in the immortal world of the boundless sea. If I can get one or two, I will rob their spiritual treasures. Thinking of this crab couldn't help but raise some expectations in his heart. Although the main forces of the Sea Dragon clan and the Xinghe Pavilion are fighting in this desolate sea area, it is to avoid hurting the strength of the ordinary righteous forces and demon forces in the boundless sea. But the two major forces have no clear regulations that both sides cannot interfere in the battles between those ordinary forces. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1267 Situation. At the same time, with the beginning of the chaos in the boundless sea area of the cultivation world in the southernmost part of this world, the demons in the northern wilderness, the central plains, and even the northernmost cultivation world also began to cause chaos. In the end, the world-destroying chaos that was rumored in the past suddenly emerged. Once one of the cultivation worlds is defeated, it will inevitably cause the rest of the cultivation world to fall into danger. On the contrary, if one of the cultivation worlds can win, this world-destroying chaos may become an opportunity for the righteous path. It is precisely for this reason that no matter which side of the cultivation world is particularly interested in this, not only do they try their best to resist the monsters, but they also look for opportunities from time to time to see if they can find a breakthrough. But how can the demons who launched the chaos of world destruction in various places just sit there and watch? Since they have the confidence to do this, they must think that the chances of winning are very high, otherwise they would not take such a risk. And this is exactly the case. In the first battle of the world-destroying chaos, although the Sea Dragon clan of the boundless sea cultivation world seemed to be a bit weak, they still relied on their strong foundation to entangle the troops of the Xinghe Pavilion, a power of transformation, in the boundless sea, making it difficult for the Xinghe world to support the rest of the cultivation world. The boundless demon domain of this Hongxiao cultivation world in the center of this world is even stronger. This clan has two ancestors of transformation, which can be regarded as the strongest force in this world. Moreover, the strength of the two ancestors is extraordinary, which is not comparable to ordinary transformation. For this reason, this clan not only entangled the two major transformation forces of the Righteous Alliance and the Four Immortal Alliance in this piece of cultivation world, but also mobilized some of the remaining forces to entangle the only transformation force of the Extreme Cold Fairy Palace in the Extreme North cultivation world. The only demon clan of the Wubian Buddha Kingdom in the westernmost part of the Xiuxin realm, the Devil-Slaying Fire Phoenix clan, was destroyed by the combined efforts of the major demon clans tens of thousands of years ago, and its territory was divided up by many demon sects. However, the Devil-Slaying Fire Phoenix clan was so strong that the Devil-Slaying Fire Phoenix clan and other demon sects were severely damaged. For this reason, many righteous devil-slaying forces seized this opportunity and destroyed the demon sect and other demon sects. However, there was also a powerful Devil Buddha Devil-Slaying Fire Phoenix clan called Red Demon Buddha clan that not only survived, but also occupied the Devil-Slaying Mountain range, the clan land of the Devil-Slaying Fire Phoenix clan, which had a 5th-level fire spirit vein. It is even rumored that this sect later infected the spirit vein into a fire demon vein. In this way, the foundation of this sect can be said to be stronger again. After all, this sect originally had a 5th-level demon vein. In total, there are as many as 2, and the foundation is close to that of the Wubian Demon Domain clan in the Hongxiao Xiuxin realm. And as time went by, this sect had at least 2 god-transforming demon Buddhas in the past 100,000 years. This also allowed this sect to continue, and even became the first demon sect in this world. At the same time, this demon sect is also the only one in this world. As for the other god-transforming demon sects, they were either destroyed in the battle with the demon-killing Fire Phoenix, or they were finally destroyed by the Righteous Path in the past tens of thousands of years. In addition, the Righteous Path's blockade of the demon path is really strict. The demon path is no different from a rat crossing the street. It can only hide in the dark and it is difficult to get resources. Therefore, except for the Red Demon Buddha sect, the other large and small demon forces rarely have god-transforming demon lords, and it is difficult to get some quasi-5th-level or 5th-level demon veins to develop into a god-transforming demon sect. But in contrast, the Red Demon Buddha sect, the only god-transforming demon sect, was hostile to all the righteous paths. Although this sect is strong, it cannot fight against the entire righteous path alone. What's more, there is also a righteous force of incarnation in the Wubian Buddha Kingdom, which is called Supreme Buddha Realm. Although this sect does not have an incarnation, the incarnation is not weak, and he masters the Supreme Buddha way, which is extremely restraining the devil. In this way, he is not only stronger than the 2 devil incarnations of the Red Demon Buddha sect. Even if the 2 devil incarnations work together, it is difficult to kill him, and they can only suppress him with difficulty. For this reason, the Red Demon Buddha sect can only look for allies. The demon clan, which is also hostile to the righteous everywhere, is the best ally. It was also from that time that the saying of demons and chaos spread in this world. And this time, as an ally of the demon clan, this demon sect naturally participated in this great chaos of exterminating demons and entangled the Supreme Buddha realm of the Wubian Buddha Kingdom. However, whether it is this world, the Hongxiao cultivation world, or the Wubian Heiyu cultivation world, they are all evenly matched or slightly dominant. But there is an exception, that is the Northern Wasteland cultivation realm, which was only opened up by Xinghe Pavilion and the 4 immortal alliances of this Hongxiao cultivation realm, which was only opened up for more than 10,000 years. This realm has not developed because it was established for a short time. Even the local 8-stage nascent soul cultivator has only Ling Pengyun in history. For this reason, this realm has no local righteous divine transformation forces, and has always relied on Xinghe Pavilion and the 4 immortal alliances of this Hongxiao cultivation realm. On the contrary, the Black Cult clan in the vast swamp of this realm has produced divine transformations for tens of thousands of years, and has continued to produce divine transformations to this day, which can be regarded as a divine transformation force. Moreover, the righteous realm of the Northern Wasteland cultivation realm is the realm of this clan. For this reason, this clan has formed an alliance with other demon divine transformations many years ago. Even before the world destroyed in chaos, Those demon forces kindly sent a group of powerful nascent souls to support the Black Dragon Lake clan because they had lost many nascent souls due to years of fighting with Qingshi Pavilion and other forces. For this reason, at the beginning of the world destroying chaos, this clan was full of confidence and launched a powerful attack on the righteous path of this immortal world, as if to take back the land. However, the righteous path of the northern wilderness immortal world was entangled by the Qingshi Pavilion and the four immortal alliances of this Hongxiao immortal world, and did not receive much support. For this reason, even if the ancestors of the Black Dragon Lake clan in this world did not take action, the righteous path would fall into a weak position. This is a good thing for the Black Dragon Lake clan. As long as the righteous path of this immortal world is destroyed in one fell swoop, this land will not only return to its command, but also be enough to strengthen its foundation. Moreover, by then, this clan will have spare power to help the demon transforming forces in other immortal worlds. Perhaps by then, it will be enough to destroy one or more righteous divine forces. In this way, it is a good thing for both the Black Dragon Lake clan and the other demon transforming forces. First, they can gain more land. Second, they can weaken the righteous path and pave the way for the future development of the demon forces. It is precisely for this reason that the Black Dragon Lake clan has never stopped its fierce attack. But unfortunately, the defense line of the Sanxianfang city under the command of the three most difficult righteous immortal gates in this world is protected by a 4th level superior defense formation, and there are also some nascent souls supported by other divine transformation forces. Therefore, even if the Black Dragon Lake clan, which is supported by other demons, sends more than 80% of its nascent souls and monsters here, it is still difficult to capture it in a short time. But it is no problem to suppress it. After all, that 80% of the troops is not a small number, among which there are more than 40 nascent soul demon kings, most of which come from other demons and divine transformation forces. As for low-level monsters, there are tens of millions. However, the divine transformation demon king Black Dragon Ancestor, who has been hiding in the dark and watching this battle, is not satisfied, and even a little distressed. Although it wants to show up and directly destroy the Sanxianfang city. But the divine transformation cultivators of the divine transformation forces, such as Qingshi Pavilion behind the three major immortal gates, have not appeared. Under such circumstances, if they rashly showed up to attack the three immortals market, their tracks would be exposed, and they would be caught by the gods of Qingshi Pavilion. Let this world destroying chaos quickly reach the final battle, otherwise it will be too hard to endure. The Black Dragon Patriarch prayed secretly. On the other side, inside the three immortals market, on a wall, there stood nearly 30 nascent soul cultivators. Most of them came from the gods of Qingshi Pavilion, but 30 to 40% were the nascent souls of the three major immortal sects. But in the final analysis, they all came from the same lineage. After all, the three major immortal sects were branches of the gods of Qingshi Pavilion and other forces. For this reason, these nascent souls all had extraordinary means. Even the white-haired old nascent soul standing in the center transformed into 3,000 flying sword phantoms to construct a huge sword formation, directly trapping a nascent soul perfect sea dragon clan demon king and a nascent soul late demon king. It can be said that he was extremely powerful. However, there was no joy on his face, because there were too many demon kings from the outside world. On the other hand, there were only about 30 Yin-Yang cultivators in the market, and the difference in Yin-Yang combat power between the two sides was at least 10. Even if he could barely fight 1 against 2 and stop 2 powerful demon kings, it would still be difficult to change the situation. I don't know what the situation is now with this sect. And if the sect and other incarnation forces don't support it, I'm afraid that even if the Black Dragon Ancestor doesn't show up, this place can only last for about 5 years at most. The face of the white-haired sword cultivator Yun Qian Liao's engine was full of sorrow. On the other side, the Ling family was also attacked by the Black Dragon Lake family because they were a righteous Yin-Yang force. After all, if not, I'm afraid that the Ling family would directly support the frontline Sanxian market. Moreover, because the strength shown by Ling Pengyun in the previous battle of this clan was too strong, he had exploded with a powerful attack and instantly killed a demon king in the late Yin-Yang period. For this reason, the Black Dragon Lake clan paid more attention to this clan, not only sending 2 demon kings in the late Yin-Yang period who were good at defense and 3 demon kings in the middle Yin-Yang period, but also led tens of millions of demon beasts. Moreover, Those monsters had a special 4th order upper grade defense formation in their hands, which was specially used to guard against Ling Pengyun's powerful attack. Now, they all gathered under the Golden Wing Mountain, the border mountain of the Ling family. As long as this place is conquered, the rest of the Ling family's territory will be as easy as taking something from a bag. But to the surprise of those monsters, a strange Yuanying fighting force appeared in the Golden Wing Mountain of the Ling family. And that person was naturally Ling Pengyun, who had experienced a lot of ups and downs in order to enter the Yuanying some time ago. However, it was precisely because he had just entered the Yuanying not long ago that his strength was average. On the other hand, Yan Sidai, another Yuanying cultivator stationed in this mountain, had entered the Yuanying for a long time and had extraordinary means. Not only did he have several powerful 4th order middle grade spiritual treasures, but he was also good at using killing and powerful fire magic and magical powers to fight against the enemy, which was extremely difficult. However, after all, his cultivation was only in the early stage of the Yuanying, so he did not stir up any waves. But the monsters attacking this place did not take it lightly. It was because Ling Pengyun, the powerful Yuanying of Ling clan, had not appeared at all. However, those monsters did not feel relaxed because of this, but felt particularly troubled. After all, who knows where Ling Pengyun will appear from? Moreover, if Ling Pengyun went to secretly support other Yuanying righteous forces nearby like he did during the last small turmoil in the northern wilderness cultivation world, and planned to gather ordinary righteous Yuanying forces to resolve the overall situation, the plan would be troublesome. And with this strength, it is naturally enough to do this. For this reason, the old Yuanying late-stage demon king who presided over this battle immediately spread the news that he had not seen Ling Pengyun stationed in Ling clan, so as to guard against demon kings who besieged Yuanying forces in various places. At the same time, it became more vigilant in its heart to prevent Ling Pengyun from secretly taking action. At this moment, the Golden Wing Mountain surrounded by monsters was full of traces of Ling clan cultivators. There were tens of thousands of them. Even their cultivation was above the middle stage of key training, which could be said to be an elite division. But they were still somewhat insufficient in the face of tens of millions of demons from the outside world. After all, the numbers were there. That was why, even though the Ling family mobilized more than 70% of the family's powerful forces to garrison here, they were still at a disadvantage and could only rely on the 2 4th-level inferior mountain protecting formations in the mountain to resist with difficulty. One of them was owned by the original owner of the Golden Wing Mountain, the Golden Wing Tiger clan of the Yuanying Demon clan, but this formation was relatively ordinary, just an ordinary defensive formation. The other formation was obtained by Ling Pengyun from the neighboring Yuanying force Xiangxing sect with magical means not long ago, and it was extraordinary in power, and it was a dual-purpose offensive and defensive formation. For this reason, the two formations were combined into one, and their power was close to that of an ordinary 4th-level medium-grade defensive formation. In this way, it would be easier for the demons here to capture it. But Yan Sidai, the strongest cultivator stationed here, still frowned. Perhaps in the past, in the small chaos that only lasted within the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, it was best to delay the current situation. But the war now is a world-destroying chaos. If the crisis is not resolved in time and support is not provided to the three immortals market, it will be the end. It is even possible that when the Black Dragon Lake clan is free, Ling Pengyun, who is far away in the boundless sea immortal cultivation world, will be in danger. For this reason, Yan Sidai immediately planned to use some special means. As she raised her hand, she actually condensed a superior magical power in just 2 breaths. Its name is Fire Breaking Cone, which is a rare fire attribute breaking magic power. It originated from the Yunqian lineage of the Xinghe Pavilion in the boundless sea immortal cultivation world. It was obtained by Yan Sidai after she entered the nascent soul and became an elder of this lineage. Because of its extraordinary effect, Yan Sidai likes it more and often comprehends it. But this technique is relatively complicated, so even though it has been hundreds of years since she got it, she has only comprehended it to the level of minor success. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun had obtained some special spiritual objects that could enhance her comprehension of the origin of fire attribute from the Xinghe Pavilion's Xinghe meeting, which was held every 50 years. As a result, she not only comprehended this magical power to a high level, barely able to cast a spell within 2 breaths, but also made some progress in other fire attribute magic and magical powers. Chapter 1268 Family Harvest. The speed of the fiery blasting cone was extremely fast, and it also had the ability to suppress breath. In addition, Yan Siai's timing of launching it was relatively good. Therefore, before the Demon King who was targeted could react, the demon hunting blasting cone had already hit one of its defensive means. Although the Demon King was the weakest one here, his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the nascent soul, so the power of his defensive means was more or less insufficient. The fiery blasting cone was also the best at breaking the gang, so it directly smashed more than 70% of the Demon King's defensive means. This ability to break the gang is probably a superior magical power to break the gang. But fortunately, the Ling family's Yan Siai who performed this technique was not very skilled. If she was at the middle stage of the nascent soul like me, she would be able to directly smash all my defensive means. Seeing this, the middle stage of the nascent soul Demon King was immediately shocked, and at the same time a little relieved. But at this moment, the only offensive and defensive formation among the two fourth-level formations in the Golden Wing Mountain suddenly trembled. Then, the formation instrument contained in it appeared. It was a huge purple-black iron ball, called the Purple Star Stone Bead. Originally, because the main material used to refine this object was of a low grade, its grade was only at the quasi-4th level. However, after the Northern Wilderness Zeuxin realm experienced several major chaos, the original owner of this formation instrument, Shiangxing Pavilion, took the opportunity to get a lot of materials from the Demon King. Then this sect found a 4th-level refiner from the 3 major immortal gates to help recast this treasure. In the end, this treasure entered the 4th-level realm. Even the defensive formation instrument of this formation was recast and entered this level. It is precisely because of this that the quality of this formation can be said to have reached a superior level, and it was previously praised by Shiangxing Pavilion as one of the trump cards. And its power is naturally good. For this reason, the formation instrument was blessed by the formation method, and its power was enough to be comparable to the 4th-level middle-grade spiritual treasure. Even with the combined efforts of him and Yan Siai, they were able to suppress the Yuanying middle-stage Demon King whose defense had some gaps. However, Yan Siai, who controlled the formation, was not satisfied with this move. You know, outside the mountain, in addition to this demon, there are 2 Yuanying middle-stage Demon Kings and 2 Yuanying late-stage Demon Kings, and even low-level demon beasts with thousands of skills. If those demon beasts are not stopped, it is estimated that it will not take long for the other Demon Kings or Demon Beasts to help the Demon King who is at a disadvantage. It seems that I can only use the formation in advance. Yan Siai's eyes were fierce, and he immediately took out a brand new formation plate from his storage bag. As he read the spiritual power into it, a roar suddenly came from the Jinyang Mountain, which was 500 miles away from the Qingshi Mountain and towered into the clouds and had a quasi-4th-level golden spiritual vein. Immediately afterwards, countless formation patterns emerged in the spiritual mountain. In the end, it formed an extraordinary 4th-level lower-grade formation. This formation was another large offensive and defensive formation that Ling Pengyun had obtained from his neighbor Shiangxing Pavilion with his magical powers. It also had a formation tool, a flying sword. As the formation exerted its power, it immediately turned into a 1,000-foot giant sword, and with the tiny sword beams created by the formation, it turned into a huge torrent of sword beams, sweeping out directly and trapping a mid-stage Yuanying Demon King. Peng Cheng clan brother, don't hold back. Lingxiao, you should also take action, don't hide it, and also use the spirit ghosts in your hands. You must entangle the remaining mid-stage Yuanying Demon King and the other 2 late-stage Yuanying Demon Kings. Yan Siai then called out to Ling Pengcheng's Henjin beside him, and Ling Lihao's Henjin, the 4th-level talisman master who had been hiding in the dark and had not taken action. Ling Pengcheng had just entered the Yuanying not long ago, and his strength was average, but he raised his hand and summoned 2 spirit ghosts from a magic device that stored ghosts. And the 4th-level talisman master Ling Lihao, who had been hiding in the dark and had never taken action, heard the order and immediately used the 4th-level talisman method to draw a series of powerful 4th-level giant sea whale talismans in the void after he appeared. This talisman is the talisman he is best at, and the probability of drawing this talisman in this way is 100%. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be kept. Once it is drawn, it can only be used. Therefore, it can actually be regarded as an alternative magic. In addition, the consumption of using this technique is relatively small, but its power is good. And he also summoned 3 Yuanying spirit ghosts. In total, the family actually has as many as 5 Yin-Yang spirit ghosts. These are all cultivated by the family in recent years through various means with the help of the ghost fairy lamp spirit treasure in the hands of the family's Yin-Yang ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun. There was even a superior spirit ghost and a middle spirit ghost with extraordinary strength. Moreover, the family had obtained a batch of 4th-level magic weapons in the secret realm of the Ghost Immortal Sect branch in the central continent's Yuxin world some time ago. In addition, the family had used the 4th-level spiritual iron of the righteous path as the source and asked the Tongshan Lingbao Ghost Immortal Lamp to help infect it into magic iron to create many magic weapons. This batch of spirit ghosts at least had 2 4th-level magic treasures, one for attack and one for defense, to protect their bodies. In this way, their strength could be exerted to the extreme. Perhaps it was for this reason that they, together with Lingxiao, the 4th-level talisman master, and Ling Pengyun, could barely use the power of the 7 to entangle the remaining middle-stage Yin-Yang and 2 late-stage Yin-Yang demon kings on the battlefield. But those demon kings were shocked by this. This clan has also set up a 4th-order attack and defense formation in the sacred mountain far away. And how can this clan have so many 4th-order spirit ghosts? It is said that this kind of spirit ghost is not very difficult to cultivate. And why do these spirit ghosts have so many 4th-order magic weapons? This is probably more than the magic weapons in the hands of all the magic Yin-Yang forces in the eastern demon realm of the northern wilderness cultivation world. Why is the foundation of this clan so strong? Just at this time, a major event shocked them again. They suddenly saw Yanxi in the Golden Wing Mountain. Taking advantage of the gap when all the Yin-Yang demon kings here were entangled, she sacrificed 30 extraordinary talismans to the Yin-Yang middle stage demon king who had a gap in defense. In an instant, they all turned into a huge phantom of a giant whale. They are all 4th-order giant sea whale talismans. Not good! Exclamation mark. The face of the most senior late-stage Yin-Yang demon king outside the mountain suddenly changed. He hurriedly called out to the middle-stage Yin-Yang demon king whose defense was open in the distance, and planned to use his means to help. However, the cultivators and spirit ghosts such as the 4th-level talisman master Lingxiao were too difficult to deal with, and he had no chance to help. The same was true for the other middle and late-stage Yin-Yang demon kings here. It was precisely because of this that the middle-stage Yin-Yang demon king, who was in crisis, suddenly had countless fears in his heart. But even if he used various powerful defensive methods, he still couldn't stop the power of the 34th-level talismans. After all, any one of these talismans was enough to match the full-strength attack of an early-stage Yin-Yang cultivator. And when the 30 talismans gathered together, even a late-stage Yin-Yang demon king would probably not be able to resist. For this reason, those talismans only consumed nearly half of their power, and then they cooperated with their own spiritual treasures and the array of the mountain protecting array in the mountain to crush all the defensive means around the middle stage Yin-Yang demon king. Finally, the demon king was smashed into pulp. Although his nascent soul escaped from his body and was not dead, how could he escape from the palms of those sea whale phantoms? However, Yanxi spared his nascent soul's life. After all, only the intact demon king's nascent soul could be used to refine pills or other spiritual objects. Later, Yanxi considered that it would be difficult to change the situation by killing only one demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul. She commanded the 30 nascent soul sea whale phantoms with nearly half of their power remaining, as well as her own spiritual treasures, and the formation weapons of the offensive and defensive formation in Qingshi Mountain to kill the demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul that was temporarily entangled by the formation weapon in Qingshi Mountain. With a coordination of many means, this demon king was also unable to resist. In the end, he also stepped into death. But once this matter was over, Yanxi was unable to fight again because of the continuous use of various powerful means, which led to excessive consumption of spiritual power. The remaining power of the 30 talismans was exhausted one after another. Only the 2 4th-level offensive and defensive formations of Qingshi Mountain and Qingshi Mountain remained powerful. But it is difficult to achieve great success with these 2 formations alone. However, 2 demon kings in the middle stage of the nascent soul were killed before. In this way, there are only 1 demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul and 2 demon kings in the middle stage of the nascent soul left outside the mountain. For this reason, the 2 formations cooperated with the 4th-level talisman master Lingxiao and other cultivators and spirit ghosts, and barely fought against those demon kings 60-40, gaining a little advantage. Seeing this, Yan Sidai, who had consumed too much spiritual power, was full of joy. In this way, the situation here is stable. And there is a chance to swallow them all, but this matter still needs to be asked about the opinion of the Ghost Fairy Senior, otherwise if the other trump cards of the family are exposed, it will be difficult to keep all the Demon Kings here, and if the news spreads, it will be a bit troublesome. Then, she sent a message to the biggest trump card hidden in the mountain, the Ghost Fairy Lamp. Senior Ghost Fairy, if you take action, are you sure you can cooperate with our clan to keep the middle stage nascent soul and the two late stage nascent soul Demon Kings outside the mountain? Although Ghost Fairy Deng had gone to the secret realm of the Ghost Fairy sect branch in Zhongzhaoziuxin realm with Ling Pengyun, the family's nascent soul ghost cultivator, decades ago to cultivate in seclusion. But before this world-destroying chaos began, he was persuaded by Ling Pengyun, the family's ghost cultivator, to return to the family to help garrison. And he has promised to help when necessary, which can be regarded as reciprocity. After all, the Ling family helped him capture the secret realm of the Ghost Fairy sect branch in Zhongzhaoziuxin realm. Although it has benefited from this matter, reciprocity is the way of the world. Only in this way can the two sides become closer. Today's Ling family is not the same as before. It has a bright future. If it can be connected with it, it will be good for Ghost Fairy Deng to truly rebuild the Ghost Fairy sect in the future. For this reason, Ghost Fairy Deng, who was hiding in the mountains, woke up from his deep sleep as soon as he heard Yan Sidai's message, and took a close look at the situation of the monsters outside the mountain. Although the tens of millions of low-level monsters supported many special formations, the ranks of those formations were not high, so there was no need to worry. But the remaining Demon King in the middle stage of the nascent soul and the two Demon Kings in the late stage of the nascent soul were a bit troublesome. Their cultivation was relatively strong among the same level, and there was even a Demon King close to the nascent soul perfection. After hesitating for a moment, it gave a pertinent answer. It can be done, but the spirit ghosts in my hands will inevitably suffer heavy losses afterwards, and it is even possible that even I will need to consume some of my essence to perform some special methods. For this reason, I wonder if you can give me the two Demon Kings in the late stage of the nascent soul after the war. If possible, as long as the noble has a suitable Demon King's nascent soul, I can help the noble cultivate two superior spirit ghosts in the early stage of the nascent soul for free. Yan Sidai, who was at the top of the Golden Wing Mountain, felt a little more confident when she heard this. You know, the Ghost Fairy Lamp is not an ordinary thing. Its original grade was as high as the 5th grade, and it was a genuine treasure of the transformation of the spirit. It was just that tens of thousands of years ago, when the Ghost Fairy sect where it was located suffered a great disaster, it was also harmed, and eventually it was seriously injured and its grade fell back, which led to its current situation. However, with the passage of time, and because of the trip to the secret realm of the Ghost Fairy sect branch in the Zhongzhaoziuxin world decades ago, it got a lot of 4th grade ghost iron, and its current cultivation has barely recovered to the middle stage of the nascent soul. In addition, as the inheritance treasure of the Ghost Fairy sect, a ghost transforming force, it has mastered various powerful attack methods, and its strength can be said to be extraordinary. Even according to the evaluation of Ling Pengyun, the strongest in the family, if this treasure is used with all its strength, it is actually fully capable of killing a late-stage nascent soul strongman by itself. What's more, this treasure is best at cultivating spirit ghosts. After years of accumulation, he must have a lot of spirit ghosts in his hands, and he may even have more than the family. In this case, if he can get his help, it is equivalent to getting the help of a huge army of nascent soul combatants. This is a good thing. But Yan Sidai did not immediately agree to the conditions given by the Ghost Fairy Lamp. In order to gain more benefits for the family, she did not agree immediately, but bargained. The nascent souls of the two late nascent soul Demon Kings outside the mountain are of extraordinary value, and they are rare in the world. If we give them all to you, our clan will miss the opportunity. If this is really possible, why don't we each have one? But the nascent soul of the living middle nascent soul Demon King outside the mountain can be given to you as an extra one. Is this okay? Hearing this, the Ghost Fairy Lamp hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then, it immediately called Ling Pengyun, a ghost cultivator from the family who was also hiding in the mountain, to join in the fight. The two of them used the method of concealing their breath together and sneaked into the outside of the mountain. After getting 1,000 feet closer to the 3 Yin-Yang mid to late stage demon kings, the ghost fairy lamp immediately exerted its strength. As a strong breath of Taoism emanated from its body, a black mist suddenly emerged from its body, covering the surrounding area of 100,000 miles. The 3 demons were naturally inside it, as were the millions of demon beasts. At the same time, the black mist seemed to be extremely solid and could not be shaken by ordinary people. It was like a huge black mist cover that trapped all the demon beasts inside. And the black mist also had a strong corrosive force, which even the 3 Yin-Yang mid to late stage demon kings could not resist. However, the black mist posed no threat to the attacks of Yan Xie and others. I think it was deliberately controlled by the ghost fairy lamp. Chapter 1269, The Power of the Ghost Fairy Lamp. The most mysterious thing is that the black fog also has a strong corrosive effect. Ordinary key training or foundation building monsters will die if they are touched. Giant monsters can barely hold on, but at most they can only hold on for about 10 breaths. By then, they will all turn into balls of blood. Seeing this, the millions of monsters outside the Golden Wing Mountain were all terrified and fled everywhere, but it was completely useless. After all, the huge black fog has enveloped tens of thousands of miles in radius and is indestructible. Although the Yin-Yang middle stage monster and the 2 Yin-Yang late stage monster kings in the sky are willing to help, they are all entangled by Yan Xie and others and cannot get away. It is also worth mentioning that under the deliberate control of the ghost fairy lamp, the black fog did not provoke the Yin-Yang monster kings. For this reason, the millions of low-level monsters suddenly became like sheep in a cage, waiting to be swallowed by the black fog. But strangely enough, the residual souls of the monsters that were corroded by the black fog and turned into blood did not disappear with the passage of time. Instead, they mutated one after another after coming into contact with the black fog. Like crazy demons, they devoured all the blood that their flesh and blood had turned into. In the end, they all turned into strange blood-red ghosts, and their strength was extraordinary, which was not comparable to the souls of ordinary monsters. They contained at least 60% to 70% of their strength in their lifetime. It was considered good for ordinary souls to have 10% of their strength. In addition, these red ghosts seemed to be controlled by the ghost fairy lamp, and they cooperated with a black fog to kill the monsters nearby. A great catastrophe suddenly came to the world. Even within a few dozen breaths, millions of monsters died tragically. And their residual souls naturally turned into strange blood-red souls. The number is about the same. Seeing this, the ghost fairy lamp moved his mind. The hundreds of thousands of blood-red souls were immediately controlled by a mysterious force, approaching each other and merging together. In the end, the millions of blood-red souls turned into Qianjin spirit ghost of the golden core perfection level. This ghost is the rarest spirit ghost cultivated by the ghost fairy lamp. It is good at physical training and is most suitable for dealing with enemies such as monsters. Moreover, it is a superior spirit ghost, much stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. But this Qianjin spirit ghost is a little different from ordinary Qianjin spirit ghosts. Its whole body is also blood red, and there is no trace of demonic energy on its body, only rich blood and soul energy. Strictly speaking, it should not be a spirit ghost, but a Qianjin blood soul. In addition, it is like a madman. Once it sees a monster, it will kill it directly. After the residual souls of the monsters have changed, it will swallow them into its stomach. And its cultivation will become stronger and stronger. Even after it swallowed the blood souls of 2 million monsters, its cultivation quietly entered the realm of the nascent soul. How is it possible? How can a nascent soul ghost be cultivated so easily? It doesn't have to go through the pain of condensing the ghost core and the difficulty of thunder tribulation. The only remaining nascent soul middle stage ghost king and the 2 nascent soul late stage ghost kings on the battlefield were full of disbelief. Immediately, they looked at the ghost fairy lamp in the hand of Ling Pengyun, the instigator. But to their surprise, no matter how good their cultivation was and what means of investigation they used, they could not see through the cultivation and background of the ghost fairy lamp. Why is this treasure so mysterious? At this moment, Qingshi Mountain was exclaiming continuously. Why does the ghost cultivator outside the mountain look so much like the ancestor Pengyun, who was the first person in the family to transform into ghost cultivator in the legend? That is the ancestor Pengyun. I have seen his portrait. However, doesn't the family say that he had already exhausted his lifespan and passed away? How is he still alive? And judging from the situation, his cultivation should have entered the nascent soul stage. This opportunity is too great. And after careful calculation, the ancestor Pengxing should be the first righteous nascent soul ghost cultivator born in our northern wilderness since the establishment of the righteous path in the immortal cultivation world. Also, what kind of treasure is the mysterious ghost lantern in his hand? How could it make such a noise? Could it be some powerful ghost treasure? But I've never heard of any powerful 4th level ghost treasure that can create a nascent soul ghost from the lives of low-level monsters in a short period of time. And that thing is obviously not an ordinary ghost. This is really magical. Ling Pengyun, the nascent soul ghost cultivator of the family, took the path of ghosts in his early years because of his special status. He also had a great opportunity from the Ghost Immortal sect, so it was not suitable for him to show up. In addition, he was a hard-working monk, so he spent many years in seclusion. This also made most of the family unaware of his deeds, and unaware of his entry into the nascent soul stage. As for the ghost fairy lamp in his hand, the world knew even less, as it was a top secret. After careful calculation, only Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, the old patriarch Ling Yunhong, and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun knew about it. For this reason, even the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao in the mountain and the moral golden saint Ling Pengcheng's Henjin began to be curious about the origin of the ghost fairy lamp. And Yan Sidai, who called the ghost fairy lamp for help, was full of joy because she knew everything. Senior Qingshi Mountain is indeed extraordinary. He only spent the lives of more than 3 million low-level monsters to create a nascent soul fighting force. In this way, our strength is undoubtedly stronger. But then again, how come the method used by Senior Qingshi Mountain now looks a bit like the great magical power of the Ghost Immortal realm recorded in the Inheritance of the Ghost Immortal sect? Thinking of this, Yan Sidai's eyebrows suddenly emerged with countless surprises. The Ghost Immortal sect where Qingshi Mountain originally belonged is not an ordinary sect of the transformation of gods and ghost Dao. Its foundation is completely enough to rival the Xinghe Pavilion, the old-fashioned transformation of gods in the immortal cultivation world of the boundless sea. Even this sect has produced dozens of transformation of gods and ghost cultivators in succession. If it weren't for the incident of destroying the demon fire phoenix that year, this sect would have been able to continue to this day. For this reason, the transformation of gods and ghost cultivators in this sect have accumulated and perfected, and created a transformation of gods level great magical power method Ghost Immortal realm suitable for their lineage. It is said that once this technique is opened, it will transform into ghost fairy black fog. This fog can not only be used to trap the enemy, but also has a strong corrosive effect. Even the creatures killed by it will be transformed into blood souls. These blood souls are more mysterious and can merge with each other to continuously enter a higher realm. However, it is not unlimited. Its limit is consistent with the caster's cultivation. In addition, as long as those blood souls have blood and soul power as a supply, they can recover from injuries in a short period of time and can temporarily achieve immortality. It is precisely for this reason that this ghost fairy blood soul is extremely difficult to deal with. In fact, according to the Ghost Fairy Trace inheritance books that the Ghost Fairy lamp gave to the family in the early years, when this sect attacked the demon-killing Fire Phoenix clan of the Supreme Buddhist country's cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago with the rest of the magic path of transformation, it used this technique to directly refine half of the creatures in the Supreme Buddhist country's cultivation world into blood souls, and finally condensed into an extremely powerful blood soul of transformation. It can be said to be extremely cruel, but also extremely powerful. Of course, this blood soul created by the soul of living beings cannot be melted by heaven and earth, so it can only exist in the domain of ghost immortals. Once the domain of ghost immortals is removed, it will slowly consume itself. But even so, this kind of trick is still extraordinary. For this reason, Yan Sidai's husband Ling Pengyun is extremely curious about this talisman, but it's a pity that the Ghost Fairy lamp is unwilling to reveal the core inheritance of the Ghost Fairy sect. Therefore, the Ling family has never got this thing. But then again, the great supernatural power is a means of the god level. It is said that only a few Yin-Yang perfect cultivators with strong spiritual power and spiritual awareness can barely perform this technique, and can only use part of its power. But now the Ghost Fairy lamp has only recovered to the middle stage of the Yin-Yang. Logically, this lamp should be difficult to use such a powerful means. I don't know what this is. Yan Sidai's eyebrows are full of curiosity. However, It is a good thing that the ghost fairy lamp can use such a powerful means. After all, it can help the family. In just a few breaths, the Qianjian blood soul that the ghost fairy lamp transformed with a great magical power ghost fairy realm cooperated with a ghost fairy black mist to slaughter nearly 2 million domain monsters and turned them into strange blood souls. And they naturally fell into the stomach of the Qianjian blood soul. In contrast, the cultivation of the Qianjian blood soul became stronger and stronger, and finally entered the middle stage of the nascent soul. However, because the cultivation of the ghost fairy lamp that used the ghost fairy realm was like this blood soul reached its limit. Even if it continued to swallow blood souls, it would be difficult to improve. For this reason, the ghost fairy lamp ordered the blood soul to stop absorbing blood souls and gradually began to cultivate new nascent soul blood souls. At the same time, he gave orders to the Qianjian blood soul number 1. Do everything you can to kill the only demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul in the sky. The ferocious Qianjian blood soul heard the words and had a fierce look on his face. He was not afraid of the danger of the nascent soul battlefield in the sky. Instead, he was very obedient and flew up directly to kill the demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, his means were extremely cruel. Even if he was injured, he would bite the demon king. In addition, he was in the magical power of this ghost fairy domain, which was already in an advantage. There was also a constant supply of blood souls below as a healing resource. For this reason, his achievements were really not small. He even cooperated with Yan Sidai and others to beat the demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul fiercely. If there were no other changes, it might not be long before the demon king would die tragically here. It was precisely because of this that Yan Sidai, who was in the Golden Wing Mountain, was extremely satisfied. The legendary ghost immortal blood soul has really good means. Even if the blood soul has enough resources, this 1,000-pound blood soul may be able to kill the middle stage nascent soul monster by itself. Yan Sidai praised. After some time, the ghost immortal lamp once again cultivated a 1,000-pound blood soul in the early stage of the nascent soul with the blood souls transformed from millions of monsters. But after that, it no longer allowed the newly generated blood souls to merge, but kept the remaining blood souls to serve as the resources for the middle stage nascent soul and the early stage nascent soul 1,000-pound blood soul to fight. For this reason, it immediately sent out the newly born early stage nascent soul 1,000-pound blood soul, and let the erosion black fog transformed by the ghost immortal domain deal with the remaining 4 or 5 million monsters here. At this time, it saw that the situation was good after the 2 blood souls intervened in the nascent soul battlefield, so it was relieved to summon the nascent soul spirit ghosts cultivated in various ways over the years. But who would have thought that there were as many as 7, and one of them was a middle stage nascent soul spirit ghost. In fact, they all had 4th level ghost weapons, which could bring their advantages to the extreme. Therefore, once they entered the battlefield, they directly helped Yan Sidai and others to change the battlefield situation. Why are there 7 spirit ghosts again? If you add the 5 spirit ghosts that appeared earlier. After careful calculation, there are 12 nascent soul spirit ghosts here. This number is almost catching up with the number of native nascent soul cultivators in the northern wilderness cultivation world. How can the Ling family, a righteous force, have such a strong foundation of spirit ghosts? The middle stage nascent soul demon king in the sky and the 2 late stage nascent soul demon kings were immediately numbed when they saw the number of nascent soul spirit ghosts here. If you add the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun, who has not made a move and seems to be preparing some killing moves, Yan Sidai in the Golden Wing Mountain, the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao, and Ling Pengyun who has the moral golden saint body. The Ling family had gathered 16 Yin-Yang warriors. 16 against 3. Even though the 3 demon kings were stronger than Yan Sidai and the others, they had no confidence in winning, and even whether they could escape was another question. The Ling family was a good example of how to make up for lack of strength with numbers. Then, the 3 demon kings suddenly thought of something, and immediately set their sights on the ghost fairy lamp in the hands of the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun. The 7 spirit ghosts that had just appeared had all sprung out of his body. Could it be that all those spirit ghosts came from this lamp? As soon as this thought came out, they could not help but be somewhat certain. After all, this lamp was extraordinary, and its origin was unknown, so it might be some powerful treasure. It was precisely because of this that the 3 ghost kings immediately showed a greedy look. Although they were not on the ghost path, Such treasures that could cultivate Yin-Yang ghosts were rare. If they could get them, it would be of great benefit to them in the future. After all, if the 12 spirit ghosts here were theirs, they would probably have the strength to rival the powerful Yin-Yang perfection level. This is particularly extraordinary. For this reason, whether it is to obtain treasures or to avoid the crisis, they all intend to take re-election. For a moment, all kinds of powerful spells or magical means were played by them in an endless stream. Therefore, in just a moment, they actually reversed their weakness and fought Yan Sidai and others on equal terms again. Of course, this move is particularly consuming demon power, which is why they did not do so just now. However, they were still not satisfied with this move, so they used some of their best talismans or means to enhance their strength in a short period of time. In the end, the strongest old Yin-Yang late-stage demon king actually broke through the siege, and then it killed Ling Pengyun, the Yin-Yang ghost cultivator holding the treasure of the ghost fairy lamp, with countless joy and determination. Looking for death? Seeing this, the ghost fairy lamp was full of sarcasm in his heart. He immediately summoned the surrounding ghost fairy black fog and went straight to meet it. Chapter 1270, Ghost Cultivator Ling Pengyun shows his power. The old demon king in the late nascent soul stage had seen the powerful corrosive effect of the ghost fairy black fog, so he did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly added several defensive measures around his body and planned to force his way through. But who would have thought that the ghost fairy black fog actually passed through those defensive measures? How is it possible? The demon king in the late nascent soul stage was full of disbelief. Then, he quickly retreated to avoid being corroded. But now it was too late, and he was completely surrounded by the black fog. But after the black fog touched his body, it did not have any corrosive effect. What's going on? The demon king was a little confused. But at this moment, he found that the black fog had merged into his body and sank into a sea of consciousness. Why does this black fog look like some kind of spiritual attack? But when did this black fog have such ability? And if that's true, the effect of this black fog is too omnipotent. It not only has the effect of corrosion, but also can create blood souls, and now it can attack the sea of consciousness. The demon king was secretly shocked, and at the same time he tried his best to use a powerful defensive spiritual defense method that he knew. Although this move was effective, the black fog nearby was difficult to clear. Even if he used the Yin-Yang true fire that was extremely restrained by magic methods, he could not burn it all, as if the black fog was not an ordinary magic method. In this way, the demon king could only watch the mysterious black fog gathering nearby more and more. And the defense method he built was suddenly in danger. What on earth is this black fog? It's not even afraid of the Yin-Yang true fire. Logically, even if it's a magic method created by a superior magic power, it should be more afraid of this fire, or be hurt by it. After all, these two methods are both at the Yin-Yang level. Thinking of this, the demon king in the late Yin-Yang stage shuddered slightly, and couldn't help but have a special idea. Could it be that this black fog is created by the legendary great magic power of the divine transformation level? Once this guess was made, he couldn't help but feel a little certain. After all, even if it was a rare great magic power, it couldn't be as comprehensive as the black fog. But the magic lamp seems to be at the level of Yin-Yang. How can it obtain such magic methods with such cultivation? Is it that the magic is less controlled over such great magical methods? But I haven't heard of this. Moreover, does it require at least the cultivation of Yin-Yang perfection to perform such methods? Has the magic lamp reached this level? But if so, why doesn't it use a killing move directly? Instead, it adopts such a slow attack method. It's really strange. The demon king in the late Yin-Yang period was really puzzled because he couldn't see through the cultivation of the ghost fairy lamp. But he didn't know that the ghost fairy lamp was originally a universal spiritual treasure, and he had successfully comprehended the great magical power of the ghost fairy domain tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, its attainments in this technique have reached a higher level, and it can reduce some of the requirements for performing this technique. The demon king collected his distracting thoughts and secretly made up his mind. And if I continue to stay, I'm afraid it won't be long before my sea of consciousness will be occupied by the black fog, and then it will be over. I can only force my way in. Then it tried its best to use its defensive spiritual consciousness means and rushed into the black fog, intending to escape in this way. But who would have thought that the black fog would turn into corrosive black fog again in an instant? Therefore, It was undoubtedly asking for trouble by crashing into it. Its body was stained with a lot of black fog, and countless squeaks continued to emerge. Exclamation mark. It immediately wailed. What a stupid demon, why did you have to leave the main force to kill me? The ghost fairy lamp in the distance saw this and was full of sarcasm in his heart. If this demon king in the late nascent soul stage had not been alone, the ghost fairy lamp would not have planned to use the ghost fairy black fog as a means of attack so quickly. After all, the more enemies there are, the greater the burden of this black fog will be, which will undoubtedly reduce the power of the black fog. And it will also weaken the self-protection effect of the black fog. And this is related to the blood souls that were transformed by the ghost fairy domain. It can be said that one thing leads to another. Then the ghost fairy lamp considered that although the means of the ghost fairy domain were powerful, it was difficult to fully exert the power of this means. Moreover, the late Yin-Yang demon king was a tiger demon who was good at physical strength and had a strong body. If it could endure the corrosion of the black fog, it would still have a chance to break out of the black fog. In this way, it would be difficult to kill the ghost fairy with a black fog alone. But in order to maintain this technique, it had no other spare power for the time being. For this reason, it could only call out to the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun, who had been protecting itself. Pengyun, use your black magic mirror. Ling Pengyun, who had been waiting for the killing intent for a long time, heard this and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately took out a black magic mirror. Although this mirror was only the size of a human head and looked no different from an ordinary mirror, its grade was as high as the 4th grade upper grade. It was the treasure Ling Pengyun obtained when he followed the rest of his family and the ghost immortal lamp to the secret realm of the ghost immortal sect branch of the Huashan ghost sect in this Hongzhouxiuxin world in the early years, and killed the Black Illusion Ghost King, the king of the Black Illusion Ghost Demon clan who was good at illusion. And this treasure is also the clan treasure of the Black Illusion clan, which is good at illusion attack. For this reason, as Ling Pengyun transferred all his magic power into it, the magic mirror immediately condensed a powerful light and shot it out, and like the mysterious black fog, it passed through all the defensive means around the tiger monster and directly bombarded into its body. Although it was eventually blocked by the defensive divine consciousness restriction in its body, this black illusion light was really strong. In addition, the ghost fairy black fog containing the power of attacking divine consciousness in its body was really accumulated. Therefore, it didn't take long for the divine consciousness defense means in its body to be shattered. Then, its sea of consciousness was suddenly occupied by a large amount of black fog. The tiger monster also lost its mind and consciousness. In the end, the entire sea of consciousness was turned into ruins by the black fog, and the tiger became an idiot. Although it was still alive, it had no intelligence and could not move at all, and it was no longer a threat. With such a great achievement, it is not a loss for me to use my magic power to activate the magic mirror. Seeing this, the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun was full of joy. After all, his cultivation was still low, so it was difficult for him to activate the 4th level top grade illusion black magic mirror. Even with all his spiritual power, he could only barely use one move. It was precisely because of this that he had not taken action before, but watched beside the ghost fairy lamp and protected it. But the ghost fairy lamp was not satisfied with this. If my cultivation level is higher, I will have better control over the great magical power of the ghost immortal realm. At that time, let alone disturbing its sea of consciousness with a black fog of divine consciousness, I can even temporarily confuse its mind with a black fog and control it to help fight for a short period of time. It really lost a lot of combat power. It sighed helplessly, but it was good to have a gain. With a thought, it mobilized the black fog to lift the idiot tiger in front of it, and said to the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun beside it, Pengyun, since you have consumed your ghost power in order to activate the black illusion ghost lamp, don't stay here any longer. Find a place to practice meditation and restore your ghost power quickly, so that you can join the battle again. By the way, you also know the previous transaction with the true Lord Yan Sidai of your clan. You should give the Yin and body of this tiger demon to Yan Sidai first. Ling Pengyun was immediately satisfied when he heard this. The ghost immortal lamp's actions undoubtedly gave the family a great face. The family had previously agreed with him that if he helped the family to kill the remaining nascent soul mid-stage and 2 nascent soul late-stage monsters here, he would get a nascent soul of a late-stage nascent soul monster in its body. This time, He made a great contribution, and the tiger monster's cultivation was the strongest among the monster kings present. If it were Ling Pengyun himself, he would probably take the tiger monster's body and nascent soul first. Master, you are really polite. I thank you on behalf of the family. Since Gui Xiandeng did so, Ling Pengyun naturally could not lose his courtesy, so he immediately thanked Gui Xiandeng. It doesn't matter. If it weren't for Yan Sidai and others from your clan who tried their best to hold back the other two nascent soul mid-stage and late-stage monster kings, it would be very difficult for the two of us to kill the tiger monster. Gui Xiandeng said simply. Although the ghost fairy lamp is a magic weapon and not a cultivator, it is the inheritance treasure of the ghost fairy sect, which is a ghost sect of the transformation god level. Moreover, it was originally a spiritual treasure of the transformation god level. Its spiritual wisdom has long been greatly opened, and it is even more experienced than ordinary cultivators. For this reason, after discovering that Ling Pengyun had good ghost qualifications, it valued him very much, accepted him as a disciple, and gradually passed on the ghost fairy sect inheritance that was suitable for him. Even Ling Pengyun was able to enter the Golden Core and Yuanying realms in his early years thanks to the help of this lamp. In this way, the two are not only master and apprentice in name, but also master and apprentice in reality. Gradually, the relationship between the two has become much closer. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun chatted with Gui Xiandeng for a few more words, and then left the place. He went to find Yan Sidai first, and handed the tiger demon corpse to her. Then she went to practice in accordance with Gui Xiandeng's instructions, in order to recover her ghost power as quickly as possible. At this time, Gui Xiandeng mobilized the ghost fairy black fog transformed by the ghost fairy domain, and slowly compressed the remaining 4 or 5 million monsters outside the Golden Wing Mountain. In this way, it can reduce some of the pressure on it to perform this technique. In addition, it can also speed up the speed of killing those low-priced monsters and converting them into blood souls. At the same time, it converted some black fog into spiritual black fog, and went to help the two Yuanying early and middle stage Qianjin blood souls attack the remaining two Yuanying demon kings here. Although without the help of Ling Pengyun's black fantasy treasure realm, those spiritual black fogs did not have much merit for the time being, but they could still cause some trouble to the two demon kings. It is precisely because of this that the situation of these two Yuanjins is becoming more and more dangerous. They are even a little bit at a disadvantage. Moreover, they could not break out in such a situation, so they were forced to use the means that could enhance their strength in a short period of time. Although this helped them to reverse the situation, it was not very useful. In the end, they still could not escape the siege and strangulation of Yan Sidai and others. Senior Sun Gixin's help is indeed right. Yan Sidai saw the victory in front of her, her eyebrows were full of joy, and she couldn't help but say something secretly. Then, she raised her hand and waved, and rolled the corpses of the two demon kings who had just been killed outside the mountain, their nascent souls, and the property into the mountain. Finally, she personally found the ghost fairy lamp, turned around and handed over the corpse of a late nascent soul demon beast in her hand, the nascent soul, and the wealth on it, and thanked it. Senior, it's really extraordinary. After Yan Sidai flattered for a while, she handed over the two mid to late nascent soul demon kings that she and her clansmen had divided to the ghost fairy lamp, asking it to help cultivate them into spirit ghosts. This is the agreement of the ghost fairy lamp. After that, the two chatted briefly, and the ghost fairy lamp killed all the remaining 4 or 5 million monsters outside the mountain with the help of the ghost fairy domain. However, during this period, those monsters did not transform into blood souls, but simply destroyed their consciousness. In this way, the bodies and souls of these monsters were well preserved. The ghost fairy lamp just needed this kind of soul as a resource for cultivating spirit ghosts, so it took away all the souls of those monsters. As for the corpses of those monsters, because the value was too low, it was too lazy to take them, and instead did a favor and gave them all to the Ling family. This also made Yan Sidai slightly happy, and thanked Kiki again. Once the matter was settled, the ghost fairy lamp went to practice in silence. Yan Sidai found Lingxiao and others to divide the proceeds. She first separated the fur and blood from the two monsters, threw them to the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao, and asked him, "You are the only 4th level talisman master in the Lingxiao family who can use the fur and blood of these two Yuanying monsters. For this reason, I will give all of these to you. I wonder how many 4th level talismans you can make with these things. Lingxiao couldn't help but feel sorry when he heard this. Grandma, these things are of such high grade, it's a bit of a pity to let me draw talismans. After all, I can only draw 4th level low grade talismans. Yansei waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. If these things are kept, they will be useless. Moreover, there are no 4th level middle to high grade talisman makers in the entire northern wilderness Zeuxan world. It is difficult for us to leave this world easily, but the family just consumed a large number of 4th level talismans in the battle, and urgently needs to replenish 4th level talismans, so we can only resort to this last resort. And this is not a bad thing. After all, using such high-level materials to draw 4th level low-grade talismans may make the talismans more powerful. Lingxiao, as a senior talisman master, agreed. That's true. If that's the case, I won't say more. According to my experience, if I use the fur of these 2 monsters to refine talisman paper and the blood to refine talisman ink, it should be enough to support me to draw 64th level talismans. But I am currently only good at drawing the giant sea whale talisman, but fortunately, my success rate in drawing this talisman is about 40%. So after careful calculation, I should be able to draw at least 24 talismans with the fur and blood of these 2 monsters. If I'm lucky, I can draw few more. Yansei's eyebrows lit up when she heard this. Previously, she was distressed that the family consumed 34th level talismans in this battle. But now with Lingxiao's guarantee, the family's 4th level talisman foundation will undoubtedly be able to recover a little in a short time. It's really good to have a 4th level talisman master sitting in charge. What's more, the other things on the 2 monsters are also of great value. Therefore, strictly speaking, this battle is a bloody profit just by relying on these 2 monsters. Chapter 1271 Moon Shadow Wolf King. Then, Yansei pointed at the bare flesh on the bodies of the 2 mid to late nascent soul monsters. Although the flesh and blood of these 2 monsters can be used as nourishment for cultivation, it is more or less a waste. And the 4th level spiritual cooking skills I have mastered can just make use of them. And according to my estimation, these flesh and blood plus some auxiliary materials of the family should be enough to help me cook 20 times of 4th level spiritual food, and my success rate of cooking 4th level spiritual food is 30%. After careful calculation, relying on these spiritual materials, I should be able to barely cook 6 4th level spiritual foods with relatively strong effects, each of which is comparable to the medicinal power of 3 ordinary cultivation pills of the same level. After all, the main ingredients of these monster kings' flesh and blood contain more spiritual energy. I just don't know if you are willing. Of course, there is another more cost-effective but more time-consuming option, which is to keep it first and wait for the opportunity to go to the front line of Sangxianfang City to find the leader of Heian Immortal Sect, Heian's Henjin, to help refine ordinary 4th level pills with that flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao and Ling Pengyun, who possessed the moral golden saint body, both wanted to keep the flesh and blood of the 2 monsters and wait to entrust Heian's Henjin to refine pills in the future. But now we are in the period of the world destroying chaos. According to the current situation of this war, extending to all the immortal cultivation worlds in this world, it is bound to last for a very long time. God knows when we can find the Heian's Henjin to help refine the elixir. And during this period, there is no guarantee what kind of crisis the family will encounter. Under such circumstances, it is better to let Yansei, a 4th level spiritual chef, cook it into 4th level spiritual food. In addition, 4th level spiritual food is extremely pure, comparable to the spiritual objects of the same level of heaven and earth, and can be refined and improved in a short period of time. It can be said to be a treasure for cultivation. For this reason, the 2 agreed with Yansei's idea of cooking the flesh and blood into spiritual food. Yansei was very satisfied with this, and then she said, "In this case, we will share the 4th level spiritual food cooked at that time." Lingxiao and the others were a little surprised when they heard this, and quickly refused. "Grandma, you contributed the most to killing these 2 monsters. And the 34th level talismans consumed earlier were also obtained by Grandpa Pengyun. You and Grandpa Pengyun are Taoist companions. It is reasonable that you should get more benefits after cooking the flesh and blood into spiritual food." Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master, said. "Yes, I think so too. And Lingxiao and I have only been in the nascent soul for only 100 years. Even if we get more 4th level spiritual food, such treasures are actually not very useful. On the contrary, Sister Cai has been in the early stage of the nascent soul for a long time and is about to reach a bottleneck. Under such circumstances, it is really wrong for us to share more of your resources, agreed Ling Pengyun, who has the moral golden saint body. Yan Cai felt warm in her heart. After thinking about it, she agreed to this matter without saying anything more. Instead, she divided the spiritual treasures of the two monsters. The Demon King in the middle stage of the nascent soul had a total of 3 spiritual treasures, 2 4th level lower grade defensive spiritual treasures, and 1 4th level middle grade attack spiritual treasure. The Demon King in the late nascent soul stage had a stronger foundation. Although there were only 2 of them, the lowest grade defensive spiritual treasure was as high as the 4th grade middle grade realm, and the attacking spiritual treasure was as high as the 4th grade upper grade realm. And these things were what the family lacked. Yan Cai was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 4 family nascent souls stationed in the family, so Lingxiao and Ling Pengyun gave the 4th grade middle grade defensive spiritual treasure and attacking spiritual treasure of the Demon King in the late nascent soul stage to Yan Cai. As for the 4th grade talisman master Lingxiao, because he had obtained an attacking spiritual treasure and a defensive spiritual treasure from Ling Pengyun in his early years, plus his life talisman had entered the 4th grade realm, he already had 3 spiritual treasures in his hands. For this reason, he only took 1 4th grade defensive spiritual treasure from the Demon King in the middle nascent soul stage. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his consciousness to control if he took too many, which was really a bit of a waste. As for the remaining defensive spiritual treasure and the 4th grade middle grade attacking spiritual treasure, they all belonged to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun already had a 4th level lower grade defensive and offensive spiritual treasure. In total, he actually had 4 spiritual treasures in his hands. Although it was a bit difficult for him to control these spiritual treasures with his current spiritual consciousness, it was enough to increase his strength by 30% or 40%. It can be said that he accumulated combat power with spiritual treasures. If ordinary Yuanying's Henjin knew about this, they would probably be envious. After all, it was considered good for a general Yuanying early's Henjin to have a 4th level spiritual treasure, and generally there were only 2 spiritual treasures. For example, the 2 demon kings before, although they were both from the Huishan demon clan, the number of spiritual treasures in their hands was still not many. After this matter was settled, after everyone had a simple chat, Yan Cai called back Lingxiao and Ling Pengyun, and then slowly returned to his own cave. But after entering the cave, he actually tore the space apart through a token and constructed a black deep hole. Moreover, the power of the space inside was particularly stable, and it was obviously not a space torn apart at will. Perhaps it was for this reason that Yan Cai actually rushed into it directly. After a dizzy spell, he arrived at a mysterious little world. Although the space here is not big, only about 10,000 miles, there are many spiritual veins here. Just a simple look can see 1 or 2. And there are many monsters here. But they are not hostile to Yan Cai, only countless awe. At this time, with a flash of white light, a wolf demon with silver white hair all over its body, slender body, and particularly handsome appearance appeared in front of Yan Cai, and asked Yan Cai with curiosity. "Fellow Taoist Yan, what a rare guest. What good things have you come here for this time?" Yan Cai smiled simply and said, "Fellow Taoist, you have entered the middle stage of the nascent soul. I see that you don't have many spiritual treasures on hand, so I came to give you treasures." After that, she took out an ordinary 4th level flying sword spiritual treasure and a 4th level low grade defensive magic shield spiritual treasure, and handed them to the Moon Shadow Wolf King. These spiritual treasures are all treasures she has sacrificed in the past. But she had just been given 2 4th level middle level treasures, and her spiritual consciousness was not enough. For this reason, she planned to give the 2 old 4th level low level spiritual treasures on hand to the Moon Shadow Wolf King. This would also be good for the family. The Moon Shadow Wolf King was naturally the Moon Shadow Wolf King that Ling Pengyun threatened to become a slave with force. And this small world is the large secret realm of the Moon Shadow secret realm. The Moon Shadow Wolf King is the master of this place. At the same time, he is also the only one who has entered the nascent soul in this secret realm. It is also worth mentioning that the family's special nascent soul path, the Sun and Moon condensing infant method, originated from him. To be precise, The concept of that method should be the ancestors of the Moon Shadow Wolf clan behind it, who spent countless time to come up with it. It's just a pity that when it was passed to this wolf, this clan still didn't perfect this method, but only came up with the Moon Hua and Chu Yang condensing infant methods, two second-rate methods to impact the nascent soul. When the Wolf King was about to condense the nascent soul, the Moon Shadow Wolf clan spent 3,000 years and only got a piece of moon crystal. For this reason, it adopted the inferior moon crystal method to enter the nascent soul realm. This also made its nascent soul path have some defects. Not only was its spiritual consciousness 3 points weaker than that of ordinary cultivators, but its spiritual power was also the same. This also made its strength a little better than that of nascent souls of the same level. But this does not mean that its path is shallow. On the contrary, because its moon crystal nascent soul path is not high, the difficulty of its impact on the realm is relatively low. In addition, Ling Pengyun not only gave it a yin-yang Taichu key to improve impurities in its early years, and when it helped the family through the crisis last time, it also got a batch of high-level resources from the family, which increased its cultivation progress. Therefore, it entered the middle stage of the nascent soul a few years ago. This also increased its strength a little. For this reason, it had the idea of escaping from the control of the family. But the remaining power of the primordial energy that Ling Pengyun had passed on to him in his early years had turned into primordial crystal core in his body. Although this thing was useless on weekdays, it was enough to be comparable to a life and death restriction when necessary. As long as Ling Pengyun had a thought, it would break, and the Moon Shadow Wolf King would eventually die. Moreover, Ling Pengyun's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At the beginning, he had only scattered the rebellious aura, which made the Moon Shadow Wolf King lose his rebellious heart. He even secretly guessed that even if he entered the late stage of the nascent soul, he might not be able to defeat Ling Pengyun. And it was not certain whether he could enter this realm in this life. For this reason, he had also figured it out. Instead of thinking about regaining freedom, it would be better to work hard under the Ling family. Although this would be more threatening, and it was possible that the Ling family would let him do some dangerous work, but the Ling family was more particular and would never let him work for nothing. In this way, following the Ling family might also be a way out. Therefore, several years ago, his attitude towards Ling's family had improved a lot. He even gave Ling's family the treasures that he had secretly hidden in his early years but could not use, under the pretext of exchanging for cultivation resources. Ling's family naturally understood this. It was for this reason that Yan Xie returned 2 4th-level inferior spiritual treasures this time, and then she thought of the Moon Shadow Wolf King. After all, his cultivation was relatively high, and the Moon Shadow Wolf King did not have any spiritual treasures on hand. Except for the Moon Shadow Wheel spiritual treasure and a defensive spiritual treasure that had been passed down for a long time in the tribe behind him, he had no spiritual treasures. Although this was quite normal, compared with Ling's nascent soul, it was extremely poor. The Moon Shadow Wolf King knew that spiritual treasures were precious. After all, this tribe had continued in this large secret realm for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, and only saved 2 spiritual treasures, the Moon Shadow Wheel and the Sun Flame Shield. Moreover, the attributes were different. They were prepared by the ancestors of the Moon Shadow Wolf clan, for the wolf demons of Yuhu and Chu Yang nascent soul respectively. After all, the probability of assisting the impact of the nascent soul with a method of Yuhu and Chu Yang Ningying is relatively low. The Moon Shadow Wolf clan usually sends multiple clansmen to use these 2 methods respectively. This also makes it possible that the final nascent soul is either the Sun and Moon nascent soul or the Chu Yang nascent soul. At that time, if they do not have the corresponding spiritual treasure as a means, it will be a bit insufficient. For this reason, this clan has created the 2 treasures separately. It is precisely for this reason that the Moon Shadow Wolf King, who has never seen the world, immediately said to Yan Xie with a grateful face, "Fellow Taoist Yan is really generous. I am really lucky to know you." He praised for a long time before stopping. When Yan Xie heard this, her face was more happy. Then, she said with a bit of a joke, "Fellow Taoist, don't be too happy too soon. The world destroying chaos in the outside world has already begun. I gave you these 2 treasures to improve your combat power so that you can help my clan in the future. I hope you won't let my clan down when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the Moon Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but retract his smile and said in his heart, Has the world-destroying chaos in the outside world arrived? This is a bit troublesome. Although it has been in this moon shadow secret realm, which is a world of its own, for many years, it knows the situation in the outside world because of the Ling family, the Maple Leaf Li family, and the Xianxing Pavilion, which are also connected to this secret realm. However, now it is on the same warship with the Ling family after all. If it shows a bad face to Yan Sai at this time, it is possible that Yan Sai will not only take back the two treasures, but also threaten it to join the war in the future with the matter of the Taichu crystal core in its body. For this reason, it forced a smile and said, "Of course, there is no problem with helping. As long as you say a word, I will definitely do my best." Yan Sai felt a little relieved when she heard this. This Yuanying Wolf King who has entered the middle stage of Yuanying is one of the family's trump cards during this world-destroying chaos. Now that he can get such a reply, it is naturally a good thing. Moreover, although the family has killed tens of millions of low-level monsters, 3 Yuanying middle-stage monsters and 2 Yuanying late-stage monster kings, it seems that the disaster has been solved, but according to the news from the front line of Sangxianfang City through the special communication formation, this time, whether it is the Sea Dragon clan of the Boundless Sea Cultivation world or the Boundless Monster clan of the Zhongzhou Cultivation world, all the incarnation forces have sent Yuanying-level reinforcements to support the local incarnation monster clan, the Black Dragon clan. In this way, the Black Dragon clan can be said to be strong in men and horses. Even the 5 Yuanying middle-late stage monster kings that besieged the family before came from those incarnation forces. For this reason, according to Yan Sai's estimation, after the Black Dragon clan learns about the family's battle situation, it is likely that they will send troops to attack the family again, and those troops will definitely be stronger than the last time. It is possible that all the demon kings at the level of Yuanying perfection will be present. At that time, the family will be in danger. But during this period, there is a risky move that can be made. That is, according to the plan of the last chaos, while the family has resolved the crisis, they will go to support the nearby Xianxing Pavilion and other Yuanying forces. In this way, not only can the Black Dragon Lake clan know that their Yuanying masters are all in the outside world, not in the family territory, even if the family is destroyed, it will be useless. And it can also gather the manpower of Yuanying forces, such as Xianxing Pavilion, to finally support the front line. However, during this period, if the Black Dragon Lake clan sent a strong man and found a family cultivator who supported Xianxing Pavilion and other forces, it would be particularly dangerous. And this is the origin of the risky move. After all, she is not as strong as her husband Ling Pengyun. For this reason, she needs to try her best to mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized in the family, so that she has a chance to complete the dangerous plan. Chapter 1272 Family Crisis. On the other side. On the front line of the world-destroying chaos in the northern wilderness cultivation world, the battlefield in Sangxianfang City is still extremely fierce, and the situation has not changed much. The righteous cultivators stationed in Sangxianfang City are at a disadvantage, and the Black Dragon Lake clan, which has the support of the major incarnation forces and demons, has the upper hand. In fact, this is the result of the incarnation ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan not taking action. For this reason, the cultivators in Sangxianfang City are all panic. On the contrary, everyone on the Black Dragon Lake side has infinite expectations. After all, as long as the righteous bone of Sangxianfang City is captured, the entire northern wilderness cultivation world is like taking something out of a bag. By then, they will definitely be able to get a share of the pie, such as the flesh and blood of cultivators or mortals, or spiritual veins and other treasures, which can all be beneficial to their path. But it is precisely because of this that when the Black Dragon One Tiger Eyes 1000-old dragon, who led the various demon forces to attack this place, found that the life cards of the 5 Yuanying middle and late stage demon kings sent to besiege the Ling family were all broken, his brows were immediately furrowed. This undoubtedly requires the dispatch of troops to suppress it, otherwise it is bound to cause chaos. However, among all the battlefields, only the main battlefield here has spare troops and can be dispatched. Moreover, since the Ling family was able to kill 5 Yuanying mid to late stage demon kings in succession, they must be difficult to deal with. It is possible that they need to send extraordinary strong men with Yuanying perfection to have a chance to suppress them. But in this way, it is bound to affect the situation here, which is tantamount to adding trouble. What's more, There have always been very few strong men at the Yin-Yang perfection level. Even on the battlefield where the demon forces gather here, there are not many, and they are all from other demon forces. Bingjin Lao Jiao is not easy to command. As for the Black Jiao Lake clan, because they have been in conflict with the righteous way of the northern wilderness cultivation world in recent hundreds of years, they have no Yin-Yang perfect demon king to sit in charge. Even the Bingjin Lao Jiao, who is leading the battle now, was only a veteran late-stage Yin-Yang demon king. It was only because he was a rare Bing Jiao with relatively strong strength, and he had a relatively high seniority in the Black Jiao Lake clan and lived longer, that he could be considered a tall man among the short men. For this reason, he was forcibly placed in this position by the Black Jiao ancestor. However, it was precisely because of the Black Jiao ancestor as a backer that he could simply command the powerful Yin-Yang helpers sent by the other Hushan forces. Otherwise, with his cultivation, it would be difficult to command the strong men who came to support from the other demon forces. For this reason, Bingjin Lao Jiao was in a lot of trouble. At the same time, he didn't understand why the Ling family was so strong. You know, the 5 Yin-Yang mid to late stage demon kings that he had sent to attack the Ling family were all good players from his own Black Jiao Lake clan and other demon forces. Even if they encountered a Yin-Yang perfect level strong man, they would probably have the chance to escape with their combined efforts. According to the observation of the Black Dragon Lake clan on the Ling clan during the last chaos, although Ling Pengyun, the killer of the Ling clan, had a record of killing a demon king in the late nascent soul stage in an instant, his spiritual power was exhausted after that attack. Now, only a few decades have passed. Unless Ling Pengyun has entered the realm of nascent soul perfection, it is difficult for him to completely destroy the 5 demon kings with his means. But even if he has the 5 elements of spiritual roots, it is difficult for him to enter that realm so quickly. Moreover, according to the news from the Sea Dragon clan in the Boundless Sea Cultivation realm, Ling Pengyun of the Ling clan was fighting for the Xinghe Pavilion, a righteous incarnation force over there, during this chaos, and was not on the Northern Wilderness Cultivation realm. Does the Ling clan have other trump cards? If so, we have to be wary of this clan. Bingjin Lao Jiao was puzzled, and at the same time, a murderous intent emerged in his heart. And the Ling family was a troublemaker during the last chaos. If the ancestor had not come to the rescue in time, I and most of the Yin-Yang demon kings in my clan would have died tragically under the siege of the Yin-Yang Zhenjins, who led the other ordinary Yin-Yang forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world. And this time, he jumped out to cause chaos again, which is really looking for death. Then, it came up with a plan. There are not many Yin-Yang in my clan at present, and there is no Yin-Yang perfection strongman sitting in charge. If I send my own people to suppress the Ling family, it is probably not safe, and I don't think I can command the troops of the other demon forces. And this will affect the situation here. But if I can persuade the ancestor, these troubles can be easily solved. Thinking of this, its eyes couldn't help but burn with a bit of brilliance. The Black Dragon ancestor is a strong man at the level of the god transformation. Even if the Ling family has a trump card, what's the harm? For this reason, it immediately found the Black Dragon ancestor and wanted to persuade him to solve the Ling family. But to its surprise, the Black Dragon ancestor actually refused. Now that the chaos of world destruction has just begun, the battles in other places of the Immortal Cultivation world are relatively ordinary, and it has not yet reached a critical moment. Therefore, the righteous gods in various places have not appeared. In this way, if I take action and show my traces, I am afraid that I will be found by those gods. Therefore, this matter can only rely on you. But the Black Dragon ancestor did not just stand by and watch. After all, according to what Bingjin Lao Jiao said, the Ling family is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. For this reason, he asked Bingjin Lao Jiao to take his own oral instructions and go to ask the Yin-Yang perfection demons who came to support the other demon forces to help. As for not taking the initiative to show up and order those demons to do things, it is mainly to avoid them revealing their own traces. After all, the two sides are not a family, and this time those demons will support the Black Dragon Lake clan during the chaos of world destruction, just for the sake of benefits, without any friendship at all. However, his oral instructions have some weight, and many of the 5 demon kings who went to suppress the Ling family before came from those demon forces. For this reason, many demon forces have a bit of cruelty towards the Ling family. Even the old demon Zujin, who was sent by the Zushan demon flame tiger clan of the boundless demon realm in this Hongzhaoziuxin world, took over the matter directly. This surprised Binqian Lao Jiao. Although he was not familiar with the old demon Zujin, he had been extremely domineering since he led the Yuanying of the boundless demon realm to support him. He not only asked for many resources from the Black Dragon Lake clan, but also ignored his battle arrangements on weekdays. Is this tiger crazy? Why is he so cooperative this time? But after thinking about it carefully, the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 demon kings who went to the Ling family to cause trouble seemed to be from this clan. Could there be a special relationship between them? If not, Binqian Lao Jiao really couldn't think of any other reason. And his guess was indeed correct. The Zushan demon flame tiger that went to the Ling family to cause trouble was indeed related to the old demon Zujin here. Both of them belonged to the golden tiger lineage of the Zushan demon flame tiger clan. And the old demon Zujin was the master of this lineage. As for the late Yuanying Zushan demon flame tiger who went to the Ling family, he was one of the pillars of the golden tiger clan, and his strength was among the best. Under such circumstances, his death would undoubtedly have a great impact on the strength of the golden tiger clan. The old Zujin demon was originally a hot-tempered one, so how could he tolerate it? Moreover, if this revenge was not avenged, and the news was passed back to the golden tiger clan, how could it convince the crowd, and how could it lead the clan to let the group of demon kings of the same clan led by it? Therefore, it should deal with this matter in terms of emotion and reason. After retracting his distracting thoughts, the old Binqian Jiao, whose brain was still bright, immediately complimented the old Zujin demon who took the initiative to accept the order. Fellow Taoist Sujin's move has undoubtedly helped us resolve a big problem. Moreover, with your strength, I estimate that the Ling family is doomed to die. We will wait here for your good news. The old demon Sujin looked down on the old Bingjin Jiao and even looked down on the weak Black Jiao Lake clan. For this reason, it just nodded coldly. Then, like the old Bingjin Jiao, it became a little wary of the Ling family because of their extraordinary performance this time. For this reason, it did not intend to go alone. Then, it looked at those of its own clan who were besieging the Sangxianfang city. Including it, there were a total of 10 Yuanying demon kings from the Zushan demon flame clan this time. However, because the late Yuanying elder who was sent to the Ling family died tragically, and the old demon Hujin sent some demon kings of the same clan to attack the other forces of the northern wilderness cultivation world with the troops of other demon forces. Therefore, there were only 6 demon kings of the same clan left here. There were 3 Yuanying in the early stage, 2 Yuanying in the middle stage, and 1 Yuanying in the late stage. If we take them all away, it will have a huge impact on the situation here. And the Yuanying in the late stage cannot be taken away either, otherwise the other Yuanying with lower cultivation will have no support during the attack on the market, and they may be crushed to pieces by the Black Dragon Lake clan or other demonic forces. And if the weaker ones follow me, it will be useless. In this case, I can only call the 2 Yuanying in the middle stage to help. However, with their cultivation, they are barely enough to support me in opening the formation. By then, even if the Ling family really has some powerful trump card, it is estimated that it will be difficult to change anything. And taking advantage of this opportunity to leave, I may also be able to kill the other righteous Yuanying in this cultivation world and make a fortune. Thinking of this, the old Zujin demon couldn't help but ignite a bit of greed in his heart. At the same time, in order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, it immediately called the 2 Yuanying in the middle stage and rushed to the Ling family. Seeing this, the Binqian old dragon felt relieved. Although this old Zujin demon is a bit arrogant, it is said that in his early years, he had fought with a Yuanying perfect righteous Taoist from the Righteous Alliance, the strongest force in this Hongzhaoziuxin world, and even defeated him. This incident is enough to show his strength. I think if he takes action, he will definitely destroy the Ling family. This big trouble can finally be resolved. Then it turned its attention to the battle here. Because the Yuanying perfect Zujin demon and the 2 Yuanying middle stage fellows he brought with him left, the battle here was indeed slightly affected, and even gradually the demon clan lost its advantage and could only fight the Sangxianfang city on equal terms. It's really a trouble, but fortunately, our side is not at a disadvantage, and the ancestor has not yet taken action. A few days passed in a flash. The old Zujin demon and the 2 Yuanying middle stage demon tigers finally arrived at the Ling family's territory. Afterwards, They considered that it would be difficult to achieve the effect of truly destroying the Ling clan and avenging the late Yuanying clan member who died tragically by directly making trouble in the ordinary territory of the Ling clan. Moreover, during this period, those Ling clan Yuanyings in the dark might launch a sneak attack. This is not a good thing. For this reason, the three old demons of Zujin went straight to the border mountain of Qingshi Mountain, where the Ling clan Yuanyings gathered. After arriving here, because the old demon of Zujin had a higher cultivation level and was proficient in a magical power of exploration, he immediately discovered that there were two fourth-level formations in the small Qingshi Mountain. Moreover, he also discovered that there was a fourth-level attack and defense formation in Jinyang Mountain 500 miles away from Qingshi Mountain. This clan is really well hidden. No wonder they were able to keep my late Yuanying clan member. The old demon of Zujin was a little surprised. According to the information given by Binky and old Jiao of the Black Jiao Lake clan, there should be only one fourth-level formation in the Qingshi Mountain of this clan. The Jinyang Mountain next door is an ordinary sacred mountain. In the past, there has never been any movement of the fourth-level formation. Of course, the old demon Zujin also suspected whether the information of the old dragon Binkian was wrong, but after thinking about its cultivation and temperament, it is estimated that even if it is given 100 courage, it is estimated that it would not dare to provoke it in this way. Moreover, the two sudden additions of the fourth-level low-grade attack and defense formations alone are not a threat to a Yuanying perfection demon like it. On the contrary, this is an opportunity. Although the addition of the two formations is more troublesome, this kind of formation is a treasure when dealing with Yuanying early, middle and late strong men. Relatively speaking, its value is extraordinary. As long as we capture the Golden Wing Mountain and destroy the Ling family, the benefits we can get this time can be a few more points. The old demon Zujin couldn't help but raise a little joy on his face. Then, with the idea of revenge and seizing the opportunity, it immediately launched an attack on the Golden Wing Mountain of the Ling family. In a moment, the fourth-order lower-grade defense formation protecting the Golden Wing Mountain was suddenly bombarded with waves and roars. Exclamation mark. What's going on? The Ling family cultivators in the Golden Wing Mountain were all shocked because they had not found the traces of the three old demons of the Void Gold before. But as they observed carefully, they soon found the traces of the old demon of the Void Gold and other enemies. And they were indeed the elites of the Ling family. They quickly assembled in a short time and propped up a special formation together to meet the attacks of the old demon of the Void Gold and others. Although it was not enough to directly smash those attacks, it was enough to reduce a lot of their power, which could reduce a lot of burdens on the defense formation of the Golden Wing Mountain. At the same time, at the top of the Golden Wing Mountain, Lingxiao, the only Yuanying's engine in the mountain, saw the situation outside, and his eyebrows suddenly became complicated. As expected, just as Grandma Cai guessed, the demons saw that her tribe had shown enough strength and wiped out the group of powerful demon kings who had previously invaded, so they sent out powerful Yuanying perfect demon kings. Now our tribe is in trouble. I don't know if Grandma's plan to track the enemy will succeed. Chapter 1273 Dangerous Plan. At the same time, the three Yuanying perfect void gold old demons who besieged the Golden Wing Mountain were surprised to see that although the counterattack of the Golden Wing Mountain was strong, most of them were made by a group of low-level cultivators, and only one Yuanying made a move. How could such strength destroy the Yuanying late-stage clan member sent by our clan? And the other demon forces also sent Yuanying middle-late-stage strongmen here. The three void gold old demons immediately became suspicious and discussed it in detail. In the end, the three of them unanimously felt that the Ling family was either setting a trap for them and concealing their true strength, or the previous battle caused some injuries to the Ling family's people, and they are now recovering. Or the powerful people of the Ling family went to the outside world to cause trouble. The first two are easy to guard against, but if the last guess is true, it will be a bit troublesome. There are many demon kings of the Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger clan who followed the demon kings of other demon forces to attack the Yuanying forces near the Ling family. Based on the previous battle record of the Ling family, if those Yuanying Zushan Demon Flame Tigers were targeted, it is estimated that they would be killed in 9 out of 10 cases. Moreover, although the Ling family's Qingshi Mountain is now at a disadvantage, there are 2 mountain protection formations in the mountain, and there is also a 4th-level formation protecting the mountain in the neighboring Jinyang Mountain. In total, there are 3 4th-level formations. In this way, according to the estimation of the 3 Zujin old demons, It would take at least several months to capture it. During this period, if the Ling family really sent people to the outside world to cause chaos, it is estimated that it will not take long for the Ling family to bring a group of Zhenjin from the nearby righteous Yuanying forces to support them and make dumplings. Even if the Zujin old demon is confident that he can win because of his strong strength, he cannot guarantee whether the two Yuanying middle stage fellows beside him can hold on. For this reason, the Zujin old demon immediately planned to send the two Yuanying middle stage fellows beside him to patrol the battlefield of the nearby ordinary Yuanying forces. But the two Yuanying middle stage fellows were a little worried about this. Although they were not from the same lineage as the old demon Zujin, if an accident happened to an old ancestor like the old demon who had reached the perfect stage of the nascent soul, they would certainly be punished, and they might even be hated by the branch of the golden tiger lineage under the old demon Zujin. This was an unprovoked disaster, so they all spoke up. Old ancestor Zujin, if the Ling family's behavior this time was to lure us away, wouldn't you be in danger? The old demon Zujin raised a bit of contempt in his eyebrows and smiled. Don't worry. The only cultivators in the entire northern wilderness who can hurt me are the people of the god-transforming forces, such as the Xinghe Pavilion in the Sangxianfang city. As for this little Ling family, they are just fish on the chopping board. After hearing this, the two middle-stage nascent soul Zushin demon flame tigers thought about the powerful strength of the old demon Zujin, and said nothing more, and then they took the order and left. The old demon of Zujin was still staring at the attack of Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master, and others in Qingshi Mountain, constantly summoning many means to attack Qingshi Mountain. It can be said that he was using the power of a tiger to fight against tens of thousands of soldiers. Moreover, he had always been in the upper hand, not only able to break the attack of Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master, but also able to damage the formation in Qingshi Mountain. For this reason, Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master in Qingshi Mountain, and others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and there was a haze in their hearts. But it must be said that since the other two mid-stage Yuanying tiger demons left, the pressure on Qingshi Mountain has been reduced a lot. This is the only thing to be thankful for. However, Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master, frowned at this. He more or less guessed the whereabouts of the two mid-stage Yuanying tiger demons. The two demons are both extraordinary, and they will most likely affect the plans of Grandma Sidai and others. If something happens to them, the family will be finished. And when Grandpa Pengyun finds out, he will definitely be angry. For a moment, his mood was extremely complicated. If he had enough strength to delay the two monsters, it would be fine. But unfortunately, he has only been in the nascent soul realm for 100 years, and his cultivation has only reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Even if he is a talisman cultivator, he is stronger, but his strength can only reach the middle stage of the nascent soul at most. And his strength is not worth mentioning in front of the only demon king in the outside world, the old demon of the virtual gold. Under such circumstances, let alone restraining the two tiger demons in the middle stage of the nascent soul who left, his chance of surviving during the bombardment of the formation by the old demon of the virtual gold is slim. Strength. What made the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao most helpless was that although he wanted to pass on this message, the old demon of the virtual gold in the outside world seemed to have arranged some means to isolate the spiritual objects of communication. So now he can only worry. This is a big sin. For a moment, he was under great pressure. On the other side, the border city bear destroying city of Xiangxing Pavilion, an ordinary nascent soul force next to the Ling family, also experienced the attack of the demons. However, the strength of Xiangxing Pavilion is not comparable to Ling's, so the demons did not pay much attention to it. They only sent 3 demon kings in the middle stage of Yuanying to lead millions of demon beasts to attack this place. But even so, they still suppressed Xiangxing Pavilion, which only had 2 Yuanying. After all, although the formation of Xiangxing Old True Lord of Xiangxing Pavilion had already entered the realm of the 4th level middle grade, and obtained many profound magical powers from Ling Pengyun, his cultivation was still at the early stage of Yuanying. In addition, the demon kings who attacked this time all came from major divine transformation forces, and their magical power was not weaker than him at all. This also meant that even if they used all their means, they could only resist 1 demon king in the middle stage of Yuanying. As for Liu Haojin, the true lord in the early stage of Yuanying, he was even more conventional. With the help of the formation of the Bear City, he could barely resist a Yuanying enemy. The two together could only resist two demons in the middle stage of Yin-Yang. There was still a demon in the middle stage of Yin-Yang that no one could resist. In addition, the number of low-level monsters that attacked this time was superior. This also made the situation of Shiangxing Pavilion, the border city of Xiongcheng, more and more dangerous. According to the estimation of Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin, the city would be destroyed in less than 5 years. By that time, although he was sure that he could take Liu Haochen's Zhenjin away from here and escape back to the sect, the hundreds of thousands of Shiangxing Pavilion disciples and independent cultivators stationed in the city would surely die tragically. Moreover, it would be difficult for Shiangxing Pavilion to summon such a large number of helpers afterwards. It was undoubtedly only a matter of time before Shiangxing Pavilion was destroyed. The most critical thing was that the monsters that surrounded Xiongcheng seemed to have some powerful means of shielding communication. Even if there was a fourth-level inferior communication formation in Xiongcheng, it could not be used temporarily. In this way, Shiangxing Pavilion could not even ask for help. It was precisely because of this that Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin was very worried. But he didn't know that during the Golden Wing Mountain crisis, Ling Pengyun's wife Yan Sidai, who had not appeared, Ling Lihao with a moral golden body, Ling Pengxing, the only ghost cultivator of the family, and even the Moon Shadow Wolf of the Moon Shadow Secret Realm all appeared quietly in a remote place far away from the Barmie city. And their trip this time was to adopt the rural encirclement of the city plan of the last chaos. First, resolve the small battlefields of the ordinary Yin-Yang forces nearby, and finally unite those ordinary Yin-Yang forces to support the main battlefield of Sangxianfang City. At this moment, Yan Sidai immediately asked Ling Pengxing, the ghost cultivator of the family, to summon the ghost fairy lamp and let him use special means to explore the surrounding situation. After seeing that there was no hidden hand of the demon clan nearby, they felt relieved. Because the original body of this treasure is a Tongshan Lingbao, its exploration means are extraordinary, and even this way is enough to match some Yin-Yang perfect level strongmen. For this reason, Yan Sidai and others did not delay any longer, and directly surrounded and killed the 3 mid-stage Yin-Yang demon kings that were besieging the bare miserable city. Yan Sidai also sent a message to Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin and Liu Haochen's Zhenjin in bare miserable city. Old senior Shiangxing, fellow Taoist Liu, I am Yan Sidai of the Ling clan. This time I have specially led my clansmen to help. I hope you too will cooperate more. When Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin and Liu Haochen's Zhenjin, who were in bare miserable city, heard the words, their faces were immediately shocked. After carefully looking around, they immediately saw the figures of Yan Sidai and others. They were immediately overjoyed. It's really a heaven-sent support. And this clan is really good. It seems that during the recent chaos, every time our clan fell into disadvantage, the Ling clan would take the initiative to support us. This is really a favor. After this matter is over, I must bring a heavy gift to thank them. Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin secretly planned. But strangely, among the group of Yin-Yang supported by the Ling family, he only knew Yan Sidai and the Moon Shadow Wolf King. As for Ling Pengcheng, who possessed the moral golden saint, and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing, he had never seen them. But he more or less guessed the identities of the two. I think the righteous Yin-Yang that I have never seen should be the Ling family member who caused the Yin-Yang fluctuation some time ago. As for the Yin-Yang ghost cultivator, it is most likely the extraordinary ghost cultivator who helped the Ling family to guard the territory when the Ling family was still in the Jinden period. After all, it is said that the ghost cultivator was only in the late Jinden period, but he was able to continuously display more than a dozen superior magical powers. Such a person must have a lot of opportunities, and the probability of being able to enter the Yin-Yang is also high. Then, in order not to affect the battle situation, he immediately said to Liu Haochen's Zhenjin beside him, Hao-chan, follow me and do our best to trap the 3 mid-stage Yin-Yang demon kings. Perhaps this is a good time for us to kill the 3 demons. Liu Hao-chan agreed immediately after hearing this. After all, the Ling family had a lot of Yin-Yang combat power. Then, he and Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin exerted their strength at the same time, and finally the two of them temporarily trapped the 3 mid-stage Yin-Yang demon kings outside the city. The 3 demon kings did notice the traces of Yan Sidai and others at this time, but it was too late. However, they had no other thoughts, only surprise. Although most of them came from other Immortal Cultivation worlds, after they came here to support the Black Dragon Lake clan, They learned about the situation of most forces in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world from the Black Dragon Lake clan. For this reason, they all knew Yan Sidai, the famous Yuanying strongman of the Ling family. As for Ling Pengyun and others, although they did not know them, they could probably guess that they should be related to the Ling family. Moreover, since Yan Sidai and others were able to arrive here at this time, it means that the group of monsters that surrounded the Ling family had probably encountered an accident. Or there were other strong men stationed in the Ling family. No matter which situation it was not a good thing for them. This is trouble. Thinking of this, the three Yuanying middle stage monster kings immediately became alarmed, and they all used their best skills to break the two fourth level formations set up by Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and Liu Haochen's Henjin, and temporarily retreated. But the two formations were really strong. Even if they used the 3/4 level formation breaking talismans specially prepared for the city defense formation of Meixing City, it was difficult to break the two formations in a short time. And it was precisely because of this delay that Yan Sidai and others arrived immediately. In addition, Yan Sidai and others were all strong, and there were many of them. Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and Liu Haochen's Henjin in Meixing City took the initiative to cooperate again. Therefore, no matter how strong the three monsters were, they could only become turtles in a jar, and were eventually trapped and killed by Yan Sidai and others. Afterwards, Xiangxing Lao's Henjin immediately walked out of the bear-killing city and handed Yan Sidai 4 gift boxes that had been prepared long ago. Thank you, Madam Ling and everyone for your rescue this time. Although the things in those gift boxes are not good things, they are the best spiritual objects that our sect can currently take out, so I hope you don't despise them. Later, our sect will definitely treat you with the best spiritual objects. Upon hearing this, Yan Sidai and others curiously probed into those gift boxes with their spiritual consciousness. When they saw that there were 5 4th level Juyin pills in each of them, they were immediately satisfied, and then they accepted the gift boxes after a few polite words. Then, Yan Sidai informed Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and Liu Haochen's Henjin in the city of the Rural Encirclement City Plan. However, Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and Liu Haochen's Henjin did not agree immediately. During the last chaos, they participated in this plan, which changed the situation in Sanxianfang City and eventually attracted the god-transforming ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan. If the god-transforming ancestors of Xinghe Pavilion and other god-transforming forces had not left a god-transforming talisman in Sanxianfang City at that time, temporarily blocking the Black Dragon ancestor, they would have died tragically. This incident has also become a shadow for them. Moreover, according to the news from the front line of Sanxianfang City, the world-destroying chaos in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world this time has the participation of the god-transforming demon forces of other Xiuxin worlds. This also makes the situation in Sanxianfang City very dangerous. Under such circumstances, even if the Black Dragon ancestor did not show up at that time, it is estimated that even if the Ling family plan really succeeded and finally united a large number of Yuanying to support Sanxianfang City, there would inevitably be a fierce battle. But then again, the front line is now at a disadvantage. If there is no timely support, once the front line Sanxianfang City is trampled and destroyed, it is estimated that their Xiangxing Pavilion will be destroyed soon. After all, the Sanxianfang City attracted a lot of monsters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1274 Chaos. After repeated consideration, Xiangxing Lao's Henjin finally agreed to Yan Sidai's proposal. But he had 2 requirements. One was that his disciples had to stay. Second, if he followed Yan Sidai and others away and Xiangxing Pavilion encountered a crisis, Ling's family would need to help. Yan Sidai naturally agreed to this. It was not a difficult task, and she was happy at the same time. Xiangxing Lao's Henjin was a 4th level middle grade array master with extraordinary strength. And with him taking the lead, it would be of great benefit to the next plan. Then, the two chatted briefly and divided the benefits of killing the 3 Yuanying middle stage demon kings. The 3 demons each had 2 or 3 spiritual treasures, totaling 7 spiritual treasures. Yan Sidai and others had the greatest contribution and many Yuanying combat power, so they got the greatest benefits. A total of 2 Yuanying Demon Kings and 5 spiritual treasures were obtained. In order to maximize the benefits, Yan Xiai immediately handed the Yuanying of the 2 demons to Xiandeng, asking him to help cultivate them into spirit ghosts. Of course, this matter also has a price. After all, although the ghost fairy lamp is a treasure for cultivating spirit ghosts, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a Yuanying spirit ghost. For this reason, Yan Xiai promised to help the ghost fairy lamp get a demon king Yuanying as compensation in the future. As for the flesh and blood of the 2 monsters, Yan Xiai took it and waited for the opportunity to cook it into 4th level spiritual food in the future. The 5 spiritual treasures were picked and chosen by Yan Xiai and others, and finally all the unused spiritual treasures were handed over to the 5 Yuanying spirit ghosts of the family, who only had 1 or 2 4th level ghost treasures to be sacrificed and refined into magic treasures to improve their combat power. As for the remaining Yuanying middle stage demon king's body and 2 spiritual treasures, they naturally belonged to Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and Liu Haochen's Henjin. Although they only had 2 Yuanyings on their side, if they had not trapped the enemy with a formation before, Yan Xiai and others would have found it difficult to slowly strangle the 3 monsters, so they deserved to benefit from this. Once this matter was settled, Yan Xiai and others took Xiangxing Lao's Henjin and left this place directly, and went to Maple Leaf Li family, another large ordinary Yuanying force nearby. As for Liu Haochen's Henjin, who stayed alone in Xiangxing Pavilion, the border city of the Bear City, he controlled the comprehensive defense formation and transformed into a huge light curtain to trap the enemy, covering all the low-level monsters outside the city that did not have time to leave. Then, he shouted loudly, "Follow me to kill all the low-level monsters outside the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he started killing, transforming countless powerful attacks into the group of low-level monsters. Finally, I have encountered such an opportunity again. As long as I am lucky, I estimate that I can make enough resources for the next 10 years at once. When the low-level cultivators in the city heard this, they all started the massacre with countless excitement. The monsters are all treasures. Handing over the corpses of monsters to Xiangxing Pavilion can be exchanged for military merits, and with military merits, they can be exchanged for treasures from Xiangxing Pavilion. It was this matter that mobilized the enthusiasm of the low-level cultivators in the city. The millions of low-level monsters outside the city naturally did not want to sit and wait for death, but Liu Haochen's Henjin mobilized the 4th-level city defense formation of the Bear. This is a respectable mountain array weapon, which contains great power and has extraordinary attack power. And as the power of the array was transferred into it, it suddenly grew to a size of hundreds of feet, which can be said to be full of domineering. And its speed seemed to be unaffected by its size, still extremely fast, turning into a spiritual light and quickly smashing to the south. After a few breaths, a piece of void in the south suddenly appeared some waves, and then a strange tiger monster rushed out. This is one of the Yuanying middle stage Zushan demon flame tigers sent by the Zujin old monster who besieged Lingxiao Mountain to get information. It just arrived and wanted to see what was going on in the border city of Xiangxing Pavilion, the bear destroying city. After all, as far as it knows, there should be 3 Yuanying middle stage demon kings leading millions of low-level demon beasts to besiege here. But now, only millions of demon beast corpses can be seen here, and the 3 Yuanying middle stage demon kings are gone. Are they dead? Or did they run away? No one knows. But in all likelihood, a small incident occurred here. Otherwise, with the strength of Xiangxing Pavilion, it would never have been able to create the current situation. But who would have thought that it would be discovered before it could find the truth? This immediately made it curse in its heart. Moreover, the power of the Lingxian heavy spiritual treasure that attacked was extraordinary, and it did not dare to underestimate it at all. In addition, this place was extremely strange. Therefore, it directly used a powerful magical power to temporarily block the Lingxian spiritual treasure, and then it turned around and ran away, not daring to stay for long. Seeing this move, Liu Haochen's Henjin, who was facing a great enemy, was a little confused. Previously, he was a little worried about how to repel the Zushan demon flame tiger, whose cultivation was as high as the middle stage of the nascent soul. But now the demon flame tiger left by itself? Strange, really strange. Liu Haochen was a little confused. But after thinking about it carefully, he guessed some of the reasons, and then he couldn't help but raise a little joy on his face. It seems that it is thanks to the Ling family again. Then, He saw that the monsters around him had been destroyed and there was no way to block the communication. He used a communication talisman to pass on the news of seeing the Zushan demon flame tiger to Yan Sidai and others, so as to prevent the Zushan demon flame tiger from threatening them. At this moment, the escaped Zushan demon flame tiger immediately passed on the situation of Xiangxing Pavilion destroying Xiongchang to the Zujin old demon who was besieging Ling's Golden Wing Mountain alone. But the reaction of the Zujin old demon was completely different after learning about it, and it could even be said to be extremely angry. This was because one of the 3 demon kings who besieged Xiangxing Pavilion and destroyed Xiongchang before was from the Zushan demon flame tiger clan. And the Zushan old demon was the leader of the Zushan demon flame tiger clan who supported the Black Dragon Lake clan in the northern wilderness Zeuxin world, so he had the tiger monster's life card. Now the tiger monster's life card has been broken, and it is obvious that it is dead. In addition, judging from the news from the Bear City, there is a high probability that something has happened in the small battle in the Bear City. It is even possible that it was done by the Ling family. After all, up to now, there has only been one Ling family member stationed in the Golden Wing Mountain, the crucial border city of the Ling family. This is completely disproportionate to the previous record of the Ling family. Another member of the Yuanying middle stage died. After careful calculation, it has only been half a year since the start of this world-destroying chaos, and 2 of our clan have died. And there are only 10 demon kings who came here to support our clan. This is tantamount to reducing our clan's strength here by about 20%, which is really a big loss. And the 2 members of the clan who died tragically are from other branch factions of the clan. Now that they died tragically, I think those branch factions also know about it. In this way, those branch factions may think that I did it on purpose to reduce their strength. The old demon of Zujin thought about it and felt that this matter was extremely troublesome. If he did not give a joint explanation, he would definitely have more headaches in the future. Therefore, in order to find out the truth, the old demon Zujin notified the fellow who went to Xiangxing Pavilion to destroy Xiongchang to inquire about the news, and the other fellow who went to another Yuanying force nearby, Fengai Ligia, to inquire about the news, and to hide and rush to other places to explore the information as soon as possible. And he himself still besieged Qingshi Mountain here. After all, who knows whether the manpower who secretly supported Xiangxing Pavilion to destroy Xiongchang was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain and attract it away in this way. But not long after, the life card of the fellow who went to Fengai Ligia to explore the news was also broken. This surprised the old demon Zujin. When he sent the 2 demons under his command to explore the outside world, he had already told them that they were only exploring the news and must not participate in the battles elsewhere to avoid stepping into danger. Under such circumstances, how could the fellow who went to Fengai Ligia to explore the news die tragically? When observing the information, he was discovered directly. But this matter is even stranger. As long as the members of the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger clan enter the nascent soul realm, they can obtain a superior breath-concealing magical power. And the tiger demon who died tragically also learned this method. In this way, as long as it does not show up on its own initiative, it is estimated that even ordinary late nascent soul masters will find it difficult to find its traces. Of course, some mid-nascent soul masters who have cultivated superior magical powers and detection methods can barely find its traces. But no matter which possibility it is not something that the Maple Leaf Lee family can do. After all, the Maple Leaf Lee family is weaker than the Xiangxing Pavilion, and there is only a nascent soul early-stage guardian spirit beast sitting in the town. The most important thing is that this kind of strange thing has happened 3 times in a row. First it was the Ling family, and now it's the bear-killing city of the Xiangxing Pavilion, and the Maple Leaf Lee family. Thinking this way, it is certain that a group of strong men are lurking in the dark, but I don't know if they are from the Ling family. Because things were starting to happen, it stopped watching and stopped attacking, and rushed to the Maple Leaf Lee family at the fastest speed, in order to find the offender. Otherwise, who knows what the offender will do. At the same time, in the Golden Wing Mountain, the border mountain of the Ling family, the only Yuanying Zhanjin Lingxiao frowned as he looked at the direction where the powerful Zujin old demon left. There was only one righteous force in that direction, the Maple Leaf Lee family. If he went there, he would be in the Eastern Demon Realm. But according to the attitude of the Zujin old demon towards the Ling family before, he might have encountered something important when he left this time. As a demon king of other cultivation worlds, he had nothing to do with the Eastern Demon Realm, So how could he go to the Eastern Demon Realm for no reason? Undoubtedly, his target was the Maple Leaf Lee family. But it was strange that he did not go to the Maple Leaf Lee family before, but went there now. According to the time, if Grandma Cie and the others are successful, they will probably arrive at the Maple Leaf Lee family soon. And this old Zujin demon is very powerful. If Grandma Cie and the others are not prepared, I am afraid they will be in danger. The 4th level talisman master Lingxiao frowned. Then, he took out the means of communication and tried it to see if it would work. And perhaps because the old Zujin demon had left, the means of blocking the communication here were gone, and the news naturally spread out. At the same time, Maple Leaf Lee family's territory. Border City. Maple Leaf City was erupting in a fierce battle. The millions of demon beasts and 2 Yin-Yang early-stage demon kings sent by the Black Dragon Lake clan to besiege the Maple Leaf Lee family were now in defeat. And this was all because Yan Cie and the others came to support them. As for the demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul, sent here by the old demon of Zujin, it was discovered by the ghost fairy lamp when Yan Cie and others had just arrived here from the Xiangxing pavilion. Yan Cie would naturally not let such a demon king go, so she took the initiative to find him and caught him off guard. In the end, she and Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin and others worked together to kill him. After a while, the 2 demon kings in crisis saw that they had not found a way out, and they were constantly panicking, so they began to beg for mercy. However, their attitudes were completely different. The demon king from the Black Dragon Lake clan had a more humble attitude. "Everyone, I come from the Black Dragon clan. I hope you will give me face and let me live. I am willing to leave all my belongings behind." But the demon king from the Sea Dragon clan, relying on his own great background, directly spoke with some threats. "I am from the Sea Dragon clan of the boundless sea cultivation world. If you dare to kill me, my clan will definitely send more demon kings here." Yan Cie and others who were besieging the 2 demon kings heard this and immediately became angry. "You are just a fish on the chopping board, and you dare to be so arrogant and seek death?" The Lee family's guardian spirit beast, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix in Maple Leaf City, cursed angrily. At the same time, it called out to Yan Cie and Xiangxing Pavilion's Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin and others who came to support from outside the city. "Madam Ling, Senior Xiangxing, I hope you will do your best and follow me to kill those 2 bastards. If there are any consequences, my clan will take full responsibility." Yan Cie and others heard this and inevitably changed their impression of the Red Flame Fire Phoenix. "This Fire Phoenix is quite courageous," Yan Cie secretly commented. The Red Flame Fire Phoenix dared to do this, of course, not because of its own strength, but because it knew that the Northern Wilderness cultivation world had already fallen into a losing situation. Under such circumstances, if it does not fight, it will undoubtedly be waiting for death. So it thought about pulling a Yuanying to be the enemy. In this way, even if the Northern Wilderness cultivation world is really defeated in the future, it will not lose. As time goes by, because Yan Cie and others have the advantage in numbers and are not weak, the 2 Yuanying early-stage demon kings gradually lost and were eventually killed one after another. 2 more demons have been killed. In this way, the situation in the Northern Wilderness cultivation world can be eased a little. Yan Cie was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to collect the bodies of the 2 demons, and handed one of the demon kings to the Lee family's guardian spirit beast, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix, who is in Maple Leaf City. Chapter 1275 Danger arrives. When the Red Flame Phoenix saw the corpse of the demon king and the demon spiritual treasure handed over by Yan Cie, although it was tempted, it did not accept it. "If it weren't for the help of you fellow Taoists, our Border City would have been blown to pieces in a few days. This is a great favor to our clan. And I contributed the least this time. Under such circumstances, how can I share so much benefit? I should even give you some thank you gifts." After saying this, it even took out some 1 or 2 kilograms of red spiritual iron from its storage bag, and handed it to Yan Cie and others with a bit of pain. "These spiritual irons are the 4th level red flame precious irons that I tempered with my 4th level precious fire. They contain the power of red flames and are good materials for refining fire-attributed spiritual treasures. It's just that the quantity is a little small, so I hope you don't dislike it." Seeing this, Yan Cie and others couldn't help but feel that this demon knew how to deal with things. Although 1 or 2 kilograms of red flame precious iron was indeed a little small, It is reasonable to need at least 10 kilograms of precious iron to be the main material for refining a 4th-level spiritual treasure. But this thing is rare after all, and it is worth a lot of money. Moreover, it is a thank you gift, which is considered a free gift and a good profit. For this reason, they simply exchanged a few polite words with Qian Hufen, and then took the precious iron, and privately divided all the wealth on the 2 Yuanying early-stage demon monarchs killed in this battle. Because Xiangxing Lao's Zhenjin contributed less, he only got a 4th-level low-grade spiritual treasure. Yan Siyi and other Zhenjins of the Ling family, because they contributed the most, got the bodies and souls of the 2 demons, as well as the remaining 3 4th-level low-grade spiritual treasures of the 2 demons. And the processing method is the same as before. The flesh and blood of the demon beasts are used to cook spiritual food, and the soul is given to Gixiandeng to cultivate into a spiritual ghost. But Ling family did give a soul to Gixiandeng as the fee for helping to cultivate the spiritual ghost, and the spiritual treasures obtained were given to the group of spiritual ghosts under his command. It is also worth mentioning that the Yuanying middle-stage Zushan demon flame tiger that Yan Siyi and others assassinated before did not contribute to it, so the Yuanying and corpse of the monster, as well as the 2 4th-level middle-grade spiritual treasures on it, all belong to the Ling family. In this way, after supporting Xiangxing Pavilion to destroy Xiongcheng and supporting the Maple Leaf Li family, the Ling family obtained 4 Yuanying monster corpses and 3 monster Yuanying, as well as 8 4th-level spiritual treasures. Although the monster corpses and Yuanying did not immediately become Ling's food and increase Ling's combat power. But those spiritual treasures fell into the hands of the 5 spirit ghosts of the family. As long as they are given time to sacrifice and refine, it won't be long before the overall strength of the Ling family will increase by more than 50%. By then, even if some trump cards are not used, it is estimated that the Ling family will be able to fight against the strength of the Yuanying perfect power. It is precisely because of this that Yan Siyi is very at ease. Sure enough, fighting to support fighting is the fastest way to improve combat power. However, at this moment, there was a sudden movement in her arms. She was a little surprised, and immediately reached out and took out a shining communication mirror from her arms. As the spiritual power flowed into it, the face of Lingxiao, the 4th-level talisman master stationed at the Golden Wing Mountain, the border mountain of the family, appeared on the mirror. Yan Siyi also learned from him that the family was targeted by a Yuanying perfection level Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger, and that the Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger was rushing towards the Maple Leaf Li family for some reason. This disaster is coming. Yan Siyi actually expected this. She even guessed this situation when she summoned the spirit ghosts of the family and the Ghost Fairy Lamp trump card to kill the group of demon kings who invaded the Golden Wing Mountain of the family. After all, the Black Dragon Lake family, who were in an advantageous position, would not see the changes in the battlefield under their command, which would affect the battle situation. Then, she told all the true lords present about this. The ghost cultivators of the family, Ling Pengyun and others, were fine, but the old true lord Xiangxing and the clan protecting spiritual stone, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix of the Maple Leaf Li family, were a little panicked. The Red Flame Fire Phoenix was even more timid and asked Yan Siyi, "Madam Ling, you are the strongest this time in terms of strength, even stronger than the Moon Shadow Wolf King of the Moon Shadow Secret Realm. So, I will respect you. Now, what should we do?" Although the Moon Shadow Secret Realm is hidden, it was the old true lord Xiangxing of the Xiangxing Pavilion who discovered this secret realm. Later, because the old true lord Xiangxing considered that this secret realm was too large and the Xiangxing Pavilion under his command would probably be difficult to take advantage of, he called the familiar Ling family and the Maple Leaf Li family. In the end, the 3 families took it together and divided the Moon Shadow Secret Realm. Even the Maple Leaf Li family and the Xiangxing Pavilion actually obtained the Moon Shadow Wolf clan's method of Moonhua condensing infant from the cowardly Moon Shadow Wolf King. But that was all. At first, only Ling Pengyun, who was particularly sensitive to the power of the primordial sun and had the aura of the beginning, discovered that this clan still had signs of gathering the power of the primordial sun. After a private interrogation, Ling Pengyun obtained another equally powerful method of advancing to the nascent soul from the Moon Shadow Wolf King, the method of condensing the primordial sun. He even got the idea of the sun and moon condensing infant method that was still in the works of the Moon Shadow Wolf clan. It was based on this that Ling Pengyun perfected this method and laid the foundation for the rise of the family. Yansi retracted her distracting thoughts and saw that the red flame fire phoenix had raised her status, and she was particularly satisfied in her heart, and then she replied. Although the demon kings with perfect nascent soul are strong, even if they are added together, they are probably no match for them. But as long as fellow Taoist is willing to join our clan, and Xianxing Pavilion's plan to liberate small battlefields everywhere and support the front line of Shanxianfang City with the nascent souls everywhere, our clan is willing to sacrifice their lives to help the nobles garrison this border city. Of course, if fellow Taoist does not agree, please forgive us for being powerless. After hearing this, Qian Huifang understood the source of Yan Xie and others' inexplicable support for their family. It turns out that everything is for this matter. But how can this Madame Ling be so bold? During the last chaos, although Yan Xie's husband Ling Pengyun also took the lead in resolving the small battlefield and leading the team to support the front line of Shanxianfang City, Ling Pengyun's cultivation and strength are not comparable to Yan Xie now. Even the three Yan Xies combined are probably not as good as Ling Pengyun at the time. After all, Ling Pengyun had already demonstrated the powerful strength of instantly killing the Demon Kings in the late nascent soul period. A heroine, after thinking about it, it couldn't help but sighed, and then it looked at the relatively unfamiliar Ling Pengchen and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing behind Yan Xie. I think that Madame Ling's boldness should have something to do with these two Taoist friends. After all, the last time when Taoist friend Ling Pengyun led the team to cause trouble, the Ling family only had him and Madame Ling in the nascent soul stage, but how could it know that it was just that the Ling family didn't have the opportunity to show their strength at the time? You know, the Ling family already had several spirit ghosts on hand, and even the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing had entered the nascent soul stage. After thinking about it, the red flame fire phoenix considered that only Yan Xie's plan, although dangerous, could find a glimmer of hope, so it agreed to this matter. The plan to resolve this small battlefield and support the front line is related to the righteousness of the entire northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. Although I am a demon, my heart is in the righteousness, so I should naturally join in this matter. However, the Yuanying Perfection Demon King attracted by our movement this time is really high in cultivation. I wonder if Madame Ling has any trump card to resolve it. And if not, I'm afraid we will all be trapped to death by that demon in Maple Leaf City, which is on the border of our clan. How can we talk about stirring up chaos in the righteousness then? Yan Xie said with some confidence. Since fellow Taoist has agreed to join the plan to stir up chaos, everything will be easy to talk about. As for how to resolve the current crisis, we just need to wait and see. The Maple Leaf Lee family's guardian spirit beast, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix, heard this, and his eyes moved slightly, and he guessed secretly in his heart. Could it be that fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun of the Ling family is in the dark? The old true lord Xianxing of Xianxing Pavilion, who didn't know the details, also guessed the same way. And this matter also made them feel a little relieved. After all, Ling Pengyun's strength was extraordinary. If Ling Pengyun is really here, he can lead everyone to resolve this crisis. Afterwards, everyone entered Maple Leaf City. Although the city defense formation in this city is only of the 4th level lower grade, it is a kind of offensive and defensive formation with relatively comprehensive effects, so this formation can be considered good. Everyone is here, and it is safer to deal with the next crisis. As time passed, within a few hours, everyone saw a very fast escape light flying in the distance. When they used the pupil technique to observe, its figure was immediately revealed. It was a strange tiger with a body of only about 10 feet, but its hair was black and dark. It looked extremely evil, but it had a domineering aura. And it was naturally the old virtual gold demon who had just come from the Ling family's border city Qingshi Mountain. He used a profound pupil technique and simply looked at Maple Leaf City, and saw through the cover of the city defense formation and saw everything in the city. The small Maple Leaf Lee family actually has 6 nascent souls. It seems that the previous speculation that a group of people were secretly making trouble is indeed true. Then, its eyes fixed on Yan Xie. Yan Xie of the Ling family. Sure enough, the Ling family, which has always been relatively strong, participated in the small chaos this time. But what surprised it a little was that, apart from Yan Xie and the Xianxing old true lord of the Xianxing Pavilion, and the Red Flame Fire Phoenix of the Maple Leaf Lee family, the other 3 nascent souls Moon Shadow Wolf King and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing, and Ling Pengcheng with the moral golden holy body were not among the ranks of the righteous nascent souls of the northern wilderness cultivation world recorded by the Black Dragon Lake clan. But where did that ghost cultivator, that wolf demon, and that strange middle-aged nascent soul male cultivator come from? Is it the secret hand of the righteous way of the northern wilderness cultivation world, or is it from those divine transformation forces? And the aura of the wolf demon and the righteous nascent soul also has a hint of strangeness that cannot be explained. But after a careful investigation, it did not find anything strange about the Moon Shadow Wolf King and Ling Pengyun. This was all thanks to Ling Pengyun. Because Moon Shadow Wolf King and Ling Pengyun entered the nascent soul with the help of the Moonlight Condensation Infant Method and the Sun and Moon Condensation Infant Method respectively, their paths were actually different from those of ordinary cultivators, and accordingly, their origins were also different. This was really eye-catching. When they didn't do anything, they could use the means of concealing their breath to cover it up, but once they did, their aura would inevitably leak out. By then, as long as the observers were not stupid, they could basically guess that they both had mastered a new path to the nascent soul. This would be particularly inconvenient. For this reason, Ling Pengyun spent many years of energy and thought of a special way to resolve this matter. That was to modify the cultivation method of Moon Shadow Wolf King and Ling Pengyun, and use a special spiritual energy circulation route to gradually cover their foundation with spiritual energy, so as to cover up their origins and make them look like ordinary cultivators. And only the great demons with perfect nascent souls, like the old demon of Zujin, could find that they were weird through the advanced pupil technique. If their cultivation was lower, they would probably not find anything. But the old demon of Void Gold didn't know this secret after all, so no matter how it observed the Moon Shadow Wolf King and Ling Pengyun, it didn't find the source of the strangeness of the two of them, but just thought that they practiced some special methods. It was precisely because of this that it was a little more afraid of the two. Then, when it stepped into the 100,000 miles of Maple Leaf City, it directly launched several powerful methods towards Maple Leaf City. And this distance is the place where its spiritual sense can cover. Yang Sidai and others were slightly surprised. After all, the spiritual sense of such nascent soul cultivators can only cover tens of thousands of miles around at most. The nascent soul perfection strongman is indeed extraordinary. Yang Sidai's expression condensed. Now it depends on whether my husband's trump cards are reliable. Then, she greeted the nascent souls in the city. Follow me to block the attack from the Yuanying Perfect Demon King outside the city. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned 3 4th-level middle-grade spiritual treasures. Even if her spiritual awareness was not limited, with the Ling family's current foundation in spiritual treasures, they would definitely have more 4th-level middle-grade spiritual treasures. It is precisely because of this that the spiritual treasures of ghost cultivators Ling Pengyun and others are also extraordinary. And the Xiangxing Old True Lord has experienced several wars and his family background is not bad. Only the Red Flame Fire Phoenix's family background is relatively weak, but this matter is not a big deal. With the joint efforts of everyone, they barely blocked those attacks, and this also forced the real means of the Zujin Old Demon. He opened his mouth and spit out a 4th-level upper-grade black treasure mirror. Its name is Zushin Demon Flame Mirror, which is one of the famous representative spiritual treasures of Zushin Demon Flame Tiger. It can transform into Zushin Demon Flame Fire with some corrosive power, which is much more powerful than the ordinary Yuanying True Fire of the same level. It is even said that the magic fire created by the 5th-level Tongshan Lingbao magic mirror in the hands of the god-transforming ancestor of this clan can directly burn the heaven and earth, which is extremely powerful. At this moment, as the old demon Zujin transferred his demon power into the mirror, it immediately created countless virtual sky magic flames and fireballs, and accurately bombarded the spiritual treasures of Yan Sidai and others. In addition to its powerful power, the magic fire attached to it also has an erosive effect, slowly corroding those spiritual treasures, causing them to sizzle constantly, and even some 4th-level low-grade spiritual treasures have holes on their surfaces, which is enough to show its powerful means. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.